Voice of the girl Madge rang on the tightened chords of her breast. Madge had said she was praying, and to pray was all that could be done by two women. Her husband could laugh loudly with Mr. Potts and the other gentlemen and the strangers. He was quite sure the man he supported would win, he might have means of knowing. Corinthia clung to his bare words, for the sake of the girl. A roaring peal went up from the circle of combat. Kit had it this time. Attacking Ben's peepers, he was bent on defending his own, and he caught a body blow that sent him hopping back to his pair of seconds, 5 clear hops to the rear, like a smashed surge wave off the rock. He was respectful for the remainder of the round. But hammering at the system he had formed, in the very next round he dropped from a tremendous repetition of the blow, and lay flat as a turbot. The bets against him had simultaneously a seesaw rise. Bellows, he appears to have none, was the comment of Chumley Potts. Now for training, chummy, said Lord Fleetwood. Chummy, signifying a crow over Potts, rang out of the hollows of Captain O'Brien on Lord Brailston's coach. Corinthia put a hand behind her to Madge. It was grasped, in gratitude for sympathy or in feminine politeness. The girl murmured, "I've seen worse." She was not speaking to ears. Lord Fleetwood sat watch in hand. Up he said, and, as if hearing him, Kit rose from the ministering second's knee. He walked stiffly, squared after the fashion of a man taught caution. Ben made play. They rounded the ring, giving and taking. Ben rushed, and had an emollient, spouted again and was corked, again, and received a neat red waxen stopper. He would not be denied at Kit's door, found him at home and hugged him. Kit got himself to grass, after a spell of heavy fibbing, Ben's game. It did him no great harm, it might be taken for an enlivener, he was dead on his favourite spot the ensuing round, played postman on it. So cleverly, easily, dancingly did he perform the double knock and the retreat, that Chumley Potts was moved to forget his wages and exclaim, "Racket ball, by Jove! If he doesn't let the fellow fib the wind out of him." Mallard addressed his own crab eyeballs. Lord Fleetwood heard and said coolly, "Tight strung. I kept him fasting since he earned his breakfast. You don't wind an empty rascal fit for action. A sword through the lungs won't kill when there's no air in them." That was printed in the few words before the encounter, in the Book of Maxims for Men. Corinthia, hearing everything her husband uttered, burned to remind him of the similarity between his opinions and her father's. She was learning that for some reason, allusions to her father were not acceptable. She squeezed the hand of Madge, and felt a pressure, like a scream, telling her the girl's heart was with the fight beneath them. She thought it natural for her. She wished she could continue looking as intently. She looked because her husband looked. The dark hills and clouds curtaining the run of the stretch of fields relieved her sight. The clouds went their way, the hills were solid, but like a blue smoke, the scene here made them very distant and strange. Those two men were still hitting, not hating one another, only to gratify for a number of unintelligible people and win a success. But the earth and sky seemed to say, "What is the glory?" They were insensible to it, as they are not, they are never insensible to noble grounds of strife. They bless the spot, they light lamps on it, they put it into books of history, make it holy, if the cause was a noble one or a good one. Or supposing both those men loved the girl, who loved one of them? Then would Corinthia be less reluctantly interested in their blows? Her infant logic stumbled on for a reason while she repressed the torture the scene was becoming, as though a reason could be found by her submissive observation of it. And she was right in believing that a reason for the scene must or should exist. Only, like other bewildered instinctive believers, she could not summon the great universe or a life's experience to unfold it. Her one consolation was in squeezing the hand of the girl from time to time. Not stealthily done, it was not objected to by the husband whose eye was on all. but the persistence in doing it sank her from the benignity of her station to the girl's level. It was conduct much too raw, and grated on the deed of the man who had given her his name. Madge pleased him better. She had the right to be excited, and she was very little demonstrative. In justice, the couple of them had only she had it more, the tone of the women who can be screwed to witness a spill of blood, peculiarly catching to hear, a tone of even string in them snapped except the silver string. Catching to hear? It is worth a stretching of them on the rack to hear that low buzz hum of their inner breast. By heaven! We have them at their best when they sing that note. His watch was near an hour of the contest, and Brailston's man had scored first knockdown blow, a particularly clean flora. Thinking of that, he was cheered by hearing Chummy Potts, whose opinions he despised, cry out to a brain, "Yeast to him!" For the face of Todd's was visibly swelling to the ripest of plums from Kit's deliveries. Down he went. He had the sturdy legs which are no legs to a clean blow. Odds were offered against him. "Oh! Pretty play with your right, Kit," exclaimed Mallard, as Kit fetched his man an ugly stroke on the round of the waist behind, and the crowd sent up the name of the great organs affected, a sickener of a stroke, if dealt soundly. It meant more than 4. Showed. Kit was now for taking liberties. Light as ever on his pins, he now and then varied his attentions to the yeasty part, delivering a wakener in unexpected quarters, masterly as the skilled cook's carving of a joint with hungry guests for admirers. Madge," the Earl said. She kept her sight fixed, replying, "Yes, I think." Corinthia joined with her. "I must believe it that he will, but will the other man, poor man, submit? I entreat him to put away his pride. It is his, oh, poor man." Ben was having it hot and fast on a torso physiognomy. The voices of these alien women thrilled the fray and were a bardic harp to Lord Fleetwood. He dropped a pleasant word on the heads in the curricle. Mr. Owain Withen looked up. "Worthy of Theocritus. It's the boxing twin and the Bembrician giant. The style of each. To the letter." "Kit is assiduously fastening Ben's blinkers," Potts remarked. He explained to the incomprehensible lady he fancied he had somewhere seen, that the battle might be known as near the finish by the behaviour on board Lord Brailston's coach. "It's like foreign affairs and the stock exchange," he said to the more intelligent males. "If I want to know exactly how the country stands, I turn to the money article in the papers. That's a barometrical certainty. No use inquiring abroad. Look at old Rufus O'Brien. I see the state of the fight on the old fellow's mug. He hasn't a bet left in him." "Captain Mountain," Rufus Muse, cried Lord Fleetwood, and laughed at the penetrative portrait Woodseer's epigram sketched. He had a desire for the presence of the singular vagabond. The Rufus Muse in the Captain Mountain exposed his view of the encounter, by growing stiller, apparently growing smaller, without a squeak, like the entrapped, and profoundly contemplative, after the style of the absolutely detached, who foresee the fatal crash, and are calculating, far ahead of events, the means for meeting their personal losses. The close of the battle was on the visage of Rufus O'Brien. 15 minutes before that, Elgin marble under red paint in the ring sat on the knee of a sucking seconder, mopped, rubbed, dram-primed, puppy-peeping, inconsolably comforted, preparatory to the resumption of the great coat he had so hopefully cast from his shoulders. Not downcast by any means. Like an old Roman, the man of the sheer hulk with purple eye-mounds found his legs to do the manful thing, show that there was no bad blood, stand equal to all forms. Ben Todd's, if ever man in old England, looked the picture you might label belliful, it was remarked. Kit Innes had an appearance of springy readiness to lead off again. So they faced on the opening step of their march into English history. Vanquisher and vanquished shook hands, engaged in a parting rally of good-humoured banter. The beaten man said his handsome word, the best man capped it with a compliment to him. They drink of different cups today. Both will drink of one cup in the day to come. But the day went too clearly to crown the light and the tight and the right man of the two, for moralizing to wag its tail at the end. Oldsters and youngsters agreed to that. Science had done it, happy the backers of science. Not one of them alluded to the philosophical 100 years hence. For when England, thanks to a spirited pair of our young noblemen, has exhibited one of her characteristic performances consummately, philosophy is bidden fly, she is a foreign bird. Chapter 17 records a shadow contest close on the foregoing. Kit Innes cocked an eye at Madge, in the midst of the congratulations and the paeans pumping his arms. As he had been little mauled, he could present a face to her, expecting a wreath of smiles for the victor. What are we to think of the contrarious young woman who, when he lay beaten, drove him off the field and was all tenderness and devotion? She bobbed her head, hardly more than a trifle pleased, one might say. Just like females. They are riddles, not worth spelling. Then, drunk I'll get tonight, my pretty dear. The man muttered, soured by her inopportune staidness, as an opponent's bruisings could never have rendered him. She smiled a lively beam in answer to the Earl. Oh yes, I'm glad. It's your doing, my lord. Him it was that she thanked, and for the moment prized most. The female riddle is hard to read, because it is compounded of sensations, and they rouse and appeal to the similar cockatrices in us, which either hiss back or coil upon themselves. She admired Kit Innes for his valour, she hated that ruinous and besotting drink. It flung skeletons of a married couple on the wall of the future. Nevertheless her love had been all maternal to him when he lay chastised and disgraced on account of his vice. Pity had done it. Pity not being her admiration of the hero declared victorious, whose fortunes in uncertainty had stopped the beating of her heart, was eclipsed by gratitude toward his preserver, and a sentiment eclipsed becomes temporarily coldish, against our wish and our efforts, in a way to astonish, making her think that she cannot hold two sentiments at a time, when it is but the fact that she is unable to keep the two equally warm. Corinthia said to her, "He is brave." "Oh yes, he's brave," Madge assented. Lord Brailston, flourishing his whip, cried out, "At Canlease tonight." The Earl nodded. "Elle shall be there." "You, too, chummy," came from a brain. "To see you dance," Potts rejoined, and mumbled. "But will he dance?" "Old Brainy's down on his luck, he's a specimen of a fellow, emptier and not lighter. And won't be till supper time. But, I say, Fleet, how the deuce, funny sort of proceeding, you haven't introduced me." "The lady bears my name, Mr. Chumley Potts." With a bow to the lady's profile and a mention of a glimpse at Baden, Potts ejaculated, "It happened this morning." "You allude to the marriage." "It happened this morning." "How do I get to Canlease?" "I drive you." "Another team from the Esselmont stables is waiting at the Royal." "You stay at Canlease?" "No." "Oh. Funny, upon my word. Though I don't know why not, except that people count your winnings, chummy." Fleetwood remarked to his bride, "Our friend has the habit of soliloquizing in company. I forgot to tell you of an appointment of mine at a place called Canlease, about 20 miles or more from here. I gave my word, so I keep it. The landlady at the inn, Mrs. Rundle's, motherly kind of woman, she will be attentive. They don't cook badly, for an English inn, I have heard. Madge here will act as your lady's maid for the time. You will find her serviceable, she is a bruiser's lass and something above it. Innes informed me, Madge, you were going to friends of yours at the Wells. You will stay at the Royal and wait on this lady, who bears my name. You girl I can trust for courage." If the article is in request, he resumed to his bride, and talked generally of the inn and the management of it, and its favoured position outside the village and contiguous to the river, upon which it subsisted. Corinthia had heard. She was more than ever the stunned young woman she had been since her mounting of the coach, between the village church and Les Cats. She said not a word. Why should she? Her object was one. Give her that, and a woman's tongue will consent to rest. The dreaded weapon rest, also when she is kept spinning by the whip. She gives out a pleasant hum, too. Her complexion must be pronounced dull in repose. A bride on her travels with an aspect of wet chalk, rather helps to scare mankind from marriage, which may be good or bad, but she reflects a sicklier hue on the captured chessman calling her his own. Let her shine in privacy. Fleetwood drew up at the Royal Sovereign, whereof the reigning monarch, in blue uniform on the signboard, curtsied to his equally windy subjects, and a small congregation of the aged, and some cripples and infants, greeted the patron of Old England's fullest display, cheering at news of the fight, brought them by many little runners. "Your box has been conveyed to your room," he said to his bride. She bowed. This time she descended the coach by the aid of the ladder. Innes, victorious in battle, had scant notice from his love. "Yes, I'm glad," and she passed him to follow her newly constituted mistress. His pride was dashed, all the foam of the first drawer on the top of him blown off, as he figuratively explained the cause of his gloom to the Earl. "'I'll drink and I gets a licking, that girl nurses and car sets me. I don't drink and I whops my man, she shows me her back. Ain't it encouragement, my lord?" "You ought to know them by this time, you dolt," returned his patron, and complimented him on his bearing in the fight. "You shall have your 200, and something will be added. Hold handy here till I mount. I start in 10 minutes." Whether to speak a polite adieu to the bride, whose absurd position she had brought on her own head, was debated for half a minute. He considered that the wet chalk quarry of a beauty had at all events the merit of not being a creature to make scenes. He went up to the sitting-room. If she was not there, he would leave his excuses. She was there, and seated, neither crying, nor smiling, nor pointedly serious in any way, not conventionally at her ease either. And so clearly was he impressed by her transparency in simplicity of expression, that he took without a spasm at the picture of a woman half drained of her blood, veiling the wound. And a young woman, a stranger to suffering, perhaps, as the creatures do looking for the usual flummery tenderness, what they call happiness, wondering at the absence of it and the shifty ghost of a husband she has got by floundering into the bog known as marriage. She would have it, and here she was. He entered the situation and was possessed by the shivering delicacy of it. Surface emotions were not seen on her. She might be a creature with a soul. Here and there the thing has been found in women. It is priceless when found, and she could not be acting. One might swear the creature had no power to act. She spoke without offence, the simplest of words, affected no solicitudes, put on no gilt smiles, wore no reproaches, spoke to him as if so it happened, he had necessarily a journey to perform. One could see all the while big drops falling from the wound within. One could hear it in her voice. Imagine a crack of the string at the bow's deep stress. Or imagine the bow paralyzed at the moment of the deepest sounding. And yet the voice did not waver. She had now the richness of tone carrying on a music through silence. Well, then, at least, he had not been the utterly duped fool he thought himself, since the consent was pledged to wed her. More, she had beauty, of its kind. Or splendor or grandeur, was the term for it. But it bore no name. None of her qualities, if they were qualities, had a name. She stood with a dignity that the word did not express. She endured meekly, when there was no meekness. Pain breathed out of her, and not a sign of pain was visible. She had, under his present observation of her, beauty, with the lines of her face breaking in revolt from beauty, or requiring a superterrestrial illumination to show the harmony. He, as he now saw, had erred grossly in supposing her insensitive, and therefore slow of a woman's understanding. She drew the breath of pain through the lips, red lips and well cut. Her brown eyes were tearless, not alluring or beseeching or repelling, they did but look, much like the skies opening high aloof on a wreck of storm. Her reddish hair chestnut, if you will, let fall a skein over one of the rugged brows, and softened the ruggedness by making it wilder, as if a great bird were winging across a shoulder of the mountain ridges. Conceived of the mountains, built in their image, the face partook alternately of mountain terror or splendor, wholly, he remembered, of the splendor when her blood ran warm. No longer the chalk quarry paleness now was that of night Alps beneath a moon chasing the shadows. She might be casting her spells again. You remember I told you, he said, I have given my word, I don't break it, to be at a ball. Your uncle was urgent to have the ceremony over. These clashes occur. The people here, I have spoken of that, people of good repute for attention to guests. I am uncertain of the time, we have all to learn to wait. So then, goodbye till we meet. He was experiencing a novel nip of torment, of just the degree which takes a partial appeasement from the inflicting of it, and calls up a loathed compassion. She might have been in his arms for a step, though she would not have been the better loved. He was allowed his escape, bearing with him enough of husband to execrate another enslaving pledge of his word, that begat a frenzy to wreak some caresses on the creature's intolerably haunting image. Of course, he could not return to her. How would she receive him? There was no salt in the thought of it, she was too submissive. However, there would be fun with chummy Potts on the drive to Canlice, fun with Rufus O'Brien at Mrs. Cowper-Quillet's, and with the Countess Livia, smothered, struggling, fighting for life with the title of Dowager. A desire for unbridled fun had hold of any amount of it, to excess in any direction. And though this cloud as a dry tongue after much wine craves water, glimpses of his tramp's walk with a fellow tramp on a different road, enjoying strangely healthy vagabond sensations and vast ideas, brought the vagrant philosopher refreshfully to his mind, chiefly for the reason that while in Woodseer's company he had hardly suffered a stroke of pain from the thought of Henrietta. She was now a married woman, he was a married man by the register. Stronger proof of the maddest of worlds could not be furnished. Sane in so mad a world, a man is your flabby citizen among outlaws, good for plucking. Fun, at any cost, is the one object one is shot in such a world. And the fun is not to stop. If it does, we are likely to be got hold of, and lugged away to the altar, the terminus. That foul disaster has happened, through our having temporarily yielded to a fit of the dumps and treated a mad world's lunatic issue with some seriousness. But fun shall be had with the aid of His Highness below. The madder the world, the madder the fun. And the mixing in it of another element, which it has to beguile us, romance, is not at all bad cookery. Poetic romance is delusion, a tale of a corsair, a poet's brain, a bottle of gin, and a theatrical wardrobe. Comic romance is about us everywhere, alive for the tapping. A daughter of the old buccaneer should participate in it by right of birth, she would expect it in order to feel herself perfectly at home. Then, be sure, she finds an English tongue and prattles away as merrily as she does when her old scapegrace of a father is the theme. Son-in-law to him. But the path of wisdom runs in the line of facts, and to have wild fun and romance on this pantomime path, instead of kicking to break away from it, we follow things conceived by the genius of the situation, for the delectation of the fair Countess of Fleetwood and the Earl, her delighted husband, quite in the spirit of the old buccaneer, father of the bride. Corinthia sat beside the fire, seeing nothing in the room or on the road. Up in her the girl Madge was at her window. She saw Lord Fleetwood standing alone, laughing, it seemed, at some thought. He threw up his head. Was it a newly married man leaving his bride and laughing? The bride was a dear lady, fit for better than to be driven to look on at a prize fight, a terrible scene to a lady. She was left solitary, and this her wedding day? The Earl had said it. He had said she bore his name, spoke of coming from the altar, and the lady had blushed to hear herself called Miss. The pressure of her hand was warm with Madge, her situation roused the fervid latent sisterhood in the breast of women. Before he mounted the coach, Lord Fleetwood talked to Kit Ives. He pointed at an upper window, seemed to be issuing directions. Kit nodded, he understood it, whatever it was. You might have said, a pair of burglars. The girl ran downstairs to bid her lover goodbye and show him she really rejoiced in his victory. Kit came to her saying, given my word of honor I won't make a beast of myself tonight. Got to watch over you and your lady. Lord Fleetwood started his fresh team, casting no glance at the windows of the room where his bride was. He and the gentlemen on the coach were laughing. His leaving of his young bride to herself this day was classed among the murky flashes which distinguished the deeds of noblemen. But his laughter on leaving her stamped it a cruelty, of the kind that plain mortals, who can be monsters, commit. Madge conceived a pretext for going into the presence of her mistress, whose attitude was the same as when she first sat in the chair. The lady smiled and said, he is not hurt much. She thought for them about her. The girl's heart of sympathy thumped, and her hero became a very minute object. He had spoken previously of the making or not making a beast of himself, without inflicting a picture of the beast. His words took shape now, and in consequence a little self-pity began to move. It stirred to swell the great wave of pity for the lady that was in her bosom. Oh, she said, and extinguished the thought of him, and at once her underlip was shivering, her eyes filled and poured. Corinthia rose anxiously. The girl dropped at her feet. You have been so good to me today, my lady. So good to me today. I can't help it, I don't often, just for this moment, I've been excited. Oh, he's well, he will do, he's nothing. You say poor child. But I'm not, it's only excitement. I do long to serve you the best I can. She stood up in obedience and had the arms of her young mistress pressing her. Tears also were streaming from Corinthia's eyes. Heartily she thanked the girl for the excuse to cry. They were two women. On the road to Canlis, the coach conveying men spouted with the lusty anecdote, relieved of the interdict of a tyrannical sex. Chapter 18. Down Whitechapel Way. Contention begets contention in a land of the pirate races. Gigs were at high rival speed along the road from the battlefield to London. They were the electrical wires of the time for an expectant population bursting to have report of so thundering an event as the encounter of two champion lightweights, nursed and backed by a pair of gallant young noblemen, pick of the whole row of coronets above. London panted gaping and the gigs flew with the meat to fill it. Chumley Potts offered Ambrose Mallard fair odds that the neat little trap of the chief sporting journal, which had a reputation to maintain, would be over one or other of the bridges crossing the Thames first. Mallard had been struck by the neat little trap of an impudent new and lower-priced journal, which had a reputation to gain. He took the profit odds, on the ease of a cracker splitting. Enormous difficulties in regard to the testimony and the verifications were discussed, they were overcome. Potts was ready for any amount of trouble, Mallard the same. There was clearly a race. There would consequently be a record. Visits to the offices of those papers, perhaps half a day at the south end of London or on Westminster Bridge, examining witnesses, cummer shopmen, watermen, and the like, would or should satisfactorily establish the disputed point. Fleetwood had his fun, insomuch that he laughed himself into a sentiment of humaneness toward the couple of donkeys and forgot his contempt of them. Their gamblings and their bets increased his number of dependents, and imbeciles were preferable to dolts or the dry gilt figures of the circle he had to move in. Matter for some astonishment had been furnished to the latter this day, and would cause an icy senior stare and rather an angry senior flutter. A characteristic of that upper circle, as he knew it, is, that the good are dull, the vicious very bad. They had nothing to please him but manners. Elsewhere this land is a land of no manners. Take it and make the most of it, then, for its quality of brute honesty, which is found to flourish best in the British prize ring. His irony landed him there. It struck the country a ringing blow. But it struck an almost effacing one at the life of the young nobleman of boundless wealth, whose highest renown was the being a patron of prize fighters. Husband of the daughter of the old buccaneer as well. Perchance as a result, that philosopher tramp named her beautiful Gorgon. She has no beauty, and as for Gorgon, the creature has a look of timid softness in waiting behind her rocky eyes. A barbaric damsel beginning to nibble at civilization, is nearer the mark, and ought she to be discouraged? Fleetwood's wrath with his position warned him against the dupery of any such alcove thoughts. For his wrath revenged him, and he feared the being stripped of it, lest a certain fund of his own softness, that he knew of, though few did, should pull him to the creature's feet. She belonged to him indeed, so he might put her to the trial of whether she had a heart and personal charm, without the ceremony of wooing, which, in his case, tempted to the feeling desperately earnest and becoming enslaved. He speculated upon her eyelids and lips, and her voice, when melting, as women do in their different ways, here and there with an execrable, perhaps pardonable, art, one or two divinely. The vision drew him to a headlong plunge and swim of the amorous mind, occupying a minute, filling an era. He corrected the feebleness, and at the same time threw a practical coachman's glance on peculiarities of the road, requiring some knowledge of it if traversed backward at a whipping pace on a moonless night. The drive from Canlease to the Royal Sovereign could be done by good paces in an hour and a half, little more, with Ives and the stables ready, and some astonishment in a certain unseen chamber. Fleetwood chuckled at a vision of romantic devilry, perfectly legitimate too. Something, more to inflict than enjoy, was due to him. He did not phrase it, that a talk with the fellow woodseer of his mountains and his forests, and nature, philosophy, poetry, would have been particularly healthy for him, almost as good as the good counsel be needed and solicited none to give him. It swept among his ruminations while he pricked Potts and Mallard to supply his craving for satanical fare. Gower Wookelseer, the mention of whom is a dejection to the venerable source of our story, was then in the act of emerging from the eastward into the southward of the line of Canterbury's pilgrims when they set forth towership, on his homeward course, after a walk of 2 days out of Dover. He descended London's Borough, having exactly twopence halfpenny for refreshment, following a term of starvation, at the end of the walk. It is not a district seductive to the wayfarer's appetite, as, for example, one may find the juice fry of fish in oil, inspiriting the Shoreditch region, to be. Nourishment is afforded, according to the laws of England's genius in the arts of refection, at uninviting shops, to the necessitated stomach. A pen 01th of crumb of bread, assisted on its laborious passage by a pen 01th of the rinsings of beer, left the natural philosopher a halfpenny for dessert at the stall of an applewoman, where he withstood an inclination toward the juicy fruit and chose nuts. They extend a meal, as a grimace broadens the countenance, illusorily, but they help to cheat an emptiness in time, where it is nearly as offensive to our sensations as within us, and that prolonged occupation of the jaws goes a length to persuade us we are filling. All the better when the substance is indigestible. Tramps of the philosophical order, who are the practically sagacious, prefer tough grain for the teeth. Woodseer's munching of his nuts awakened to fond imagination the picture of his father's dinner, seen one day and little envied, a small slice of cold boiled mutton flesh in a crescent of white fat, with a lump of dry bread beside the plate. Thus he returned to the only home he had, not disheartened, and bearing scenes that outvid London's print shops for polychrome splendour, an exaltation to recall. His condition, moreover, threw his father's life and work into colour, the lean white chapel house of the minister among the poor, the joy in the saving of souls, if he could persuade himself that such good labour advanced, and at the fall of light, the pastime task of boot-making, a desirable occupation for a thinker. Thought flies best when the hands are easily busy. Cobblers have excursive minds. Their occasional rap at the pegs diversifies the stitchings and is often happily timed to settle an internal argument. Seek in a village for information concerning the village or the state of mankind, you will be less disappointed at the cobblers than elsewhere, it has been said. As Gower had anticipated, with lively feelings of pleasure, Mr. Woodseer was at the wonted corner of his back room, on the stool between two tallow candle flames, leather scented strongly, when the wanderer stood before him, in the image of a ball that has done with circling about a stable point back. The minister sang out at once, and his wrinkles gleamed, their hands grasped. "Hungry, sir, rather." "To be sure, you are. One can read it on your boots. Mrs. Jones will spread you a table. How many miles today? Show the souls." They tell a tale of where they had worn to resemble the thin-edged layers of still upper cloud round the peep of coming sky. "About 40 odd today, sir. They've done their hundreds of miles and have now come to dock. I'll even ask Mrs. Jones to bring me a plate here." Gower went to the housekeeper in the kitchen. His father's front door was unfastened by day, she had not set eyes on him yet, and Mr. Woodseer now she's got the boy. There's clasping and kissing. His all wild wails to her. The plate of meat was brought by Mary Jones with Gower beside her, and a sniffle of her happiness audible. She would not, although invited to stay and bumming to hear Gower, wait in the room where father and son had to talk together after a separation, long to love's counting. She was a Welshwoman of the pure blood, therefore delicately mannered by nature. "Yes, dear lad, tobacco helps you on to the marrow of your story, and I too will blow the cloud," said Mr. Woodseer, when the plate was pushed aside and the pipe appeared. So Gower's recital of his wanderings began, more puffs than speech at the commencement. He was alternately picturesque and sententious until he reached Baden. There he became involved, from thinking of a revelation of beauty in woman. Mr. Woodseer rapped the leather on his block. "A place where they have started public gambling, I am told. We must look into all the corners of the world to know it, sir, and the world has to be riddled or it riddles us all." "Did you ever tell a lie, Gower Woodseer?" "I played." "You played. The Lord be thanked you have kept your straight tongue. The Lord can always enter a heart of TNRTH. Sin cannot dwell with it. But you played for gain, and that was a licensed thieving, and that was a backsliding, and there will have to be a climbing up. And what that means, your hold on truth will learn. Touch sin and you accommodate yourself to its vileness. You love nature. Nature is not anchorage for vessels like men. If you loved the book you would float in harbour. You played. I do TN 1 Street you lost. You have your wish, sir. To have won their money, Gower. Rather starve. One did. Your reason for playing, poor lad. The reason eludes reason. Not in you. Sight of the tables, an itch to try them, one's self as well, a notion that the losers were playing wrong. In fine, a bit of a whirl of a medley of atoms, I can't explain it further. All. The tippler's fumes in his head. Spotty business, Gower Woodseer. Lead us not into temptation is worldly wisdom in addition to heavenly. After listening to an extended homily, with a general assent and tobacco's phlegm, Gower replied to his father's "You starved manfully," nodding, "From Baden to Nancy. An Alsatian cottager at times helped me along, milk and bread. Wholesome for body and for soul. Entering Nancy I subscribed to the dictum of our first fathers, which dogs would deliver, if they could speak, that there is no driver like stomach, and I went head on to the college, saw the principal, plea of urgency. No engagement possible, to teach either French or English. But he was inquisitive touching the urgency. That was my chance. The French are humane when they are not suspicious of you. They are generous, if you put a light to their minds. As I was dealing with a scholarly one, I made use of such ornamental literary skill as I possessed, to prove urgency. He supplied me with bread, fruit, and wine. In the end he procured me pupils. I lodged over a baker's shop. I had food walks, and learned something of forestry there, a taking study. When I had saved enough to tramp it home, I said Miaggio to that good friend and tramped away, entering London with about the same amount in small coin as when I entered Nancy. A manner of exactly hitting the mark, that some would not find so satisfactory as it is to me. The minister sighed. There comes in the philosophy, I suppose. When will you understand that this philosophy is only the passive of a religious faith? It seems to suit you gentlemen of the road while you are young. Work among the Whitechapel poor. It would be a way for discovering the shallows of your philosophy earlier. Gower asked him, going badly here, sir? Murders, robberies, misusage of women, and misconduct of women, drink, in short, about the same amount. Drink is their death's river, rolling them on helpless as corpses, onto, may they find mercy. I and a few stand, it's in the tide we stand here, to stop them, pluck them out, make life a bit sweet to them before the poor bodies go beneath. But come. All's not dark, we have our gleams. I speak distressed by one of our girls, a good girl, I believe, and the wilfullest that ever had command of her legs. A well-favoured girl. You'll laugh, she has given her heart to a prize fighter. Well, you can say, she might have chosen worse. He drinks, she hates it, she loves the man and hates his vice. He swears amendment, is hiccuping at night, fights a match on the morrow, and gets beaten out of formation. No matter, whenever, wherever, that man goes to his fight, that girl follows to nurse him after it. He's her hero. Women will have one, and it's their lottery. You read of such things, here we have it alive and walking. I am led to think they re an honest couple. They come of established families. Her mother was out of Sir Ermathan, died under my ministration, saintly, forgiving the drunkard. You may remember the greengrocer, Tobias Winch. He passed away in shrieks for one drop. I had to pitch my voice to the top notes to get hearing for the hymn. He was a reverent man, with the craving by fits. That should have been a lesson to Madge. A little girl at the greengrocer's hard by? She sold me apples, rather pretty, said Gower. A fine grown girl now, Madge Winch, a comely wench she is. It breaks her sister Sarah's heart. They both manage the little shop, they make it prosper in a small way, enough, and what need they more? Then Christopher Innes has on one of his matches. Madge drives her cart out, if it's near town. She's off down into Kent today by coach, Sarah tells me. A great nobleman patronizes Christopher, a Lord Fleetwood, a lord of wealth. And he must be thoughtful for these people. He sent Sarah word that Christopher should not touch drink. You may remember a butcher Inns in the street next to us. Christopher was a wild lad, always at best man with every boy he met, went to sea, ran away. He resumed a pugilist. The girl will be nursing him now. I have spoken to her of him, and I foot us to her, but I mourn her attachment to the man who drinks. The Lord's name, said Gower. Lord Fleetwood, Sarah named him. And so it pleases him to spend his money. He has other tastes. I know something of him, sir. He promises to be a patron of literature as well. His mother was a South Wales woman. Could he be persuaded to publish a grand edition of the Triads? Mr. Woodseer said at once. No man more likely. If you see him, suggest it. Very little chance of my meeting him again. But those Triads. They are in our blood. They spring to tie knots in the head. They push me to condense my thoughts to a tight ball. They were good for primitive times, but they, or the trick of the mind engendered by them, tripped my steps along the lines of composition. I produce pellets instead of flowing sheets. It'll come right. At present I'm so bent to pick and perfect, polish my phrase, that I lose my survey. As a consequence, my vocabulary falters. All Mr. Woodseer breathed and smote. This literature is to be your profession for the means of living. Nothing else. And I'm so low down in the market way of it, that I could not count on £20 per annum. 50 would give me standing, an independent 50. To whom are you crying, Gower? Not to gamble, you may be sure. You have a home. Good work of the head wants an easy conscience. I've too much of you in me for a comfortable pensioner, or is it not, that you have been living the gentleman out there, with just a holiday title to it? Gower was hit by his father's thrust. Else shall feel myself a pieman's chuck penny as long as I'm unproductive, now I've come back and have to own to a home, he said. Tea brought in by Mrs. Mary Jones rather brightened him until he considered that the enlivenment was due to a purchase by money, of which he was incapable, and he rejected it, like an honourable man. Simultaneously, the state of depression threw critic shades on a prized sentence or two among his recent confections. It was rejected for the best of reasons and the most discomforting, because it racked our English, signifying that he had not yet learned the right use of his weapons. He was in this wrestle, under a placid demeanour, for several days, hearing the shouts of Whitechapel Kit's victory, and hearing of Sarah Winch's anxiety on account of her sister Madge, unaffected by sounds of joy or grief, in his effort to produce a supple English, with Baden's Madonna for sole illumination of his darkness. To her, to the illimitable gold mist of perspective and the innumerable images the thought of her painted for him, he owed the lift which withdrew him from contemplation of himself in a very disturbing stagnant pool of the wastes, wherein often will strenuous youth, grown faint, behold a face beneath a scroll inscribed impostor. All whose aim was high have spied into that pool, and have seen the face. His glorious lady would not let it haunt him. The spell she cast had likewise power to raise him clean out of a neighbourhood hinting Erebus to the young man with thirst for air, solitudes, and colour. Scarce imaginable as she was, she reigned here, in the idea of her, more fixedly than where she had been visible, as it were, by right of her being celestially removed from the dismal place. He was at the same time not insensible to his father's contented ministrations among these homes of squalor. They pricked the curiosity, which was in the youthful philosopher a form of admiration. For his father, like all Welshmen, loved the mountains. Yet here he lived, exhorting, ministering, aiding, suphovelled up to high good cheer by some, it seemed, superhuman backbone of uprightness, his religious faith. Well, if so, the thing might be studied. But things of the frozen senses, lean and hueless things, were as repellent to Gower's imagination as his father's dishes to an epicure. What he envied was, the worthy old man's heart of feeling for others, his feeling at present for the girl Sarah Winch and her sister Madge, who had not been heard of since she started for the fight. Mr. Woodseer had written to her relatives at the Wells, receiving no consolatory answer. He was relieved at last, and still a little perplexed. Madge had returned, he informed Gower. She was well in health, he had her assurances that she was not excited about herself. She has brought a lady with her, a great lady to lodge with her. She has brought the Countess of Fleetwood to lodge with her. Gower heard those words from his father, and his father repeated them. To the prostrate worshipper of the Countess of Fleetwood, they were a blow on the head. Madness had set in here, was his first recovering thought, or else a miracle had come to pass. Or was it a sham Countess of Fleetwood imposing upon the girl? His father was to go and see the great lady, at the greengrocer's shop, at her request, according to Madge. Conjectures shot their perishing tracks across a darkness that deepened and made shipwreck of philosophy. Was it the view Countess of Fleetwood, penitent for her dalliance with the gambling passion, in feminine need of pastor's aid, having had report from Madge of this good shepherd? His father expressed a certain surprise, his countenance was mild. He considered it a merely strange occurrence. Perhaps, in a crisis, a minister of religion is better armed than a philosopher. Gower would not own that, but he acknowledged the evidences, and owned to envy, especially when he accompanied his father to the greengrocer's shop, and Mr. Woodseer undisturbedly said, "Here is the place." The small stuffed shop appeared to grow portentously cavernous and waveringly illumined. Chapter 19. The Girl Madge. Customers were at the counter of the shop, and these rational figures, together with the piles of cabbages, the sacks of potatoes, the pale small oranges here and there, the dominant smell of red herrings, denied the lurking of an angelical presence behind them. Sarah Winch and a boy served at the counter. Sarah led the Mr. Woodseers into a come and knocked off the shop and called a room. Below the top bars of a wizened grate was a chilly fire. London's light came piecemeal through a smut-streaked window. If the wonderful was to occur, this was the place to heighten it. "NIY son may be an intruder," Mr. W. Arksizier said. "He is acquainted with a Lord Fleetwood." "Madge will know, sir," replied Sarah, and she sent up a shrill cry for Madge from the foot of the stairs. The girl ran down swiftly. She entered listening to Sarah, looking at Gower, to whom, after a bob and pain smile where reverence was owing, she said, "Can you tell me, sir, please, where we can find Lord Fleetwood now?" Gower was unable to tell. Madge turned to Mr. Woodseer, saying soon after, "Oh, she won't mind, she'll be glad, if he knows Lord Fleetwood. I'll fetch her." The moments were of the palpitating order for Gower, although his common sense lectured the wildest of hearts for expecting such a possibility as the presence of his lofty lady here. And, of course, common sense proved to be right, the lady was quite another. But she struck on a sleeping day of his travels. Her face was not one to be forgotten, and to judge by her tremble of a smile, she remembered him instantly. They were soon conversing, each helping to paint the scene of the place where they had met. "Lord Fleetwood has managed me," she said. Gower bent his head, all stood silent. "May said Madge to her. "It is Lord Fleetwood's wedded wife, sir. He drove her from her uncle's, on her wedding day, the day of a prize fight, where I was. He told me to wait on his lady at an inn there, as I've done and will. He drove away that evening, and he hasn't," the girl's black eyebrows worked, "I've not seen him since. He's a great nobleman, yes. He left his lady at the inn, expenses paid. He left her with no money. She stayed on till her heart was breaking. She has come to London to find him. She had to walk part of the way. She has only a change of linen we brought in a parcel. She's a stranger to England, she knows nobody in London. She had no place to come to but this poor hole of ours. She's so good as let welcome her. We can't do better, and it's no use to be ashamed. She's not a lady to scam poor people." The girl's voice hummed through Gower. He said, "Lord Fleetwood may not be in London," and chafed at himself for such a quaver. "It's his house we want, sir, he has not been at his house in Kent. We want his London house." "My dear lady," said Mr. Woodseer, "it might be as well to communicate the state of things to your family without delay. My son will call at any address you name, or if it is a country address, I can write the items, with my assurances of your safety under my charge, in my house, which I beg you to make your home. My housekeeper is known to Sarah and Madge for an excellent Christian woman." Corinthia replied, "You are kind to me, sir. I am grateful. I have an uncle, I would not disturb my uncle, he is inventing guns and he wishes peace. It is my husband I have come to find. He did not leave me in anger." She coloured. With a dimple of tenderness at one cheek, looking from Sarah to Madge, she said, "Elle would not leave my friends, they are sisters to me." Sarah, at these words, caught up her apron. Madge did no more than breathe deep and fast. An unoccupied cold parlour in Mr. Woodseer's house that would be heated for a guest, urged him to repeat his invitation, but he took the cheque from Gower, who suggested the doubt of Mary Jones being so good an attendant upon Lady Fleetwood as Madge. "And Madge has to help in the shop at times." Madge nodded, looked into the eyes of her mistress, which sanctioned her saying, "She will like it best here, she is my lady and I understand her best. My lady gives no trouble, she is hardy, she is not like other ladies. I and Sarah sleep together in the room next. I can hear anything she wants. She takes us as if she was used to it." Sarah had to go to serve a customer. Madge made pretense of pricking her ears and followed into the shop. "Your first visit to London is in ugly weather," Lady Fleetwood said Gower. "It is my first," she answered. How the marriage came about, how the separation, could not be asked and was not related. "Our district is not all London, my dear lady," said Mr. Woodseer. "Good hearts are here, as elsewhere, and as many, if one looks behind the dirt. I have found it since I laboured amongst them, now 20 years. Unwashed human nature, though it is natural to us to wash, is the most human, we find." Gower questioned the naturalness of human nature's desire to wash, and they wrangled good-humouredly, Corinthia's eyes dwelling on them each in turn, until Mr. Woodseer, pursuing the theme started by him to interest her, spoke of consolations derived from his labours here, in exchange for the loss of his mountains. Her face lightened. "You love the mountains?" "I am a son of the mountains. I love them. Father called me a daughter of the mountains. I was born in the mountains. I was leaving my mountains on the day, I think it yesterday, when I met this gentleman who is your son. A glorious day it was." Gower exclaimed. "It was a day of great glory for me," said Corinthia. "Your foot did not pain you for long?" "The length of 2 pipes." "You were with your brother?" "With my brother. My brother has married a most beautiful lady. He is now travelling his happy time, my chillin." There came a radiance on her under eyelids. There was no weeping. Struck by the contrast between the 2 simultaneous honeymoons, and a vision of the high-spirited mountain girl, seen in this place a young bride seeking her husband, Gower Woodseer could have performed that unphilosophical part. He had to shake himself. She seemed really a soaring bird brought down by the fowler. Lord Fleetwood's manner of abandoning her was the mystery. Gower waiting for her initiative, when the minister interposed, "There are books of our titled people, the peers, books of the peerage. They would supply the address. My son will discover where to examine them. He will find the address. Most of the great noblemen have a London house. My husband has a house in London," Corinthia said. "I know him, to some degree," said Gower. She remarked, "I have heard that you do." Her lips were shut, as to any hint at his treatment of her. Gower went into the shop to speak with Madge. The girl was talking in the business tone to customers. She finished her commission hurriedly and joined him on the pavement by the doorstep. Her voice was like the change for the swing of a door from street to temple. "You've seen how brave she is, sir. She has things to bear. Never cries, never frets. Her marriage day, leastways. I can't, no girl can tell. A great nobleman, yes. She waited, believing in him, she does. She hasn't spoken to me of what she's had to bear. I don't know, I guess, I'm sure I'm right, and him a man. Girls learn to know men, call them gentlemen or sweeps. She thinks she has only to meet him to persuade him she is fit to be loved by him. She thinks of love. Would he, our tongues are tied except among ourselves to a sister. Leaves her by herself, with only me, after, it knocks me dumb. Many a man commits a murder wouldn't do that. She could force him to. No, it isn't a house she wants him. He's her husband, Mr. Woodseer. You will do what you can to help, I judge by your father. I and Sarah 11 slave for her to be as comfortable as we can make her. We can't give her what she is used to. I shall count the hours you sold me apples when your head was just above the counter," said Gower. "Won't lose time, sir," she rejoined. Her box is down at the Beasley Inn in Kent. Kind people, I dare say, their bill was paid any extent, they said. And he might do as he liked in it, enter it like a thief, if it pleased him, and off like one, and they no wiser. She walked to his big house Esselment for news of him. And I'm not a snivelling wench either, but she speaks of him a way to make a girl drink her tears, if they ain't to be let fall. But you had a victory down there, Gower hinted. Congratulations. Ah, said she. Christopher Innes is all right now. I've as good as lost my good name for Kit Innes, Mr. Woodseer. Not with my dad, Madge. The minister reads us at the heart. Shall we hear the street of his house in London before night? Il may be late. I'll be up, any hour, for a rap at the shutters. I want to take her to the house early next morning. She won't mind the distance. She lies in bed, her eyes shut or open, never sleeping, hears any mouse. It shouldn't go on, if we can do a thing to help. I'm off, said Gower, unwontedly vexed at his empty pocket, that could not offer the means for conveyance to a couple of young women. The dark-browed girl sent her straight eyes at him. They pushed him to hasten. On second thoughts, he stopped and hailed her. He was moved to confirm an impression of this girl's features. His mind was directed to the business burning behind them, honestly enough, as soon as he had them in sight again. I ought to have the address of some of her people, in case, he said. She won't go to her uncle, I'm sure of that, said Madge. He is a lord and can't be worried. It is her husband to find first. If he's to be a lord, too. Has she no other relatives or friends? She loves her brother. He's an officer. He's away on honeymoon. There is an admiral down Hampshire way, a place I've been near and seen. I'd not have you go to any of them, sir, without trying all we can do to find Lord Fleetwood. It's Admiral Fakenham she speaks of, she's fond of him. She's not minded to bother any of her friends about herself. I shall see you tonight, said Gower, and set his face westward, remembering that his father had named Sir Ermarthen as her mother's birthplace. Just in that tone of hers do Welsh women talk of their country, of its history, when at home, of its mountains, when exiled, and in a language like hers, bare of superlatives to signify an ardour conveyed by the fire of the breath. Her quick devotion to a lady exciting enthusiasm through admiring pity for the grace of a much-tried quiet sweetness, was explained, apart from other reasons, feminine or hidden, which might exist. Only a Welsh girl would be so quick and all in it, with a voice intimating a heated cauldron under her mouth. None but a Welsh-blooded girl, risking her good name to follow and nurse the man she considered a hero, would caney her head to look virgin eyes as she did. One could swear to them, Gower thought. Contact with her spirited him out of his mooniness. He had the Cymric and Celtic respect of character, which puts aside the person's environments to face the soul. He was also an impressionable fellow among his fellows, a philosopher only at his leisure, in his courted solitudes. Getting away some strides from this girl of the drilling voice, the shudder voice, he phrased it, the lady for whom she pleaded came clearer into his view and gradually absorbed him, though it was an emulation with the girl Madge, of which he was a trifle conscious, that drove him to do his work of service in the directest manner. He then fancied the girl had caught something of the tone of her lady, the savage intensity or sincerity, and he brooded on Corinthia's position, the mixture of the astounding and the woeful in her misadventure. One could almost laugh at our human fate, to think of a drop off the radiant mountain heights upon a Whitechapel greengrocer's shop, gathering the title of Countess Midway. But nothing of the ludicrous touched her, no, and if we bring reason to scan our laugh at pure humanity, it is we who are in the place of the ridiculous, for doing what reason disavows. Had he not named her, Corinthia, saint and many, from a first pencil of her face? And Lord Fleetwood had read and repeated it. Lord Fleetwood had become the instrument to multirize her? That might be, there was a hoard of bad stuff in his composition besides the precious, and this was a nobleman owning enormous wealth, who could vitiate himself by disposing of a multitude of men and women to serve his will, a shifty will. Wealth creates the magician, and may breed the fiend within him. In the hands of a young man, wealth is an invitation to devilry. Gower's idea of the story of Corinthia inclined to charge Lord Fleetwood with one possible false dealing. He then quashed the charge, and decided to wait for information. At the second of the aristocratic clubs of London's West, into which he stepped like an easy member, the hall porter did not examine his clothing from German hat to boots, and gave him Lord Fleetwood's town address. He could tell Madge at night by the DCX, of the shuttered shop, that Lord Fleetwood had gone down to Wales. "It means her having to wait," she said. "The minister has been to the coach office, to order up her box from that inn. He did it in his name, they can't refuse, no money's owing. She must have a change. Sally has £15 locked up in case of need." Sally's capacity and economy fetched the penniless philosopher a slap. "You've taken to this lady," he said. "She held my hand, while Kit Innes was at his work, and I was new to her, and a prize-fighter's lass, they call me, upon the top of that nobleman's coach, where he made me sit, behind her, to see the fight, and she his wedded lady that morning. A queer groom. He may keep Kit Innes from drink, he's one of you men, and rides over anything in his way. I can't speak about it, I could swear it before a judge, from what I know. Those rundles at that inn don't hear anything it suits him to do. All the people down in those parts are slaves to him. And I thought he was a real St. George before, yes, ready I was to kiss the ground his feet crossed. If you could, it's Chinningfold near where Admiral Fakenham lives, down Hampshire way. Her friends ought to hear what's happened to her. They'll find her in a queer place. She might go to the minister's. I believe she's happier with us girls." Gower pledged his word to start for Chinningfold early as the light next day. He liked the girl the better, in an amicable fashion, now that his nerves had got free of the transient spell of her kettle tone, the hardly varied one note of a heart boiling with sisterly devotion to a misused stranger of her sex, and, after the way of his race, imagination sprang up in him, at the heels of the quieted senses, releasing him from the personal and physical to grasp the general situation and place the protagonist foremost. He thought of Corinthia, with full vision of her. Some wrong had been done, or some violation of the right, to guess from the girl Madge's molten words in avoidance of the vain words. It implied, though it might be but one of love's shrewder discords, such suspected traitorous dealing of a man with their sister woman as makes the world of women all women toward her. They can be that, and their being so illuminates their hidden sentiments in relation to the mastering male, whom they uphold. But our uninformed philosopher was merely picking up scraps of sheddings outside the dark wood of the mystery they were to him, and playing imagination upon them. This primary element of his nature soon enthroned his chosen lady above their tangled obscurities. Beneath her tranquil beams, with the rapture of the knowledge that her name on earth was Livia, he threaded East London's a morning when day and night were made one by fog, to journey down to Chinningfold, by coach, in the service of the younger Countess of Fleetwood, whose right to the title he did not doubt, though it directed surprise movements at his understanding from time to time. Chapter 20. Studies in Fog, Gout, an old seaman, a lovely serpent, and the moral effects that may come of a borrowed shirt. Money of his father's enabled Gower to take the coach, and studies in Fog, from the specked brown to the woolly white, and the dripping torn, were proposed to the traveller, whose preference of nature's face did not arrest his observation of her domino and petticoats, across which blank sheets he curiously read backward, that he made by the aid of his father's hard-earned, ungrudged piece of gold. Without it, he would have been useless in this case of need. The philosopher could starve with equanimity, and be the stronger. But one had, it seemed here clearly, to put on harness and nudge along a line, if the unhappy were to have one's help. Gradual experiences of his business among his fellows were teaching an exercised mind to lean in regions where minds unexercised were doctorial giants beside it. The study of gout was offered at Chinningfold. Admiral Fakenham's butler refused at first to take a name to his master. Gower persisted, stating the business of his mission, and in spite of the very suspicious glib good English spoken by a man wearing such a hat and suit, the butler was induced to consult Mrs. Carthew. She sprang up alarmed. After having seen the young lady happily married and off with her lordly young husband, the arrival of a messenger from the bride gave a stir the wrong way to her flowing recollections. The scenes and incidents she had smothered under her love of the comfortable stood forth appallingly. The messenger, the butler said, was no gentleman. She inspected Gower and heard him speak. An anomaly had come to the house, for he had the language of a gentleman, the appearance of a nondescript, he looked indifferent, he spoke sympathetically, and he was frank as soon as the butler was out of hearing. In return for the compliment, she invited him to her sitting-room. The story of the young countess, whom she had seen driven away by her husband from the church in a coach and four, as being now destitute, praying to see her friends, in the Whitechapel of London, the noted haunt of thieves and outcasts, bankrupts and the abandoned, set her asking for the first time, who was the man with dreadful countenance inside the coach. A previously disregarded horror of a man. She went trembling to the Admiral, though his health was delicate, his temper excitable. It was, she considered, an occasion for braving the doctor's interdict. Gower was presently summoned to the chamber where Admiral Fakenham reclined on cushions in an edifice of an armchair. He told a plain tale. Its effect was to straighten the Admiral's back, and enlarge in grey glass a pair of sea-blue eyes. "And, what's that?" "Whitechapel," the Admiral exclaimed, at high pitch, far above his understanding. The particulars were repeated, whereupon the sick-room shook with greengrocer. He stunned himself with another of the monstrous points in his pet girl's honeymoon, a prize fight. To refresh a saving incredulity, he took a closer view of the messenger. Gower's habiliments were those of the queer fish the Admiral saw. But the meeting at Carlsonley was recalled to him, and there was a one-he effort to remember it. Prize fight, greengrocer. Whitechapel, he rang the changes rather more moderately, till, swelling and purpling, he cried, "Where's the husband?" That was the emissary's question likewise. "If I could have found him, sir, I should not have troubled you." Disappeared? Plays the man of his word, then plays the madman. Prize fight the first day off her honeymoon? Good Lord! Leaves her at the inn? She was left. When was she left? As soon as the fight was over, as far as I understand. The Admiral showered briny masculine comments on that bridegroom. Her brother's travelling somewhere in the Pyrenees, married my daughter. She has an uncle, a hermit. He became pale. I must do it. The rascal insults us all. Flings her off the day he married her. It's a slap in the face to all of us. You are acquainted with the lady, sir. Would you call her a red-haired girl? Red gold of the ballads, chestnut brown, with threads of fire. She has the eyes for a man to swear by. I feel the loss of her, I can tell you. She was wine and no penalty to me. Is she much broken under I'm to credit? I suppose I must. It floors me. Admiral Baldwin's frosty stare resumed on him. Gower caught an image of it, as comparable, without much straining, to an Arctic region smitten by the beams. Nothing breaks her courage, he said. To be sure, my poor dear. Who could have guessed when she left my house she was on her way to a prize fight and a greengrocer's in Whitechapel? But the dog's not mad, though his bite is bad, he is an eccentric mongrel. He wants the whip, ought to have had it regularly from his first breeching. He shall whistle for her when he repents, and he will, mark me. This gout here will be having a snap at the vitals if I don't start tonight. Oblige me, half a minute. The Admiral stretched his hand for an arm to give support, stood, and dropped into the chair, signifying a fit of giddiness in the word head. Before the stupor had passed, Mrs. Carthew entered, anxious lest the admittance of a messenger of evil to her invalid should have been an error of judgment. The butler had argued it with her. She belonged to the list of persons appointed to cut life's thread when it strains, their general kindness being so liable to misdirection. Gower left the room and went into the garden. He had never seen a death, and the Admiral's peculiar pallor intimated events proper to days of cold mist and a dripping stillness. "How we go?" was the question among his "we are to go." His youthful frame insistingly added. The fog down a wet laurel walk contracted his mind with the chilling of his blood, and he felt that he would have to see the thing if he was to believe in it. Of course he believed, but life throbbed rebelliously, and a picture of a desk near a lively fire grate, books and pen and paper, and a piece of writing to be approved of by the Hesper of ladies, held ground with a pathetic heroism against the inevitable. He got his wits to the front by walking faster, and then thought of the young Countess and the friend she might be about to lose. She could number her friends on her fingers. Admiral Fakenham's exclamations of the name of the place where she now was, conveyed an inky idea of the fall she had undergone. Counting her absent brother, with himself, his father, and the two Whitechapel girls, it certainly was an unexampled fall, to say of her, that they and those two girls had become by the twist of circumstances the most serviceable of her friends. Her husband was the unriddled riddle we have in the wealthy young lord, burning to possess, and making tatters of all he grasped, the moment it was his own. Glints of the devilish had shot from him at the gaming tables, fine haunts for the study of our lower man. He could be magnificent in generosity, he had little humaneness. He coveted beauty in women hungrily, and seemed to be born hostile to them, or so Gower judged by the light of the later evidence on unconsidered antecedent observations of him. Why many had to cast her off instantly? The CNLDE philosopher asked it as helplessly as the Admiral. And, Finther, what did the girl Madge mean by the drop of her voice to a hum of enforced endurance under injury, like the furnace behind an iron door? Older men might have understood, as he was aware, he might have guessed, only he had the habit of scattering meditation upon the game of hawk and fowl. Dame Gossip Boyles. Her one idea of animation is to have her dramatis persona in violent motion, always the biggest foremost, and, indeed, that is the way to make them credible, for the wind they raise and the succession of collisions. The fault of the method is, that they do not instruct, so the breath is out of them before they are put aside, for the uninstructive are the humanly deficient, they remain with us like the tolerated old aristocracy, which may not govern, and is but socially seductive. The deuteragonist or secondary person can at times tell us more of them than circumstances at furious heat will help them to reveal, and the dame will have him only as an index post. Hence her endless ejaculations over the mystery of life, the inscrutability of a plain world, in the midst of such readable people. To preserve romance, we exchange a sky for a ceiling if we let it go, we must be inside the heads of our people as well as the hearts, more than shaking the kaleidoscope of height 11-tide spectacles, in days of a growing activity of the head. Gower Woodseer could not know that he was drawn on to fortune and the sight of his Hesper by Admiral Fakenham's order that the visitor was to stay at his house until he should be able to quit his bed, and journey with him to London, doctor or no doctor. They would not hear of it. The Admiral threatened it every night for the morning, every morning for the night, and Gower had to submit to postponements balefully affecting his linen. Remonstrance was not to be thought of, for at a mere show of reluctance the courtly Admiral flushed, frowned, and beat the bed where he lay, a gouty volcano. Gower's one shirt was passing through the various complexions, and had approached the Nubian on its way to Negro. His natural candour checked the downward course. He mentioned to Mrs. Carthew, with incidental gravity, on a morning at breakfast, that this anacle of his attire was beginning to resemble London snow. She was amused, she promised him a change more resembling country snow. "It will save me from buttoning so high up," he said, as he thanked her. She then remembered the daily increase of stiffness in his figure, and a reflection upon his patient waiting, and simpleness, and lexicographer speech to expose his minor needs, touched her unused sense of humour on the side where it is tender in women, from being motherly. In consequence, she spoke of him with a pleading warmth to the Countess Livia, who had come down to see the Admiral concerning an absurd but annoying rumoring over London. Gower was out for a walk. He knew of the affair, Mrs. Carthew said, for an introduction to her excuses of his clothing. "But I know the man," said Livia. "Lord Fleetwood picked him up somewhere, and brought him to us." "Clever. Why, is he here?" "He's here, sent to the Admiral, as I understand, my lady." "Sent by whom?" Having but a weak vocabulary to defend a delicate position, Mrs. Carthew stuttered into evasions, after the way of ill-armed persons, and naming herself a stranger to the circumstances, she feebly suggested that the Admiral ought not to be disturbed before the doctor's next visit. Mr. Woodseer had been allowed to sit by his bed yesterday only for 10 minutes, to divert him with his talk. She protected in this wretched manner the poor gentleman she sacrificed, and emitted such a smell of secrecy, that Livia wrote 3 words on her card, for it to be taken to Admiral Baldwin at once. Mrs. Carthew supplicated faintly, she was unheeded. The Countess of Fleetwood mounted the stairs, to descend them with the knowledge of her being the Dowager Countess of Fleetwood. Henrietta had spoken of the Countess of Fleetwood's hatred of the title of Dowager. But when Lady Fleetwood had the fact from the Admiral, would she forbear to excite him? If she repudiated it, she would provoke him to fire one of his broadsides, as they said in the family, to assert its, and that might exhaust him, and there was peril in that. And who was guilty? Mrs. Carthew confessed her guilt, asking how it could have been avoided. She made appeal to Gower on his return, transfixing him. "Not only is he no philosopher who has an idol, he has to learn that he cannot think rationally, his due sense of weight and measure is lost, the choice of his thoughts as well." He was in the house with his devoutly, simply worshipped, pearl of women, and his whole mind fell to work without ado upon the extravagant height of the Admiral's shirt collar cutting his ears. The VO beating of his heart was perplexed to know whether it was for rapture or annoyance. As a result he was but histrionically master of himself when the Countess Livia or the nimbus of the lady appeared in the room. She received his bow, she directed Mrs. Carthew to have the summoned immediately. The remorseful woman flew. "Admiral Fakenham is very ill, Mr. Woodseer, he has had distracting news." "Oh, no, the messenger is not blamed. You are Lord Fleetwood's friend and will not allow him to be prejudged. He will be in town shortly. I know him well, you know him, and could you hear him accused of cruelty, and to a woman? He is the soul of chivalry. So, in his way, is the Admiral. If he were only more patient. Let us wait for Lord Fleetwood's version. I am certain it will satisfy me. The Admiral wishes you to step up to him. Be very quiet, you will be, consent to everything. I was unaware of his condition, the things I heard were incredible. I hope the doctor will not delay. Now go. Beg to retire soon." Livia spoke under her breath, she had fears. Admiral Baldwin lay in his bed, submitting to a nursewoman's sign of extreme exhaustion. He plucked strength from the sight of Gower and bundled the woman out of the room, muttering, "Kill myself. Not half so quick as they do it. I can't rest for that Whitechapel of yours. Please fetch pen and paper, it's a letter." The letter began, "Dear Lady Uppington." The dictation of it came in starts. A tone moment it seemed as if life's ending shook the curtains on our stage and were about to lift. An old friend in the reader of the letter would need no excuse for its jerky brevity. It said that his pet girl, Miss Kirby, was married to the Earl of Fleetwood in the first week of last month, and was now to be found at a shop No. 45 Longways, Whitechapel, that the writer was ill, unable to stir, that he would be in London within 48 hours at furthest. He begged Lady Uppington to send down to the place and have the young Countess fetched to her, and keep her until he came. Admiral Baldwin sat up to sign the letter. "Yes, and right miracles happen when the devil's it," he said, sinking back. "Now Seal, you'll find wax, the ring at my watch chain." He sighed, as it were the sound of his very last. He lay like a sleeper twitched by a dream. There had been a scene with Livia. The dictating of the letter took his remainder of strength out of him. Gower called in the nurse, and went downstairs. He wanted the address of Lady Uppington's town house. "You have a letter for her," said Livia, and held her hand for it in a way not to be withstood. "There's no superscription," he remarked. "I will see to that, Mr. Woodseer." "I fancy I am bound, Lady Fleetwood." "By no means." She touched his arm. "You are Lord Fleetwood's friend." A slight convulsion of the frame struck the Admiral's shirt collar at his ears. It virtually prostrated him underfoot of a lady so benign in overlooking the spectacle he presented. Still, he considered, he had wits alive enough, just to perceive a duty. "The letter was entrusted to me, Lady Fleetwood." "You are afraid to entrust it to the post." "I was thinking of delivering it myself in town." "You will entrust it to me." "Anything on earth of my own." "The treasure would be valued." "This you confide to my care." "It is important." "Indeed it is." "Say that it is, then." "It is quite safe with me." "It may be important that it should not be delivered." "Are you not Lord Fleetwood's friend?" "Lady Uppington is not so very prominent in the list with you and me. Besides, I don't think she has come to town yet. She generally sees out the end of the hunting season." "Leave the letter to me, it shall go." "You, with your keen observation missing nothing, have seen that my uncle has not his whole judgment at present. There are two sides to a case. Lord Fleetwood's friend will know that it would be unfair to offer him up to his enemies while he is absent. Things going favourably here, I drive back to town tomorrow, and I hope you will accept a seat in my carriage." He delivered his courtliest. He was riding on cloud. They talked of Baden. His honourable surrender of her defeated purse was a subject for gentle humour with her, venturesome compliment with him. He spoke well, and though his hands were clean of Sir Mason Corby's reproach of them, the caricature of presentable men blushed absurdly and seemed uneasy in his monstrous collar. The touching of him again would not be required to set him pacing to her steps. His hang of the head testified to the unerring stamp of a likeness Captain O'Brien could affix with a stroke. He looked the fiddler over his bow, playing wonderfully to conceal the crack of a string. The merit of being one of her army of admirers was accorded to him. The letter to Lady Uppington was retained. Gower deferred the further mention of the letter until a visit to the Admiral's chamber should furnish an excuse, and he had to wait for it. Admiral Baldwin's condition was becoming ominous. He sent messages downstairs by the doctor, forbidding his guests' departure until they too could make the journey together next day. The tortured and blissful young man, stripped of his borrowed philosopher's cloak, hung conscience-ridden in this delicious bower, which was perceptibly an antechamber of the vaults, offering him the study he thirsted for, shrank from, and mixed with his cup of amorous worship. Chapter 21, in which we have further glimpses of the wondrous mechanism of our younger man. The report of Admiral Baldwin Fakenham as having died in the arms of a stranger visiting the house, hit nearer the mark than usual. He yielded his last breath as Gower Woodseer was lowering him to his pillow, shortly after a husky whisper of the letter to Lady Uppington, and that was one of Gower's crucial trials. It condemned him, for the pacifying of a dying man, to the murmur and shuffle, which was a lie, and the lie burned him, contributed to the brand on his race. He and his father upheld a solitary bare staff, where the Cambrian flag had flown, before their people had been trampled in mire, to do as the worms. His loathing of any shadow of the lie was a protest on behalf of Welsh blood against an English charge, besides the passion for spiritual cleanliness, without which was no comprehension, therefore no enjoyment, of nature possible to him. For nature is the truth. He begged the Countess to let him have the letter, he held to the petition, with supplications, he spoke of his pledged word, his honour, and her countenance did not deny to such an object as she beheld the right to a sense of honour. "We all have the sentiment, I hope, Mr. Woodseer," she said, stupefying the worshipper, who did not see it manifested. There was a look of gentle intimacy, expressive of common grounds between them, accompanying the dead words. Mistress of the letter, and the letter safe under lock, the Admiral dead, she had not to bestow a touch of her hand on his coat sleeve in declining to return it. A face languidly and benevolently querulous was bent on him, when he, so clever a man, resumed his very silly petition. She was moon out of cloud at a change of the theme. Gower journeyed to London without the letter, intoxicated, and conscious of poison, enamoured of it, and straining for health. He had to reflect at the journey's end, that he had picked up nothing on the road, neither a thing observed nor a thing imagined. He was a troubled pool instead of a flowing river. The best help to health for him was a day in his father's house. We are perpetually at our comparisons of ourselves with others, and they are mostly profitless, but the man carrying his religious light, to light the darkest ways of his fellows, and keeping good cheer, as though the heart of him ran a mountain water through the grimy region, plucked at Gower with an envy to resemble him in practice. His philosophy, too, reproached him for being outshone. Apart from his philosophy, he stood confessed a bankrupt, and it had dwindled to near extinction. Adoration of a woman takes the breath out of philosophy. And if one had only to say she a donkey, he consenting to be driven by her. One has to say worse in this case, for the words are, liar and traitor. Corinthius' attitude toward his father conduced to his emulous respect for the old man, below whom, and indeed below the roadway of ordinary principles hedged with dull texts, he had strangely fallen. The sight of her lashed him. She made it her business, or it was her pleasure, to go the rounds beside Mr. Woodseer visiting his poor people. She spoke of the scenes she witnessed, and threw no stress on the wretchedness, having only the wish to assist in ministering. Probably the great wretchedness bubbling over the place blunted her feeling of loss at the word of Admiral Baldwin's end. Her bosom sprang up. He was next to father was all she said, and she soon reverted to this and that house of the lodgings of poverty. She had descended on the world. There was of course a world outside Whitechapel, but Whitechapel was hot about her, the nests of misery, the shulpy note of want in the air, tricks of an urchin who had amused her. As to the place itself, she had no judgment to pronounce, except that, "They have no mornings here," and the childish remark set her quivering on her heights, like one seen through a tear, in Gower's memory. Scarce anything of her hungry impatience to meet her husband was visible. She had come to London to meet him, she hoped to meet him soon, before her brother's return, she could have added. She mentioned the goodness of Sarah Winch in not allowing that she was a burden to support. Money and its uses had impressed her, the quantity possessed by some, the utter need of it for the first of human purposes by others. Her speech was not of so halting or foreign an English. She grew rapidly wherever she was planted. Speculation on the conduct of her husband, empty as it might be, was necessitated in Gower. He pursued it, and listened to his father similarly at work, a young lady fit for any station, the kindest of souls, a born charitable human creature, void of pride, near in all she does and thinks to the shaping hand. Why should her husband forsake her on the day of their nuptials? She is most gracious, the simplicity of an infant. Can you imagine the doing of an injury by a man to a woman like her? Then it was that Gower screwed himself to say, "Yes, I can imagine it, I'm doing it myself. I shall be doing it till I've written a letter and paid a visit." He took a meditative stride or two in the room, thinking without revulsion of the Countess Livia under a similitude of the belle of the plant henbane, and that his father had immunity from temptation because of the insensibility to beauty. out of which he passed to the writing of the letter to Lord Fleetwood, informing his lordship that he intended immediately to deliver a message to the Marchioness of Uppington from Admiral Baldwin Fakenham, in relation to the Countess of Fleetwood. A duty was easily done by Gower when he had surmounted the task of conceiving his resolution to do it, and this task, involving an offence to the Lady Olivia and innunciation of his name on a nobleman's recollection, ranked next in severity to the chopping off of his fingers by a man suspecting them of the bite of rabies. An interview with Lady Uppington was granted him the following day. She was a florid, aquiline, loud-voiced lady, evidently having no seat for her wonderments, after his account of the origin of his acquaintance with the Admiral had quieted her suspicions. The world had only to stand beside her, and it would hear what she had heard. She lushed to the conclusion that Lord Fleetwood had married a person of no family. Really, that young man's freaks appear designed for the express purpose of heightening our amazement, she exclaimed. He won't easily get beyond a wife in the east of London, at a shop, but there's no knowing. Any wish of Admiral Baldwin Fakenham's I hold sacred. At least I can see for myself. You can't tell me more of the facts. If Lord Fleetwood's in town, I will call him here at once. I will drive down to this address you give me. She is a civil person. Her breeding is perfect, said Gower. Perfect breeding, you say? Lady Uppington was reduced to a murmur. She considered the speaker, his outlandish garb, his unprotesting self-possession. He spoke good English by habit, her ear told her. She was of an eminence to judge of a man impartially, even to the sufferance of an opinion from him, on a subject that lesser ladies would have denied to his clothing. Outwardly simple, naturally frank, though a tangle of the complexities inwardly, he was a touchstone for true aristocracy, as the humblest who bear the main elements of it must be. Certain humorous tumps in his conversation won him an amicable smile when he bowed to leave. They were the needed finish of a favourable impression. One day later the Earl arrived in town, read Gower Woodsere's brief words, and received the consequently expected summons, couched in a great lady's plain imperative. She was connected with his family on the paternal side. He went obediently, not unwillingly, let the deputed historian of the marriage, turning over documents, hearsay. He went to Lady Uppington disposed for marital humaneness and jog-trot harmony, by condescension, equivalent to a submitting to the drone of an incessant psalm at the drum of the ear. He was, in fact, rather more than inclined that way. When very young, at the age of 13, a mood of religious fervour had spiritualized the dullness of Protestant pew and pulpit for him. Another fit of it, in the Roman Catholic direction, had proposed, during his latest dilemma, to relieve him of the burden of his pledged word. He had plunged for a short space into the rapturous contemplation of a monastic life, the clean soul for the macerated flesh, as that fellow Woodsere said once, and such as his friend, the Roman Catholic Lord Felter, moodily talked of getting in his intervals. He had gone down to a young and novel trial establishment of English penitents in the forest of a Midland county, and had watched and envied, and seen the escape from a lifelong bondage to the beautiful Gorgon under cover of a white flannel frock. The world pulled hard, and he gave his body into chains of a woman, to redeem his word. But there was a plea on behalf of this woman. The life she offered might have psalmic iteration, the dead monotony of it in prospect did, nevertheless, exorcise a devil. Corinthia promised, it might seem to chase and keep the black beast out of him permanently, as she could, he now conceived, for since the day of the marriage with her, the devil inhabiting him had at least been easier, up in a corner. He held an individual memory of his bride, rose-veiled, secret to them both, that made them one, by subduing him. For it was a charm, an actual feminine, an unanticipated personal charm, past reach of tongue to name, wordless in thought. There, among the folds of the incense vapours of our heart's holy of holies, it hung, and it was rare, it was distinctive of her, and alluring, if one consented to melt to it, and accepted for compensation the exorcising of a devil. Oh, but no mere devil by very devil. It was alert and frisky, flushing, filling the thin cold idea of Henrietta at a thought, and in the thought it made Corinthius' intimate charm appear as no better than a thing to enrich a beggar, while he knew that kings could never command the charm. Not love, only the bathing in Henrietta's incomparable beauty and the desire to be, desire to have been, the casket of it, broke the world to tempest and lightnings at a view of Henrietta the married woman, married to the brother of the woman calling him husband. "Lt is my husband." The young tyrant of wealth could have avowed that he did not love Henrietta, but not the less was he in the swing of a whirlwind at the hint of her loving the man she had married. Did she? It might be tried. She? That Henrietta is one of the creatures who love pleasure, love flattery, love their beauty, they cannot love a man. Or the love is a ship that will not sail a sea. Now, if the fact were declared and attested, if her shallowness were seen proved, one might get free of the devil she plants in the breast. Absolutely to despise her would be release, and it would allow of his tasting Corinthius' charm, reluctantly acknowledged, not money of the country beside that golden Henrietta's. Yet who can say, women are such deceptions? Often their fairest, apparently sweetest, when brought to the keenest of the tests, are graceless, or worse, artificially consonant, in either instance barren of the poetic. Thousands of the confidently expectant among men have been unbewitched, a lamentable process, and the grimly reticent and the loudly discursive are equally eloquent of the pretty general disillusion. How they loathe and tear the mask of the sham attraction that snatched them to the hag yoke, and fell away to show its grisly horrors within the round of the month, if not the second enumeration of 12 by the Fleetwood had heard certain candid seniors talk, delivering their minds in superior appreciation of unpretentious boor wenches, nature's products, not esteemed by him. Well, of a truth, she, red hair and rugged brows as the fellow woodseer had called her, in alternation with mountain face to sun, she at the unveiling was gentle, surpassingly, graceful in the furnace of the trial. She wore through the critic ordeal his burning sensitiveness to grace and delicacy cast about a woman, and was rather better than not withered by it. On the borders between maidenly and wifely, she, a thing of flesh like other daughters of earth, had impressed her sceptical lord, inclining to contempt of her and detestation of his bargain, as a flitting hue, ethereal, a transfiguration of earthliness in the core of the earthly furnace. And how, but that it must have been the naked shining fawn of her character, startled to show itself, "Lt is my husband" must have been love. The love that they versify, and strum on guitars, and go crazy over, and end by roaring it as the delusion, this common bloom of the ripeness of a season, this would never have utterly captured a skeptic, to vanquish him in his mastery, snare him in her surrender. It must have been the veritable passion, a flame kept alive by vestal ministrants in the yew wood of the forest of old romance, planted only in the breasts of very favourite maidens. Love had eyes, love had a voice. That night love was the explicable magic lifting terrestrial to seraphic. Though, TNLE, she had not Henrietta's golden smoothness of beauty. Henrietta, illumined with such a love, would outdo all legends, all dreams of the tale of love. Would she? For credulous men she would be golden coin of the currency. She would not have a particular wild flavour, charm as of the running doe that has taken a dart and rolls an eye to burst the hunter's heart with pity. Fleetwood went his way to Lady Uppington almost complacently, having fought and laid his wilder self. He might be likened to the doctor's patient entering the chemist's shop, with a prescription for a drug of healing virtue, upon which the palate is as little consulted as a robustious lollipop boy in the household of ceremonial parents, who have rung for the troop of their orderly domestics to sit in a row and hearken the intonation of good words. Chapter 22. A right-minded great lady. The bow, the welcome, and the interxiotory remarks passed rapidly as the pull at two sides of a curtain opening on a scene that stiffens courtliness to hard attention. After the names of Admiral Baldwin and the Mr. Woodseer, the name of Whitechapel was mentioned by Lady Uppington. It might have been the name of any other place. "Ah, so far, then, I have to instruct you," she said, observing the young Earl. "I drove down there yesterday. I saw the lady calling herself Countess of Fleetwood. By right? She was a Miss Kirby. She has the right, Fleetwood said, standing well up out of a discharge of musketry. Marriage not contested. You knew of her being in that, can't describe it. Your ladyship will pardon me. London's frontier of barbarism was named for him again, and in a tone to penetrate. He refrained from putting the question of how she had come there. As iron as he looked, he said, she stays there by choice. The great lady tapped her foot on the floor. You are not acquainted with the district. One of my men comes out of it. The coming out of it. However, I understand her story, that she travelled from a village inn, where she had been left without resources. She waited weeks, I forget how many. She has a description of maid in attendance on her. She came to London to find her husband. You were at the mines, we heard. Her one desire is to meet her husband. But, goodness! Fleetwood, why do you frown? You acknowledge the marriage, she has the name of the church, she was married out of that old Lord Levelier's house. You drove her, I won't repeat the flighty business. You left her, and she did her best to follow you. Will the young men of our time not learn that life is no longer a game when they have a woman for partner in the match? You don't complain of her flavour of a foreign manner? She can't be so very. Admiral Baldwin's daughter has married her brother, and he is a military officer. She has germs of breeding, wants only a little rub of the world to smooth her. Speak to the point, do you meet her here? Do you refuse? At present? I do. Something has to be done. She was bound to stay where I left her. You are bound to provide for her becomingly. Provisions shall be made, of course. The Stotty will, unless, and quickly, too. I know, I know. Fleetwood had the clang of all the bells of London chiming Whitechapel at him in his head, and he betrayed the irritated tyrant ready to decree fire and sword, for the defence or solace of his tender sensibilities. The black flash flew. It's a thing to mend as well as one can, Lady Uppington said. I am not inquisitive, you had your reasons or chose to act without any. Get her away from that place. She won't come to me unless it is to meet her husband. Ah, well, temper does not solve your problem, husband you are, if you married her. We'll leave the husband undiscussed, with this reserve, that it seems to me men are now beginning to play the misunderstood. I hope they know themselves better, said, and he begged for the name and number of the house in the Whitechapel Street, where she who was discernibly his enemy, and the deadliest of enemies, had now her dwelling. Her immediate rush to that place, the fixing of herself there for an assault on him, was a move worthy the daughter of the rascal old buccaneer. It compelled to urgent measures. He, as he felt horribly in penciling her address, acted under compulsion, and a woman prodded the gourd. Her mask of ingenuousness was flung away for a look of craft, which could be power, and with her changed aspect his tolerance changed to hatred. A shop, Lady Uppington explained for his better direction, potatoes, vegetable stuff. Honest people, I am to believe. She is indifferent to her food, she says. She works, helping one of their ministers, one of their denominations, heaven knows what they call themselves. Anything to escape from the church. She's likely to become a Methodist. With Lord Felter proselytizing for his papist creed, Lord Pittscrew a declared Mohammedan, we shall have a pretty English aristocracy in time. Well, she may claim to belong to it now. She would not be persuaded against visitations to pestiferous hovels. What else is there to do in such a place? She goes about catching diseases to avoid bilious melancholy in the dark back room of a small greengrocer's shop in Whitechapel. There, you have the word for the Countess of Fleetwood's present address. It drenched him with ridicule. I'm indebted to your ladyship for the information, he said, and maintained his rigidity. The great lady stiffened. I'm obliged to ask you whether you intend to act on it at once. The Admiral has gone, I am in some sort deputed as a guardian to her, and I warn you, very well, very well. In your own interests, it will be. If she's left there another 2 or 3 days, the name of the place will stick to her. She has baptized herself with it already, I imagine, said Fleetwood. She will have Esselment to live in. There will be more than one to speak as to that. You should know her. Do not know her. You married her. The circumstances are admitted. If I may hazard a guess, she is unlikely to come to terms without a previous interview. She is bent on meeting you. I am to be subjected to further annoyance, or she will take the name of the place she at present inhabits, and bombard me with it. Those are the terms. She has a brother living, I remind you. State the deduction, if I please, my lady. She is not of a totally inferior family. She had a father famous over England as the old buccaneer, and is a diligent reader of his book of maxims for men. Dear me. Then Kirby, Captain Kirby. I remember. That's her origin, is it? The great lady cried, illumined. My mother used to talk of the Cresset scandal. Old Lady Uppington, too. At any rate, it ended in their union, the formalities were properly respected, as soon as they could be. I am unaware. I detest such a tone of speaking. Speaking as you do now, married to the daughter? You are not yourself, Lord Fleetwood. Quite, let me assure you. Otherwise the Kirby Cressets would be dictating to me from the muzzle of one of the old rapscallion's maxims. They will learn that I am myself. You don't improve as you proceed. I tell you this, you will not have me for a friend. You have your troops of satellites, but take it as equal to a prophecy, you won't have London with you, and you'll hear of Lord Fleetwood and his Whitechapel Countess till your ears ache. The prelating box on them reddened him. She will have the offer of Esselment. Undertake to persuade her in person. I have spoken on that head. Well, I maybe fancied it before I knew of the pair she springs from, you won't get her consent to anything without your consenting to meet her. Surely it's the manlier way. It might be settled for tomorrow, here, in this room. She prays to meet you. With an indicated gesture of save me from it, Fleetwood bowed. He left no friend thinking over the riddle of his conduct. She was a loud-voiced lady, given to strike out phrases. The Whitechapel Countess of the wealthiest nobleman of his day was heard by her on London's wagging tongue. She considered also that he ought at least have propitiated her, he was in the position requiring of him to do something of the kind, and he had shown instead the dogged pride which calls for a whip. Fool as he must have been to go and commit himself to marriage with a girl of whom he knew nothing or little, the assumption of pride belonged to the order of impudent disguises intolerable to behold and not, in a modern manner, castigate. Notwithstanding a dislike of the Dowager Countess of Fleetwood, Lady Uppington paid Livia an afternoon visit, and added thereby to the stock of her knowledge and the grounds of her disapprobation. Down in Whitechapel, it was known to the Winch girls and the Woodseers that Captain Kirby and his wife had spent the bitterest of hours in vainly striving to break their immovable sister's will to remain there. At the tea time of simple people, who make it a meal, Gower's appetite for the home-made bread of Moore Jones was checked by the bearer of a short note from Lord Fleetwood. The half-dozen lines were cordial, breathing of their walk in the Austrian Highlands, and naming a renowned city hotel for dinner that day, the hour 7, the reply yes or no by messenger. But we are man to man, so there's no between us two, the note said, reviving a scene of Rosy Crag and Pine Forest, where there had been philosophical fun over the appropriate sexes of those our most important fighting ultimately, we will hope, to be united syllables, and the when for men, the when for women, to select the one of them as their weapon. Under the circumstances, Gower thought such a piece of writing to him magnanimous. It may be the solution, his father remarked. both had the desire, and Gower's reply was the yes, our brave male word, supposed to be not so compromising to men in the employment of it as a form of acquiescence rather than insistent pressure. Chapter 23. In Dame Gossip's vein. Right soon the London pot began to bubble. There was a marriage. There are marriages by the thousand every day of the year that is not consecrated to prayer for the forgiveness of our sins. The old buccaneer, writing it with simple intent, says, by way of preface to a series of maxims for men who contemplate acceptance of the yoke. This was a marriage high as the firmament over common occurrences, black as Erebus to confound. It involved the wreck of expectations, disastrous eclipse of a sovereign luminary in the splendour of his rise, Phaethon's descent to the shades through a smoking and a crackling world. Asserted here, verified there, the rumour gathered volume, and from a serpent of vapour resolved to sturdy concrete before it was tangible. Contradiction retired into corners, only to be swept out of them. For this marriage, abominable to hear of, was of so wonderful a sort, that the story filled the mind, and the discrediting of the Stowe threatened the great world's cranium with a vacuity yet more monstrously abominable. For he, the planet Croesus of his time, recently, scarce later than last night, a glorious object of the mid-heavens above the market, has been enveloped, caught, gobbled up by one of the nameless little witches riding after dusk the way of the wind on broomsticks by one of them. She caught him like a fly in the hand off a pane of glass, gobbled him with the customary facility of a pecking pullet. But was the planet Croesus of his time a young man to be so caught, so gobbled? There is the mystery of it. On his coming of age, that young man gave sign of his having a city head. He put his guardians deliberately aside, had his lawyers and bailiffs and stewards thoroughly under control, managed a particularly difficult stepmother, escaped the snares of her lovely cousin, and drove his team of sycophants exactly the road he chose to go and no other. He had all. The world accounted him wildish. Always from his own offset, to his own ends. Never for another's dictation or beguilement. Never for a woman. He was bomb with a suspicion of the sex. Poetry decorated women, he said, to lime and drag men in the foulest nets of prose. We are to believe he has been effectively captured? It is positively a marriage, he admits it. We're celebrated. There we are at Hoodman Blind for the moment. 3 counties claim the church, 2 ends of London. She is not a person of society, lineage, nor of beauty. She is a witch, ordinarily petticoated and not squeaking like a shrew mouse in her flights, but not a whit less a moonshade witch. The kind is famous. Fairy tales and terrible romances tell of her. She is just as much at home in life, and springs usually from the mire to enthrall our knightliest. Is it a popular hero? She has him, sooner or later. A planet Croesus? He falls to her. That is, if his people fail to attach him in legal bonds to a damsel of a corresponding birth on the day or when he is breached. Small is her need to be young, especially if it is the man who is very young. She is the created among women armed with the deadly instinct for the motive force in men, and shameless to attract it. Self-respecting women treat men as their tamed housemates. She blows the horn of the wild old forest, irresistible to the animal. Oh, the droop of the eyelids, the curve of a lip, the rustle of silks, the much heart, the neat ankle, and the sparkling agreement, the reserve, the motherly feminine petition that she may retain her own small petted babe of an opinion, legitimate or not, by permission of superior authority, proof at once of her intelligence and her appreciativeness. Her infinitesimal spells are seen, yet, despite experience, the magnetism in their repulsive display is barely apprehended by sedate observers until the astounding capture is proclaimed. It is visible enough, O men! O morals! If she can but trick the smallest bit in stooping, she has the pick of men. Our present sample shows her to be young. She is young and a foreigner. Mr. Chumley Potts vouches for it. Speaks foreign English. He thinks her Maronini the knave, she is the tool of a wily plotter, picked up off the highway road by Lord Fleetwood as soon as he had her in his eye. Sir Mason Corby wrings his frilled hands to depict the horror of the hands of that tramp the young lord had her from. They afflict him hilariously still. "The man," he says, "the man as well was an infatuation, because he talks like a dictionary cheap-jack, and may have had an education and dropped into vagrancy, owing to indiscretions." Lord Fleetwood ran about in Germany repeating his remarks. But the man is really an accomplished violinist, we hear. She dances the tambourine business. A sister of the man, perhaps, if we must be charitable. They are, some say, a couple of Hungarian gypsies Lord F found at a show and brought over to England, and soon had it on his conscience that he ought to marry her, like the Quixote of honour that he is, which is equal to saying crazy, as there is no doubt his mother was. The marriage is no longer disputable. Poor Lady Fleetwood, whatever her faults as a stepmother, does no longer deny the celebration of a marriage, though she might reasonably discredit any such story if he, on the evening of the date of the wedding day, was at a ball, seen by her at the supper table, though it is admitted he left the ballroom at night. But the next day he certainly was in his place among the peers and voted against the government, and then went down to his estates in Wales, being an excellent holder of the reins, whether on the coach box or over the cash box. More and more wonderful, we hear that he drove his bride straight from the church to the field of a prize fight, arranged for her special delectation. She dotes on seeing bloodshed and drinking champagne. Young Mr. Mallard is our authority, and he says, she enjoyed it, and cheered the victor for being her husband's man. And after the shocking exhibition, goodbye, the Countess of Fleetwood was left sole occupant of a wayside inn, and may have learnt in her solitude that she would have been wise to feign disgust, for men to the smallest degree cultivated are unable to pardon a want of delicacy in a woman who has chosen them, as they are taught to think by their having chosen her. So talked, so twittered, piped and croaked the London world over the early hours of the marriage, this amazing marriage, which it got to be called, from the number of items flocking to swell the wonder. Ravens ravening by night, poised peregrines by day, provision merchants for the dispensing of dainty scraps to tickle the ears, to arm the tongues, to explode reputations, those great ladies, the ladies Ender, Eldritch, and Cowrie, fateful three of their period, avenged and scourged both innocence and naughtiness, innocence, on the whole, the least, when their withering suspicion of it had hunted the unhappy thing to the bank of Ophelia's ditch. Mallard and Chumley Potts, Captain O'Brien, Sir Mason Corby, Lord Brailston, were plucked at and rattled, put to the blush, by a pursuit of inquiries conducted with beaks. High-nosed dames will surpass eminent judges in their temerity on the borderline Wareham sounds the waming note to curtained decency. The Cottently M. de St. Omber had to stand confused. He, however, gave another version of Captain O'Brien's fiddler and precipitated the great ladies into the reflection that French gentlemen, since the execrable French Revolution, have lost their proper sense of the distinctions of class. Homme d'esprit, applied to a roving adventurer, a scarce other than vagabond, was either an undiscriminating epithet or else a further example of the French deficiency in humour. Dexterous contriver, he undoubtedly is. Lady Cowrie has it from Sir Mason Corby, who had it from the poor dowager, that Lord Fleetwood has installed the man in his house and sits at the opposite end of his table, fished him up from Whitechapel, where the Countess is left serving oranges at a small fillet shop. With her own eyes, Lady Uppington saw her there, and she can't be got to leave the place unless her husband drives his coach down to fetch her. That he declines to do, so she remains the Whitechapel Countess, all on her hind heels against the offer of a shilling of her husband's money, if she is not to bring him to his knees, and goes about at night with a low Methodist singing hymns along those dreadful streets, while Lord Fleetwood gives gorgeous entertainments. One signal from the man he has hired, and he stops drinking, he will stop speaking as soon as the man's mouth is open. He is under a complete fascination, attributable, some say, to passes of the hands, which the man won't wash lest he should weaken their influence. for it cannot be simply his violin playing. They say he was a pupil of a master of the dark art in Germany, and can practice on us to make us think his commonest utterances extraordinarily acute and precious. Lord Fleetwood NMS round quoting him to everybody, quite ridiculously. But the man's influence is sufficient to induce his patron to drive down and fetch the Whitechapel Countess home in state, as she insists, if the man wishes it. Depend upon it, he is the key of the mystery. Totally the contrary, Lady Uppington declares. The man is a learned man, formerly a professor of English literature in a German university, and no connection of the Whitechapel Countess whatever, a chance acquaintance at the most. He operates on Lord Fleetwood with doses of German philosophy, otherwise, a harmless creature, and has consented to wash and dress. It is my lord who has had the chief influence. And the Countess Livia now backs him in maintaining that there is nowhere a more honest young man to be found. She may have her reasons. As for the Whitechapel Countess, the whole story of the old buccaneer and Countess Fanny was retold, and it formed a terrific halo, presage of rains and hurricane tempest, over the girl the young Earl had incomprehensibly espoused to discard. Those two had a son and a daughter born aboard, in wedlock, WTNLST. The girl may be as wild a one as the mother. She has a will as determined as her husband's. She is offered Esselmont, the Earl's Kentish mansion, for a residence, and she will none of it until she has him down in the east of London on his knees to entreat her. The injury was deep on one side or the other. It may be almost surely prophesied that the two will never come together. Will either of them deal the stroke for freedom? And which is the likelier? Meanwhile Lord Fleetwood and his Whitechapel Countess composed the laugh of London. Straightway Invention, the violent propagator, sprang from his shades at a call of the great world's appetite for more, and, rushing upon stationary fact, supplied the required. Marvel upon marvel was recounted. The mixed origin of the singular issue could not be examined, where all was increasingly funny. Always the shout for more produced it. She and her band of Whitechapel boys were about in ambush to waylay the Earl wherever he went. She stood knocking at his door through a whole night. He dared not lug her before a magistrate for fear of exposure. Once, riding in the park with a troop of friends, he had a young woman pointed out to him, and her finger was levelled, and she cried, "There is the English nobleman who marries a girl and leaves her to go selling cabbages." He left town for the island, and beheld his yacht sailing the Solent. My lady the Countess was on board. A pair of Tyrole's minstrels in the square kindled his enthusiasm at one of his dinners. He sent them a sovereign. The humble, hearty thanks were returned to him in the name of Die Gräfin von Fleetwood. The ladies Ender, Eldritch, and Cowrie sifted their best. They let pass incredible stories, among others, that she had sent cards to the nobility and gentry of the West End of London, offering to deliver sacks of potatoes by newly established donkey can at the doors of their residences, at so much per sack, bills quarterly, with the postscript, "Vive l'aristocratie." Their informant had seen a card, and the stamp of the Fleetwood Dragoncrest was on it. "He has enemies," was variously said of the nobleman. But it was nothing worse than the parasite that he had. This was the parasite's gentle treason. He found it an easy road to humour, it pricked the slug fancy in him to stir and curl, gave him occasion to bundle and bustle his patron kindly. Abrain, Potts, Mallard, and Sir Mason Corby were personages during the town's excitement, besought for having something to say. Petrels of the Sea of Tattle, they were buoyed by the hubbub they and felt the tipsy happiness of being certain to rouse the laugh wherever they alighted. Sir Mason Corby, important to himself in an eminent degree, enjoyed the novel sense of his importance with his fellows. They crowded round the bore who had scattered them. He traced the miserable catastrophe in the Earl's fortunes to the cunning of the rascal now sponging on Fleetwood and trying to dress like a gentleman, a convicted tramp, elevated by the caprice of the young nobleman he was plotting to men. Sir Mason quoted Captain Abrain's latest effort to hit the dirty object's name, by calling him Fleetwood's Mr. Woodlouse. And was the rascal a sorcerer? Sir Meeson spoke of him in the hearing of the Countess Livia, and she, previously echoing his disgust, corrected him sharply, and said, "I begin to be of Russet's opinion, that his fault is his honesty." The rascal had won or partly won the empress of her sex. This Lady Olivia, haughtiest and most fastidious of our younger great dames, had become the indulgent critic of the tramp's bonneaued plumes. Nay, she would not listen to a depreciatory word on him from her cousin Henrietta Kirby Levlier. Perhaps, after all, of all places for an encounter between the Earl of Fleetwood and the Countess, those vulgar gardens across the water, long since abandoned by the fashion, were the most suitable. The one fair June night, for the sake of showing the Dowager Countess and her beautiful cousin, the French nobleman, Sir Meeson Corby, and others, what were the pleasures of the London lower orders, my lord had the whim to conduct a parade of observation, once ladies veiled, the gentlemen with sticks, and 2 servants following, one of whom, dressed in quiet black, like the peacefullest of parsons, was my lord's pugilist, Christopher Ives. Now, here we come to history, though you will remember what history is. The party walked round the gardens unmolested, nor have we grounds for supposing they assumed airs of state in the style of a previous generation. Only, as it happened, a gentleman of the party was a wag, no less than the famous, well-seasoned John Rose Mackerel, bent on amusing Mrs. Kirby Levlier, to hear her lovely laughter, and his wit and his anecdotes, both inexhaustible, proved, as he said, that a dried fish is no stale fish, and a smoky flavour to an old chimney story will often render it more piquant to the taste than one jumping fresh off the incident. His exact meaning in smoky flavour we are not to know, but whether that M. de St. Omber should witness the effect of English humour upon them, or that the ladies could permit themselves to laugh, their voices accompanied the gentlemen in silvery volleys. There had been mackerel at Fleetwood's dinner table, which was then a way of saying that dry throats made no count of the quantity of champagne imbibed, owing to the fits Rose Mackerel caused. However, there was loud laughter as they strolled, and it was noticed, and Fleetwood crying out, "Mackerel! Mackerel!" in delighted repudiation of the wag's last sally, the cry of "Hooray, Mackerel!" was caught up by the crowd. They were not the primary offenders, for loud laughter in an isolated party is bad breeding, but they had not the plea of a copious dinner. So this affair began, inoffensively at the start, for my lord was good-humoured about it. Kit Innes, of the mercurial legs, must now give impromptu display of his dancing. He seized a partner, in the manner of a Roman the Sabine, sure of pleasing his patron, and the maid, passing from surprise to merriment, entered the quadrille perforce, all giggles, not without emulation, for she likewise had the passion for the dance. Whereby it befell that the pair footed in a way to gather observant spectators, and if it had not been that the man from whom the maid was willy-nilly snatched, conceived resentment, things might have passed comfortably, for Kit's quips and cuts and high capers, and the Sunday gravity of the barge face while the legs were at their impish trickery, double motion to the music, won the crowd to cheer. They conjectured him to be a British sailor. But the destitute man said, sailor or no be hanged. He should pay for his whistle. Honourably at the close of the quadrille, Kit brought her back, none the worse for it, he boldly affirmed, and he thanked the man for the short loan of her dot. The man had an itch to strike. Choosing rather to be struck first, he vented nasty remarks. My lord spoke to Kit and moved on. At the moment of the step, Rose Mackerel uttered something, a waggery of some sort, heard to be forgotten, but of such instantaneous effect, that the prompt and immoderate laugh succeeding it might reasonably be taken for a fling of scum at himself, by an injured man. They were a party. He therefore proceeded to make one, appealing to English sentiment and right feeling. The blameless and repentant maid plucked at his coat to keep him from dogging the heels of the gentleman. Fun was promised, consequently the crowd waxed. My lord had been let fall by Kit Innes. Conjoined to N. Lackrell it rang finely, and a trumpeting of Lord Mackerel resounded. Lord Mackerel was asked for more capers and not so much sauce. Various fish took part in his title of nobility. The wag mackerel continuing to be discreetly silent, and Kit Innes acting as a pacific rearguard, the crowd fell in love with their display of English humour, disposed to the surly satisfaction of a big street dog that has been appeased by a smaller one's total cessation of growls. All might have gone well but for the sudden appearance of two figures of young women on the scene. They fronted the advance of the procession. They wanted to have a word with Lord Mackerel. Not a bit of it, he won't listen, turns away, and one of the pair slips round him. It's regular imploring, my lord. My lord. Oh, you naughty Surrey melodrama villain of a Lord Mackerel. Listen to the young woman, you Mackerel, or you'll get Billingsgate. Here's Mr. Jig and Reel behind here, says she's done him. By gosh. What's up now? One of the young ladies of the party ahead had NRSHED up to the young woman dodging to stand in Lord Mackerel's way. The crowd pressed to see. Kit Innes and his mate shouldered them off. They performed an envelopment of the gentlemen and ladies, including the two young women. Kit left his mate and ran to the young woman, hitherto the quieter of the two. He rattled at her. But she had a tongue of her own and rattled it at him. What did she say? Merely to hear, for no other reason, a peace-loving crowd of clerks and tradesmen, workmen and their girls, young aspirants to the professions, night larks of different classes, both sexes, there in that place for simple entertainment, animated simply by the spirit of English humour, so closing upon the mackerel party as to seem threatening to the most orderly and apprehensive member of it, who was the Baronet, Sir Mason Corby. He was a man for the constables in town emergencies, and he shouted. Cock Robin crowing provoked a jolly round of barking chaff. The noise in a dense ring drew Fleetwood's temper. He gave the word to Kit Innes, and immediately two men dropped, a dozen staggered unknit. The fists worked right and left, such a clearing of ground was never seen for sickle or scythe. And it was taken respectfully, for science proclaimed her venerable self in the style and the perfect sufficiency of the strokes. Obnizer delivered them. No shame to back away before a bruiser. There was rather an admiring envy of the party claiming the nimble champion on their side, until the very moderate lot of the mackerels went stepping forward along the strewn path with sticks pointed. If they had walked it like gentlemen, they would have been allowed to get through. An aggressive minority, and with Cock Robin squealing for constables in the midst, is that insolent upstart thing which howls to have a lesson. The sticks were fallen on, bump came the mass. Kit Innes had to fight his way back to his mate, and the couple scoured a clearish ring, but the gentlemen were at short THNLSTS, affable in tone, to cheer the spirits of the ladies. All right, my friend, you're a trifle mistaken, it's my stick, not yours. Therewith the wrestle for the stick. The one stick not pointed was wrenched from the grasp of Sir Mason Corby, and by a woman, the young woman who had accosted my lord, not a common young woman either, as she appeared when beseeching him. Her stature rose to battle heights, she made play with Sir Mason Corby's ebony stick, using it in one hand as a dwarf quarterstaff to flail the sconces, then to dash the point at faces, and she being a woman, a girl, perhaps a lady, her cool warrior method of cleaving way, without so much as tightening her lips, was found notable, and to this degree, vouched for by Rose Mackerel, who heard it, that a fellow, rubbing his head, cried, "Damn it all, she's clever, though." She took her station beside Lord Fleetwood. He had been as cool as she, or almost. Now he was maddened, she defended him, she warded and THNRST for him, only for him, to save him a touch, unasked, undesired, detested for the box on his ears of tomorrow's public mockery, as she would be, overwhelming him with ridicule. Have you seen the kick and tug at the straps of the mettled pony in stables that betrays the mishandling of him by his groom? Something so did Fleetwood plunge and dart to be free of her, and his desperate soul cried out on her sticking to him like a plaster. Welcome were the constables. His guineas winked at their chief, as fair women convey their meanings, with no motion of eyelids, and the officers of the law knew the voice habituated to command, and answered 2 words of his, "Right, my lord," smelling my lord in the unerring manner of those days. My lord's polity were escorted to the gates, not a little jeered, though they by no means had the worst of the tussle. But the puffing indignation of Sir Meeson Corby over his battered hat and Tom Friel and buttons plucked from his coat, and his threat of the magistrates, excited the crowd to derisive yells. My lord spoke something to his man, handing his purse. The ladies were spared the hearing of bad language. They, according to the joint testimony of M. de St. Omber and Mr. Rose Mackerel, comported themselves throughout as became the daughters of a warrior race. Both gentlemen were emphatic to praise the unknown Britomart who had done such gallant service with Sir Meeson's ebony wand. He was beginning to fuss vociferously about the loss of the stick, a family stick, gold-headed, the family crest on it, priceless to the family, when Mrs. Kirby Levlier handed it to him inside the coach. "But where is she?" M. de St. Omber said, and took the hint of Livia's touch on his arm in the dark. At the silence following the question, Mr. Rose Mackerel murmured, he and the French gentleman understood that there might have been a manifestation of the notorious Whitechapel Countess. They were 2, and a slower-witted third was travelling to his ideas on the subject. 3 men, witnesses of a remarkable incident in connection with a boiling topic of current scandal, glaringly illustrative of it, unlikely to keep close tongues, even if they had been sworn to secrecy. Fleetwood knew it, and he scorned to solicit them. An exaction of their idle vows would be merely the humiliation of himself. So he tossed his dignity to recklessness, as the ultra-convivial give the last wink of reason to the wine-cup. Persecuted as he was, nothing remained for him but the nether sublime of a statuesque desperation. That was his feeling, and his way of cloaking it under light sallies at Sir Meeson and easy chat with Henrietta made it visible to her, from its being the contrary of what the world might expect a proud young nobleman to exhibit. She pitied him, she had done him some wrong. She read into him, too, as none else could. Seeing the solitary tortures behind the pleasant social mask, she was drawn to partake of them, and the mask seemed pathetic. She longed to speak a word in sympathy or relieve her bosom of tears. Corinthia had sung herself, was unpardonable, hardly mentionable. Any of the tales told of her might be credited after this. The incorrigible cause of humiliation for everybody connected with her pictured, at a word of her name, the crowd pressing and the London world acting audience. Livia spoke the name when they had reached their house and were alone. Henrietta responded with the imperceptible shrug which is more eloquent than a cry to tell of the most monstrous of loads. My lord, it was thought by the ladies, had directed his man to convey her safely to her chosen home, whence she might be expected very soon to be issuing and striking the gong of London again. Chapter 24. A kidnapping and no great harm. Ladies who have the pride of delicate breeding are not more than rather violently hurled back on the fortress it is, when one or other of the gross mishaps of circumstance may subject them to a shock, and this happening in the presence of gentlemen, they are sustained by the within and the without to keep a smooth countenance, however severe their affliction. Men of heroic nerve decline similarly to let explosions shake them, though earth be shaken. Dragged into the monstrous grotesque of the scene at the gardens, Livia and Henrietta went through the ordeal, masking any signs that they were stripped for a flagellation. Only, the fair cousins were unable to perceive a comic element in the scene, and if the world was for laughing, as their instant apprehension foresaw it, the world was an ignoble beast. They did not discuss Corinthia's latest craziness at night, hardly alluded to it while they were in the interjectory state. Henrietta was Livia's guest, her husband having hurried away to Vienna, to get money. Money, her angry bluntness explained his absence, and dealt its blow at the sudden astounding poverty into which they had fallen. She was compelled to practice an excessive, an incredible economy, think of the smallest trifles, so that her children travelled unaccompanied, they were separated. Her iterations upon money were the vile constraint of an awakened interest and wonderment at its powers. She, the romantic riot, banner of chivalry, reader of poetry, struck a line between poor and rich in her talk of people, and classed herself with the fallen and pinched. She harped on her slender means, on the enforced calculations preceding purchases, on the living in lodgings, and that miserly Lord Leverier's indebtedness to Chillen, large sums. And Chillen's praiseworthy resolve to pay the creditors of her father's estate, and of how he travelled like a common man, in consequence of the money he had given Janey, weekly, for her obstinacy was past endurance, but her brother would not leave her penniless, and penniless she had been for weeks, because of her stubborn resistance to the Earl, quite unreasonably, whether right or wrong, in the foul retreat she had chosen, apparently with an assurance that the horror of it was her vantage ground against him, and though a single sign of submission would place the richest purse in England at her disposal. She refuses Esselment. She insists on his meeting her. No child could be so witless. Let him be the one chiefly or entirely to blame, she might show a little tact, for her brother's sake. She loves her brother? No, deaf to him, to me, to every consideration except her blind will. Here was the skeleton of the love match, earlier than Livia had expected. It refreshed a phlegmatic lady's disposition for prophecy. Lovers abruptly tossed between wind and wave may still be lovers, she knew, but they are, or the weaker of the two is, hard upon any third person who tugs at them for subsistence or existence. The condition, if they are much beaten about, prepares TNLE lovers, through their mutual tender mess, to be bitterly misanthropical. Livia supposed the novel economic pinches to be the cause of Henrietta's unwanted harsh judgment of her sister-in-law's misconduct, or the crude expression of it. She could not guess that Corinthia's unhappiness in marriage was a spectre over the married happiness of the pair, fretted by the conscience which told them they had come together by doing much to bring it to pass. Henrietta could see herself less the culprit when she blamed Corinthia in another's hearing. After some repose, the cousins treated their horrible misadventure as a piece of history. Livia was cool, she had not a husband involved in it, as Henrietta had, and London's horse laugh surely coming on them, spared her the dread Henrietta suffered, that Chillen would hear, the most sensitive of men on any matter touching his family. And now a sister added to the list. Will there be names, Livia? The newspapers. Livia's shoulders rose. We ought to have sworn the gentleman to silence. M. de Saint-Ombre is a tomb until he writes his memoirs. I hold Sir Meeson under lock. But a spiced incident, a notorious anecdotal witness to the you expect Mr. Rose Mackerel to contain it. The sacredest of oaths, my dear. That relentless force impelling an anecdotist to slaughter families for the amusement of dinner tables, was brought home to Henrietta by her prospect of being a victim, and Livia reminding her of the excessive laughter at Rose Mackerel's anecdotes overnight. She bemoaned her having consented to go to those gardens in Malming. How could Janey possibly have heard of the project to go? You went to please Russet, he to please you, and that wild cat to please herself, said Livia. She haunts his door, I suppose, and follows him, like a illing footman. Every step she takes widens the breach. He keeps his temper, yes, keeps his temper as he keeps his word, and one morning it breaks loose, and all that's done has to be undone. It will be must. That extravaganza, as she is called, is fatal, dogs him with burlesque, of all men. Why not consent to meet her once? Chillen asks. You are asking Russet to yield an inch on demand, and to a woman. My husband would yield to a woman what he would refuse to all the men in Europe and America, said Henrietta, and she enjoyed her thrill of allegiance to her chivalrous lord and courtier. No very extraordinary specimen of a newly married man, who has won the beauty of England and America for his wife at some cost to some people, Livia rejoined. There came a moisture on the eyelashes of the emotional young woman, from a touch of compassion for the wealthy man who had wished to call her wife, and was condemned by her rejection of him to call another woman wife, to be wifeless in wedding her, despite his wealth. She thinks he loves her, it is pitiable, but she thinks it, after the treatment she has had. She begs to see him once. and subdue him with a fit of weeping, Livia was moved to say by sight of the tear she hated. It would harden russet on other eyes, too. Salt water drops are like the forced agony scenes in a play, they bring down the curtain, they don't win the critics. I heard her my husband and saw his face. You didn't hear a whimper with it, Henrietta said. She's a mountain girl, not your city madam on the boards. Chillon and I had her by each hand, implored her to leave that impossible Whitechapel, and she trembled, not a drop was shed by her. I can almost fancy privation and squalor have no terrors for Janey. She sings to the people down there, nurses them. She might be occupying Esselmont, our dream of an English home. She's the destruction of the idea of romantic in connection with the name of marriage. I talk like a simpleton. Janey upsets us all. My lord was only a little queer before he knew her, his Mr. Woodseer may be encouraging her. You tell me the creature has a salary from him equal to your jointure. Be civil to the man while it lasts, Livia said, attentive to a degradation of tone in her cousin, formerly of supreme self-containment. The beautiful young woman was reminded of her holiday in town. She brightened, and the little that it was, and the meanness of the satisfaction, darkened her. Envy of the lucky adventurer Mr. Woodseer, on her husband's behalf, grew horridly conscious for being reproved. So she plucked resolution to enjoy her holiday and forget the contrasts of life, palaces running profusion, lodgings hammered by duns, the pinch of poverty distracting every simple look inside or out. There was no end to it, for her husband's chivalrous honour forced him to undertake the payment of her father's heavy debts. He was right and admirable, it could not be contested, but the prospect for them was a grinding gloom, an unrelieved drag, as of a coach at night on an interminable uphill flinty road. These were her sensations, and she found it diverting to be admired by many while she knew herself to be absorbed in the possession of her by one. It bestowed the before and after of her marriage. She felt she was really, had rapidly become, the young woman of the world, armed with a husband, to take the flatteries of men for the needed diversion they brought. None moved her, none could come near to touching the happy insensibility of a wife who adored her husband, wrote to him daily, thought of him by the minute. Her former worshippers were numerous at Livia's receptions, Lord Fleetwood, Lord Brailston, and the rest. Odd to reflect on, they were the insubstantial but coveted wealth of the woman fallen upon poverty, ignoble poverty. She could not discard her wealth. She wrote amusingly of them, and fully, vivacious descriptions, to Chillon, hardly so much writing to him as entering her heart's barred citadel, where he resided at his ease, heard everything that befell about her. If she dwelt on Lord Fleetwood's kindness in providing entertainments, her object was to mollify Chillon's anger in some degree. She was doing her utmost to gratify him, for the purpose of paving a way to plead Janey's case. She was almost persuading herself she was enjoying the remarks of his friend, confidant, secretary, or what not, Livia's worshipper, Mr. Woodseer, who does as he wills with my lord, directs his charities, his pleasures, his opinions, all because he is believed to have wonderful ideas and be wonderfully honest. Henrietta wrote, situation unchanged. Janey still at that place, and before the letter was posted, she and Livia had heard from Gower Woodseer of the reported disappearance of the Countess of Fleetwood and her maid. Gower's father had walked up from Whitechapel, bearing news of it to the Earl, she said. And the Earl is much disturbed, was Livia's inquiry. He has driven down with my father, Gower said carelessly, ambiguously in the sound. Troubled enough to desire the show of a corresponding trouble, Henrietta read at their faces. May it not be, down there, a real danger? The drama, he could inform her, was only too naked down there for disappearances to be common. Will it be published that she is missing? She has her maid with her, a stout-hearted girl. Both have courage. I don't think we need take measures just yet. Not before it is public property. Henrietta could have bitten her tongue for laying her open to the censure implied in his muteness. Janey perverted her. Women were an illegible manuscript, and ladies a closed book of the binding, to this raw philosopher, or he would not so coldly have judged the young wife, anxious on her husband's account, that they might escape another scorching. He carried away his impression. Livia listened to a remark on his want of manners. Rosset puts it to the credit of his honesty, she said. Honesty is everything with us at present. The man has made his honesty an excellent speculation. He puts a piece on zero and the bank hands him a sackful. We may think we have won him to serve us, up comes his honesty. That's how we have Lady Uppington mixed in it, too long a tale. But be guided by me, condescend a little. My dear. My whole mind is upon that unhappy girl. It would break Chillen's heart. Livia pished. There are letters we read before we crack the seal. She's out of that ditch, and it suits Rosset that she should be. He's not often so patient. A woman foot to foot against his will, I see him diarrowing high stakes. Tyrants are brutal, and really she provokes him enough. You needn't be alarmed about the treatment she'll even meet. He won't let her beat him, be neither Livia nor Gower wondered at the clearing of the mystery, before it went to swell the scandal. A young nobleman of ready power, quick temper, few scruples, and a taxed forbearance, was not likely to stand thwarted and goaded and by a woman. Lord Fleetwood acted his part, inscrutable as the blank of a locked door. He could not conceal that he was behind the door. Chapter 25. The philosopher man of action. Gower's bedroom window looked over the shrubs of the square, and as his form of revolt from a city life was to be up and out with the sparrows in the early flutter of morning, for a stretch of the legs where grass was green and trees were not enclosed, he rarely saw a figure below when he stood dressing. Now there appeared a petticoated one stationary against the rails, with her face lifted. She fronted the house, and while he speculated abstractedly, recognition rushed on him. He was down and across the roadway at leaps. It's Madge here. The girl panted for her voice. Mr. Woodseer, I'm glad, I thought I should have to wait hours. She's safe. N.Veer. Will you come, sir? Step ahead. Madge set Font north of the square. He judged of the well-favoured girl that she could steer her way through cities. Mouth and brows were a warning to challenge a pirate craft of a vessel carrying guns, and the red lips kept their firm line when they yielded to the pressure for speech. It's a distance. She's quite safe, no harm, she's a prisoner, she's well fed, she's not ill-treated. You re-out. That's as it happens. I'm lucky in seeing you early. He don't mean to hurt her, he won't be beaten. All she asks is 10 minutes with him. If he won't. She didn't mean to do him offence the other night in that place, you've heard. Kit Innes told me he was on duty there, going. She couldn't help speaking when she had eyes on her husband. She kisses the ground of his footsoles, you may say, let him be ever so unkind. She and I were crossing to the corner of Roper Street a rainy night, on way to Mile End, away down to one of our father's families, Mother Davis and her sick daughter and the little ones, and close under the public house Goat and Beard we were seized on and hustled into a covered carriage that was there, and they drove sham. She's not one to scream. We weren't frightened. We both made the same guess. They drove us to the house she's locked in, and me, too, up till 3 o'clock this morning. You've seen nobody, Madge. He's fixed she's to leave London, Mr. Woodseer. I've seen Kit Innes. And she's to have one of the big houses to her use. I guessed Kit Innes was his broom. He defends it because he has his money to make, and be a dirty broom for a fortune. But any woman's sure of handling with Kit Innes, not to speak of Lady. He and a mate guard the house. An old woman cooks. He guards the house, and he gave you a pass. Not he. His pride's his obedience to his calls his master, and won't hear that name abused. We are on the first floor, all the lower doors are locked day and night. New street, not much neighbours, she wouldn't cry out of the window. She is to be let free if she'll leave London. You jumped it. If I'd broke a leg, Mr. Kittins would have had to go to his drams. It wasn't very high, and a flower bed underneath. My mistress wanted to be the one. She has to be careful. She taught me how to jump down not to hurt. She makes you feel you can do anything. I had a bother to get her to let me and be quiet herself. She's not one to put it upon others, you'll leam. When I was down I felt like a stick in the ground and sat till I had my feet, she at the window waiting, and I started for you. She kissed her hand. I was to come to you, and then your father, you know we're seen. I wasn't spoken to. I know empty London. Kittins was left sleeping in the house. Snoring, I dare say, he don't drink on duty. He must be kept on duty. Drink or that kind of duty, it's a poor choice. You'll take him in charge, Madge. I've got a mistress to look after. You've warmed to her. That's not new, Mr. Woodseer. I do TMS to you, and you his friend. But you are the minister's son, and any man not a great nobleman must have some heart for her. You'll learn. He kills her so because she's fond of him, loves him, however he strikes. No, not like a dog, as men say of us. She'd die for him this night, need were. Live with her, you won't find many men match her for brave, and she's good. My Sally calls her a Bible saint. I could tell you stories of her goodness, short the time though she's been down our way. And better there for her than at that inn he left her at to pine and watch the royal sovereign come swing come smirk in sailor blue and star to meet the rain, would make anybody disrespect royalty or else go mad. He's a great nobleman, he can't buy what she's ready to give, and if he thinks he breaks her will now, it's because she thinks she's obeying a higher than him, or no lord alive and Kittins to back him hold her. Women want a priest to speak to men certain times. I wish I dared, we have to bite our tongues. He's master now, but, as I believe God's above, if he plays her false, he's the one to be brought to shame. I talk. Talk on, Madge said Gower, to whom the girl's short-syllabled run of the lips was a mountain reel compared with London Park waters. You won't let him hurry her off where she'll eat her heart for never seeing him again. She prays to be near him, if she's not to see him. She speaks in that way. I'll get it by bits. I'm with her so, it's as good as if I was inside her. She can't obey when it goes the wrong way of her held to him. Love and wisdom won't pull together, and they part company for good at the church door, said Gower. This matrimony's a bad business. Madge hummed a moan of assent. And my poor Sally 11 have to marry. I can't leave my mistress while she wants me, and Sally can't be alone. It seems we take a step and harm's done, though it's the right step we take. It seems to me you've engaged yourself to follow Sally's lead, Madge. Girls' minds turn corners, Mr. Woodseer. He passed the remark. What it was that girls' minds occasionally or habitually did, or whether they had minds to turn, or whether they took their whims for minds, were untroubled questions with a young man studying abstract and adoring surface nature too exclusively to be aware of the manifestation of her spirit in the flesh, as it is not revealed so much by men. However, she had a voice and a face that led him to be thoughtful over her devotedness to her mistress, after nearly losing her character for the prize fighter, and he had to thank her for invigorating him. His disposition was to muse and fall slack, helpless to a friend. Here walked a creature exactly the contrary. He listened to the steps of the dissimilar pair on the detonating pavement, and eyed a church clock shining to the sun. She was sure of the direction, out Camden Way, where the murder was. They walked at a brisk pace, conversing or not. Tired? You must be, he said. Not when I'm hot to do a thing. There's the word of the thoroughbred. You don't tire, sir, said she. Sally and I see you stalking out for the open country in the still of the morning. She thinks you look pale for want of food, and ought to have someone put a biscuit into your pocket overnight. Who'd have guessed I was under motherly observation? You shouldn't go so long empty, if you listen to trainers. Capital doctors, no doubt. But I get a fine appetite. You may grind the edge too sharp. He was about to be astonished, and reflected that she had grounds for her sagacity. His next thought plunged him into contempt for Kit-Inns, on account of the fellow's lapses to sottishness. But there would be no contempt of Kit-Inns in a tussle with him. Nor could one funk the tussle and play cur, if Kit's engaged young women were looking on. We get to our courage or the show of it by queer screws. Contemplative over these matters, the philosopher transformed to man of action heard Madge say she read directions in London by churches, and presently exclaiming disdainfully, and yet relieved, Spoonerville as she turned down a row of small detached houses facing a brick field, that had just contributed to the erection of them, and threatened the big city with the defacements. Madge pointed to the marks of her jump, deep in flower-bed earth under an open window. Gower measured the height with sensational shanks. She smote at the door. Corinthia nodded from her window. Close upon that, Kit-Inns came bounding to the parlour window. He spied and stared. Gower was known to him as the Earl's paymaster, so he went to the passage and flung the door open, blocking the way. Any commands, your honour? You bring the Countess to my lord immediately, said Gower. Kit swallowed his mouthful of surprise in a second look at Madge and the ploughed garden bed beneath the chamber window. Are the orders written, sir? To me to deliver to you to do my lord's bidding? Where's your head? Kit's fingernails travelled up to it. Madge pushed past him. She and her mistress, and Kit's mate, and the old woman receiving the word for a cup of tea, were soon in the passage. Kit's mate had a ready obedience for his pay, nothing else, no counsel at all, not a suggestion to a head knock to a pudding by Madge's jump and my lord's paymaster here upon the scene. My lady was to go down Wales way, sir. That may be ordered after. I am to take my lady to my lord, and, does it mean my lady wants a fly? Kit asked, and harked back on whether Madge had seen my lord. At 5 in the morning, don't shem donkey with me, said Gower. The business looked inclined to be leaky, but which the way for proving himself other than a donkey puzzled Kit, so much so, that a shove made him partly grateful. Madge's clever countermove had stunned his judgment. He was besides acting subordinate to his patron's paymaster, and by the luck of it, no voice of woman interposed. The Countess and her maid stood by like a disinterested couple. Why be suspicious, if he was to keep the Countess in sight? She was a nice lady, and he preferred her good opinion. She was brave, and he did her homage. It might be, my lord had got himself round to the idea of thanking her for saving his nob that night, and his way was to send and have her up, to tell her he forgave her, after the style of lords. Gower pricked into him by saying aside, mad, I suppose, in case of a noise. And he could not answer quite manfully, lost his eyes and coloured. Neighbours might have required an explanation of shrieks, he confessed. Men have sometimes to do nasty work for their patrons. They were afoot, walking at Corinthia's pace before 7:30. She would not hear of any conveyance. She was cheerful, and, as it was pitiful to see, enjoyed her walk. Hearing of her brother's departure for the Austrian capital, she sparkled. Her snatches of speech were short flights out of the meditation possessing her. Gower noticed her easier English, that came home to the perpetual student he was. She made use of some of his father's words, and had assimilated them mentally besides appropriating them, the verbalizing of purpose then peculiar to his father, for example. She said, in reply to a hint from him, if my lord will allow me an interview, I purpose to be obedient. No one could imagine of her that she spoke broken-spiritedly. Her obedience was to a higher than a mortal lord, and Gower was touched to the quick through the use of the word. Contrasting her with Countess Livia and her cousin, the Earl might think her inferior on the one small, square compartment called by them the world, but she carried the promise of growth, a character in expansion, and she had at least natural grace, a deer-like step. Although her picturesqueness did not swarm on him with images illuminating night, subduing day, like the Countess Livius, it was marked, it could tower and intermittently eclipse, and it was of the uplifting and healing kind by comparison, not a delicious balefulness. The bigger houses, larger shops, austere streets of private residences, were observed by the recent inhabitant of Whitechapel. "My lord lives in a square," she said. "We shall soon be there now," he encouraged her, doubtful though the issue appeared. "It is a summer morning for the Ortler, the Grossglockner, the Venediger, all our Alps, Mr. Woodseer. If we could fly. N.ve love them. Why, then we beat a wing, yes. For I have them when I want them to sight. It is the feet are so desirous. I feel them so this morning, after prisonership. I could not have been driven to my lord." "Ill know the feeling," said Gower, "any movement of us not our own impulse, half-eats the body and deadens the mind. And by the way, my dear lady, I spoke of the Earl's commands to this man behind us walking with your Madge. My father would accuse me of Jesuitry. Inns mentioned commands, and I took advantage of it." "I feared," said Corinthia. "I go for my chance." Gower had a thought of the smaller creature, greater by position, to whom she was going for her chance. He alluded to his experience of the Earl's kindness in relation to himself, from a belief in his honesty, dotted outlines of her husband's complex character, or unmixed and violently opposing elements. She remarked, "Elle will try and learn." The name of the street of beautiful shops woke a happy smile on her mouth. "Father talked of it, my mother, too. He has it written down in his book of maxims. When I was a girl, I dreamed of one day walking up Bond Street." They stepped from the pavement and crossed the roadway for a side street leading to the square. With the swift variation of her aspect at times, her tone changed. "We are near. My lord will not be troubled by me. He has only to meet me. There has been misunderstanding. I have vexed him, I could not help it. I will go where he pleases after I have heard him give orders. He thinks me a frightful woman. I am peaceful." Gower muttered her word misunderstanding. They were at the Earl's house door. One tap at it, and the two applicants for admission would probably be shot as far away from Lord Fleetwood as when they were on the Styrian Heights last autumn. He delivered the tap, amused by the idea. It was like a summons to a genie of doubtful service. My lord was out riding in the park. Only the footman appeared at that early hour, and his countenance was blank whitewash as he stood rigid against the wall for the lady to pass. Madge followed into the morning room. Innes remained in the hall, where he could have the opening speech with his patron, and where he soon had communication with the butler. This official entered presently to Gower, presenting a loaded forehead. A note addressed to Mrs. Kirby Levlier at the Countess Livius' house hard by was handed to him for instant dispatch. He signified a deferential wish to speak. "You can speak in the presence of the Countess of Fleetwood, Mr. Waits," Gower said. Waits checked a bend of his shoulders. He had not a word, and he turned to send the note. He was compelled to think that he saw a well-grown young woman in the Whitechapel Countess. Gower's note reached Henrietta on her descent to the breakfast table. She was alone, and thrown into a torture of perplexity, for she wanted advice as to the advice to be given to Janey, and Livia was an utterly unprofitable person to consult in the case. She thought of Lady Uppington, not many doors distant. Drinking one hasty cup of tea, she sent for her bonnet, and hastened away to the great lady, whom she found rising from breakfast with the Marquise. Lady Uppington read Gower's note. She unburdened herself. Oh, so it is no longer a bachelor's household. Henrietta heaved the biggest of sighs. "I fear the poor dear may have made matters worse." To which Lady Uppington said, "Worse or better, my child, and shmgged, for the present situation strained to snapping." She proposed to go forthwith, and give what support she could to the Countess of Fleetwood. They descended the steps of the house to the garden and the Green Park's gravel walk up to Piccadilly. There they had view of Lord Fleetwood on horseback leisurely turning out of the main Ways tide. They saw him alight at the Mews. As they entered the square, he was met some doors from the south corner by his good or evil genius, whose influence with him came next after the marriage in the amazement it and was perhaps to be explained by it, for the wealthiest of young noblemen bestowing his name on an unknown girl, would be the one to make an absurd adventurer his intimate. Lord Fleetwood bent a listening head while Mr. Gower Woodseer, apparently a good genius for the moment, spoke at his ear. How do we understand laughter at such a communication as he must be hearing from the man? Signs of a sharp laugh indicated either his cruel levity or that his presumptuous favourite trifled, and the man's talk could be droll. Lady Uppington knew it had, she recollected angrily, divined her, and softened her to tolerate the indulger into regions from which her class and her periods excluded the lowly born, except at the dinner tables of stale politics and tattered scandal. Nevertheless, Lord Fleetwood mounted the steps to his house door, still listening. His Asmodeus on the tongue of the world, might be doing the part of mentor really. The house door stood open. Fleetwood said something to Gower, he swung round, beheld the ladies and advanced to them, saluting. "Ndy dear Lady Uppington." "Quite so, you arrive opportunely. When the enemy occupies the citadel, it's proper to surrender. Say, I beg, she can have the house, if she prefers it. I will fall back on settlement. Arrangements for her convenience will be made. I thank you, by anticipation." His beau included Henrietta loosely. Lady Uppington had exclaimed, "Enemy, Fleetwood," and Gower, in his ignorance of the smoothness of aristocratic manners, expected a remonstrance, but Fleetwood was allowed to go on, with his air of steely geniality and a decision, that his friend imagined he could have broken down like an old partition board under the kick of a sarcasm sharpening an appeal. Lord Fleetwood was on the point of going in, he assured the great lady. "Lord Fleetwood may regret his change of mind," said she. "The Countess of Fleetwood will have my advice to keep her footing in this house." She and Henrietta sat alone with Corinthia for an hour. Coming forth, Lady Uppington ejaculated to herself, "Villainy will do well, Henrietta, to take up your quarters with her a day or two. She can hold her position a month. Longer is past possibility." A shudder of the repulsion from men crept over the younger lady. But she was a warrior's daughter, and observed, "My husband, her brother, will be back before the month ends." "No need for hostilities to lighten our darkness," Lady Uppington rejoined. "You know her? Trust her. One cannot doubt her face. She is my husband's sister. Yes, I do hust her. I nail my flag to her cause." The flag was crimson, as it appeared on her cheeks, and that intimated a further tale, though not of so dramatic an import as the cognizant short survey of Corinthia had been. These young women, with the new complications obtruded by them, irritated a benevolent great governing lady, who had married off her daughters and embraced her grandchildren, comfortably finishing that chapter, and beheld now the apparition of the sex's ancient tripping foe, when circumstances in themselves were quite enough to contend against on their behalf. It seemed to say, that nature's most burdened weaker must always be beaten. Despite Henrietta's advocacy and Corinthia's clear face, it raised a spectral form of a suspicion, the more effective by reason of the much required justification it fetched from the shades to plead apologies for Lord Fleetwood's erratic, if not mad, and in any case ugly, conduct. What otherwise could be his excuse? Such was his need of one, that the wife he crushed had to be proposed for sacrifice, in the mind of a lady tending strongly to side with her and condemn her husband. Lady Uppington had counselled Corinthia to stay where she was, the fates having brought her there. Henrietta was too generous to hesitate in her choice between her husband's sister and the Earl. She removed from Livia's house to Lord Fleetwood's. My lord was at Esselmont 2 days, then established his quarters at Scrope's Hotel, 5 minutes' walk from the wedded lady to whom the right to bear his title was granted, an interview with him refused. Such a squaring for the battle of spouses had never, or not in mighty London, been seen since that old fight began. Chapter 26. After some fencing the dame passes our guard. Dame Gossip at this present pass bursts to give us a review of the social world, siding for the Earl or for his Countess, and her parrot CLY of John Rose Mackerel, with her head's loose shake over the smack of her lap, to convey the contemporaneous tipsy relish of the rich good things he said on the subject of the contest, indicates the kind of intervention it would be. To save the story from having its vein tied, we may accept the reminder that he was the Countess's voluble advocate at a period when her friends were shy to speak of her. After relating the Vauxhall Gardens episode in burlesque Homeric during the freshness of the scandal, Rose Mackerel's enthusiasm for the heroine of his humour set in. He tracked her to her parentage, which was new breath blown into the sunken tradition of some old buccaneer and his Countess Fanny, and, a turn of great good luck helping him to a copy of the Book of the Maxims for Men, he would quote certain of the racier ones, passages of Captain John Peter Kirby's personal adviers in various lands and waters illustrating the text, to prove that the old warrior acted by the rule of his recommendations. They had the repulsive attraction proper to rusty lumber swords and huns that have tasted brains. They wove no mild sort of halo for the head of a shillelagh flourishing Whitechapel Countess descended from the writer and doer. People were willing to believe in her jump of 30 feet or more off a suburban housetop to escape durance, and her midnight storming of her lord's townhouse, and ousting of him to go find his quarters at Scrope's Hotel. He, too, had his band of pugilists, as it was known, and he might have heightened a raging scandal. The nobleman forbore. A woman's blow gracefully taken adds a score of inches to our stature, floor us as it may, we win the world's afterthoughts. Rose Mackerel sketched the alert, smart, quick to meet a combination and protect a dignity never obtruded, and in spite of himself the laugh of the town. His humour flickered wildly round the ridiculous position of a prominent young nobleman, whose bearing and character were foreign to a position of ridicule. Nevertheless, the Earl's figure continuing to be classic sculpture, it allied him with the aristocracy of martyrs, that burn and do not wince. He propitiated none, and as he could not but suffer shrewdly, he gained esteem enough to shine through the woman's pitiless drenching of him. During his term at Scrope's Hotel, the carousals there were quite old century and matter of discourse. He had proved his return to sound sense in the dismissal of the fiddler, notoriously the woman's lieutenant, or more, and nightly the revelry closed at the great gaming tables of St. James's Street, while Whitechapel held the Coronet Square, well on her way to the law courts, as a Brain and Potts reported, and positively so, clear case. That was the coming development and finale of the marriage. London waited for it. A rich man's easy smile over losses at play merely taught his emulous troop to feel themselves poor devils in the pocket. But Fleetwood's contempt of sleep was a marvel, superhuman, and accused them of an inferior vigour, hard for young men to admit by the example. He never went to bed. Issuing from Fortune's hall doors in the bright, lively, summer morning, he mounted horse and was away to the hills. Or he took the arm of a Roman Catholic nobleman, Lord Felter, and walked with him from the green tables and the establishment's renowned dry stilcilly to a papist chapel. As it was not known that he had given his word to abjure his religion, the pious gamblers did no worse than spread an alarm and quiet it, by the citation of his character for having a TW at everything. Henrietta dispatched at this period the following letter to Chillon: I am with Livia tomorrow. Janie starts for Wales tomorrow morning, a voluntary exile. She pleaded to go back to that place where you had to leave her, promising she would not come westward, but was persuaded. Lady Uppington approves. the situation was getting too terribly strained. We met and passed my lord in the park. He was walking his horse, elegant cavalier that he is, would not look on his wife. A woman pulled by her collar should be passive. If she pulls her way, she is treated as a dog. I see nothing else in the intention of poor Janie's last offence to him. There is an opposite counsel, and he can be eloquent, and he will be heard on her side. How could she manage the most wayward when she has not an idea of ordinary men? But, my husband, they have our tie between them, it may move him. It subdues her, and nothing else would have done that. If she had been in England a year before the marriage, she would, I think, have understood better how to guide her steps and her tongue for his good pleasure. She learns daily, very quickly, observes, assimilates, she reads and has her comments, would have shot far ahead of your riot, with my advantages. Your uncle, but he will bear any charge on his conscience as long as he can get the burden off his shoulders. Do not fret, my own. Reperuse the above, you will see we have grounds for hope. He should have looked down on her. No tears from her eyes, but her eyes were tears. She does not rank among beautiful women. She has her moments for outshining them, the loveliest of spectres. She caught at my heart. I cannot forget her face looking up for him to look down. A great painter would have reproduced it, a great poet have rendered the impression. Nothing short of the greatest. That is odd to say of one so simple as she. But when accidents call up her reserves, you see mountain heights where mists were, she is actually glorified. Her friend, I do believe a friend, the Mr. Woodseer you are to remember meeting somewhere, a sprained ankle, has a dozen similes ready for what she is when pain or happiness vivify her. Or, it may be, tender charity. She says, that if she feels for suffering people, it is because she is the child of Chillen's mother. In like manner Chillen is the son of Janie's father. Mr. Woodseer came every other evening. Our only enlivenment. Livia followed her policy, in refusing to call. We lived luxuriously, no money, not enough for a box at the opera, though we yearned, you can imagine. Chapters of philosophy read out and expounded instead. Janie likes them. He sets lessons to her queer maid, reading, writing, pronunciation of English. An inferior language to Welsh, for poetical purposes, we are informed. So Janie, determining to apply herself to Welsh, and a chameleon riot dreading that she will be taking a contrary view of the honest souls, as she feels them to be, when again under Livia's shadow. The message from Janie to Scrope's Hotel was dispatched half an hour after we had driven in from the park, fillet of a brown meditation. I wrote it, third person, a single sentence. Arrangements are made for her to travel comfortably. It is funny, the shops for her purchases of clothes, necessaries, etc., are specified, she may order to any extent. Not a shilling off money for her poor purse. What can be the secret of that? He does nothing without an object. To me, uniformly civil, no irony, few compliments. Livia writes, that I am commended for keeping Janie company. What can be the secret of a man scrupulously just with one hand, and at the same time cruel with the other? Mr. Woodseer says, his wealth, more money than is required for their needs, men go into harness to that is clever. I'll have written my husband, as Janie ceases to call her own, and it was pretty and touching to hear her my dull letter. But he is my husband though he keeps absent, to be longed for, he is my husband still, my husband always. Chillen is Henrietta's husband, the world cries out, and when she is flattered she does the like, for then it is not too presumptuous that she should name Henrietta Chillen's wife. In my ears, husband has the sweeter sound. It brings an angel from overhead. Will it bring him 1/2 hour sooner? My love. My dear. If it did, I should be lisping husband, husband, husband from cock-crow to owl's cry. Livia thinks the word foolish, if not detestable. She and I have our different opinions. She is for luxury. I choose poverty and my husband. Poverty has its beauty, if my husband is the son of it. El Rey dote. She would not have written so dull a letter to her husband if she had been at the opera last night, or listened to a distant street band. No more, the next line would be bleeding. He should have her blood too. If that were her husband's, it would never be, but if it were for his good in the smallest way. Chillen's wish is to give his blood for them he loves. Never did woman try more to write worthily to her absent lord and fall so miserably into the state of dripping babe from bath on nurse's knee. Cover me, my lord, and love, my cause for, no, my excuse, my refuge from myself. We are one. Oh. We are one, and we have been separated 28 days. Henrietta Kirby Lelia. That was a letter for the husband and lover to receive in a foreign land and be warned. The tidings of Corinthia washed him clean of the grimy district where his waxen sister had developed her stubborn insensibility, resembling craziness, every perversion of the refinement demanded by young Englishmen of their ladies, and it pacified him with the belief that she was now at rest, the disturbed history of their father and mother at rest as well, his conscience in relation to the marriage likewise at rest. Chillen had life. Her writing of the welcome to poverty stirred his knowledge of his wife's nature. Corinthia might bear it and harden to flint, Henrietta was a butterfly for the golden rays. His thoughts, all his energies, were bent on the making of money to supply her need for the pleasure she flew in, a butterfly's grub without it. Accurately so did the husband and lover read his wife, adoring her the more. Her letters embracing close was costly to them. It hurried him to the compromise of a debatable business, and he fell into the Austrian government's terms for the payment of the inheritance from his father, calculating that his sister's share deducted money would be in hand to pay pressing debts and enable Henrietta to live unworried by cares until he should have squeezed debts, long due and increasing, out of the miserly old lord, his uncle. A prospect of supplies for 12 months, counting the hack and carriage Henrietta had always been used to, seemed about as far as it was required to look by the husband hastening homeward to his wife's call. Her letter was a call in the night. Besides, there were his yet untried inventions. The new gunpowder testing at Quaritch promised to provide Henrietta with many of the luxuries she could have had, and had abandoned for his sake. The new blasting powder and a destructive shell might build her the palace she deserved. His uncle was, no doubt, his partner. If, however, the profits were divided, sufficient wealth was assured. But his uncle remained a dubious image. The husband and lover could unfold no positive prospect to suit his wife's tastes beyond the 12 months. We have Dame Gossip upon us. 1 minute let mention be of the excitement over Protestant England when that rumour disseminated, telling of her wealthiest nobleman's visit to a monastery, up in the peaks and snows, and of his dwelling among the monks, and assisting in all their services day and night, hymning and chanting, uttering not one word for 1 whole week. His papistical friend, Lord Felter, with him, of course, after Jesuit arts had allured him to that place of torrents and lightnings and canticles and demon echoes, all as though expressly contrived for the horrifying of sinners into penitence and confession and the monkish cowl up to life's end, not to speak of the abjuration of worldly possessions and donation of them into the keeping of the shaven brothers, when either they would have settled a band of them here in our very midst, or they would have impoverished, is not too strong a word, the country by taking the money's worth of the mines, estates, mansions, freehold streets and squares of our metropolis out of it without scruple, rejoicing so to bleed the Protestant faith. Underrated now, then it was a TNLLY justifiable anxiety, insomuch that you heard people of station, eminent titled persons, asking, like the commonest low radicals, whether it was prudent legislation to permit of the inheritance of such vast wealth by a young man, little more than a boy, and noted for freaks. And some declared it could not be allowed for foreign monks to have a claim to inherit English property. There was a general consent, that if the Earl of Fleetwood went to the extreme of making over his property to those monks, he should be pronounced insane and incapable. Ultimately the world was a little pacified by hearing that a portion of it was entailed, Esselmont and the Welsh mines. So it might be, but what if he had no child? The marriage amazing everybody scarcely promised fruit, it was thought. Countess Livia, much besought for her opinion, scouted the possibility. And Corinthia Jane was proclaimed by John Rose Mackerel. To his dying day the poor gentleman tried vainly to get the second syllable of his name accentuated, a young woman who would outlive twice over the husband she had. He said of his name, it was destined to pass him down a dead fish in the nose of posterity, and would affect his best jokes, which something has done, or the present generation has lost the sense of genuine humour. Thanks to him, the talk of the Whitechapel Countess again sprang up, merrily as ever, and after her having become, as he said, a desiccated celebrity, she outdid cabinet ministers and naughty wives for a living morsel in the world's mouth. She was denounced by the patriotic party as the cause of the Earl's dalliance with Rome. The Earl, you are to know, was then coasting along the Mediterranean, on board his beautiful schooner yacht, with his Lord Felter, bound to make an inspection of Syrian monasteries, and forget, if he could, the face of all faces, another's possession by the law. Those two lords, shut up together in a yacht, were advised by their situation to be bosom friends, and they quarrelled violently, and were reconciled, and they quarrelled again. They were explosive chemicals, until the touch of dry land relieved them of what they really fancied the spell of the fiend. For their argumentative topic during confinement was woman, when it was not theology, and even off a yacht, those are subjects to kindle the utmost hatred of dissension, if men are not perfectly concordant. They agreed upon land to banish any talk of women or theology, where it would have been comparatively innocent, so they both desiring to be doing the thing they had sworn they would not do, the thoughts of both were fastened on one or the other interdicted subject. They hardly spoke, they perceived in their longing minds, that the imagined spell of the fiend was indeed the bile of the sea, secreted thickly for want of exercise, and they both regretted the days and nights of their anti-controversies, unfit pilgrims of the Holy Land, they owned. To such effect, Lord Fleetwood wrote to Gower Woodseer, as though there had been no breach between them, from Jerusalem, expressing the wish to hear his cool wood notes of the philosophy of life, fresh drawn from nature's breast, and urgent for an answer, to be addressed to his hotel at Southampton, that he might be greeted on his return home first by his friend Gower. He wrote in the month of January. His arrival at Southampton was on the 13th day of March, and there he opened a letter some weeks old, the bearer of news which ought by rights to make husbands proudly happy. Chapter 27. We descend into a steamer's engine room. Fleetwood had dropped his friend Lord Felter at Ancona. His good fortune was to be alone when the clang of bells rang through his head in the reading of Gower's lines. Other letters were opened, from the Countess Livia, from Lady Uppington, from Captain Kirby Levlier. There was one from his lawyers, informing him of their receipt of a communication dated South Wales, December IITH, and signed Owain with Anne, to the effect that the birth of a son to the Earl of Fleetwood was registered on the day of the date, with a copy of the document forwarded. Livia scornfully stated the tattling world's latest. The captain was as brief, in ordinary words, whose quick run to the stop could be taken for a challenge of the eye. It stamped the adversary's frown on Fleetwood reading. Lady Uppington was more politic. She wrote of a healthy boy and the healthy mother giving him breast, this being the way for the rearing of strong men. She condescended to the particulars, that she might touch him. The Earl had not been so reared, his mother was not the healthy mother. One of his multitudinous, shifty, but ineradicable ambitions was to exhibit an excellingly vigorous, tireless constitution. He remembered the needed refreshment of the sea breezes aboard his yacht during the week following the sleep-discarded nights at Scrope's and the Green Tables. For a week he hung to the smell of brine, in rapturous amity with Felter, until they yellowed, differed, wrangled, hated. A powerful leaven was put into him by the tidings out of Wales. Gower, good fellow, had gone down to see the young mother 3 weeks after the birth of her child. She was already renewing her bloom. She had pixillused the boy in the world's early manner, lightly, without any of the tragic modern hovering over death to give the life. Gower compared it to a flush of the vernal orchard after a day's drink of sunlight. That was well, that was how it should be. One loathes the idea of tortured women. The good fellow was perhaps absurdly poetical. Still, we must have poetry to hallow this and other forms of energy, or say, if you like, the right view of them impels to poetry. Otherwise we are in the breeding yards, among the litters and the farrows. It is a question of looking down or looking up. If we are poor creatures, as we are if we do but feast and gamble and beget, we shall run for a time with the dogs and come to the finish of swine. Better say, life is holy. Why, then have we to thank her who teaches it. He gazed at the string of visions of the woman naming him husband, making him a father, the imagined Corinthia, beautiful Gorgon, haggard Venus, the Corinthia of the precipice tree shoot, Corinthia of the ducal dancing hall, and she at the altar rails, she on the coach box, she alternately softest of brides, doughtiest of Amazons. A mate for the caress, an electrical heroine, fronted him. Yes, and she was Lord Fleetwood's wife, cracking Demoiselle Moll Flanders, he world's Whitechapel Countess out for an airing, infernally earnest about it, madly ludicrous, the schemer to catch his word, the petticoated Shylark to bind him to the letter of it, now persecuting, haunting him, now immovable for obstinacy, malignant to stay down in those vile slums and direct tons of sooty waters on his head from its mains in the sight of London, causing the least histrionic of men to behave as an actor. He beheld her skull with a lamp behind the eye-holes. But this woman was the woman who made him a father, she was the mother of the heir of the house, and the boy she clasped and suckled as her boy was his boy. They met inseparably in that new life. Truly, there could not be a woman of flesh so near to a likeness with the beatific image of Felter's worshipped Madonna. The thought sparkled and darkened in Fleetwood's mind, as a star passing into cloud. For an uproarious world claimed the woman, jeered at all allied with her, at her husband most, of punctilious noodle. The golden jackass, tethered and goaded. He had choice among the pick of women, the daughter of the old buccaneer was preferred by the wiseacre celebs. She tricked him cunningly and stnlck a tremendous return blow in producing her male infant. By the way, was she actually born in wedlock? Lord Levelier's assurances regarding her origin were, by the calculation, a miser's shuffles to clinch his bargain. Assuming the representative of holy motherhood to be a woman of illegitimate birth, the history of the house to which the spotted woman gave an heir would suffer a jolt when touching on her. And altogether the history fumed rank vapours. Imagine her boy in his father's name a young collegian. No commonly sensitive lad could bear the jibes of the fellows raking at antecedents, Fleetwood would be the name to start roars. Smarting for his name, the Earl chafed at the boy's mother. Her production of a man-child was the further and grosser offence. The world sat on him. His confession to some degree of weakness, even to folly, stung his pride of individuality so that he had to soothe the pain by tearing himself from a thought of his folly's partner, shutting himself up and away from her. Then there was a cessation of annoyance, flatteringly agreeable, which can come to us only of our having done the right thing, young men will think. He felt at once warmly with the world, enjoyed the world's kind shelter, and in return for its eulogy of his unprecedented attachment to the pledge of his word, admitted an understanding of its laughter at the burlesque edition of a noble lady in the person of the Whitechapel Countess. The world sat on him heavily. He recurred to Gower Woodseer's letter. The pictures and images in it were not the principal matter, his impression had been deep. A plain transcription of the young mother's acts and words did more to portray her, the reader could supply reflections. Would her boy's father be very pleased to see him? She had asked. And she spoke of a fear that the father would try to take her boy from her. Never that, you have my word. Fleetwood said, and he consentingly over her next remark, not while I live, till he must go to school. The stubborn wife would be the last of women to sit and weep as a rifled mother. A child of the Countess Corinthia, he phrased it, would not be deficient in will, nor would the youngster lack bravery. For his part, comparison rushing at him and searching him, he owned that he leaned on pride. To think that he did, became a theme for pride. The mother had the primitive virtues, the father the developed, he was the richer mine. And besides, he was he, the unriddled, complex, individual he, she was the plain barbarian survival, good for giving her offspring bone, muscle, stout heart. Shape the hypothesis of a fairer woman, the mother of the heir to the earldom. Henrietta Vass analysed in a glimpse. Courage, animal healthfulness, she, too, might, her husband not obstructing, transmit, and good looks, eyes of the sapphire Aegean. And therewith such pliability as the mother of love requires of her servants. Could that woman resist seductions? Fleetwood's wrath with her for refusing him and inducing him in spite to pledge his word elsewhere, haphazard, pricked a curiosity to know whether the woman could be, and easily, he wagered, led to make her conduct warrant for his contempt of her. Misled, you might say, if you were pleading for a doll. But it was necessary to bait the pleasures for the woman, in order to have full view of the precious fine fate one has escaped. Also to get well rid of a sort of hectic in the blood, which the woman's beauty has cast on that reflecting tide, a fever sign, where the fever has become quite emotionless and is merely desirous for the stain of it to be washed out. As this is not the desire to possess or even to taste, contempt will do it. When we know that the weaver of the fascinations is purchasable, we toss her to the market where men buy, and we walk released from vile subjection to one of the female heap, subjection no longer, doubtless, and yet a stain of the past flush, often colouring our reveries, creating active phantasms of a passion absolutely extinct, if it ever was the veritable passion. The plot, formless plot, to get release by the sacrifice or at least a crucial temptation of the woman, that should wash his blood clean of her image, had a shade of the devilish, he acknowledged, and the apology offered no improvement of its aspect. She might come out of the trial triumphant, and benefit for himself, even a small privilege, even the pressure of her hand. He not only shrank from the thought of winning, he loathed the thought. He was too delicate over the idea of the married woman whom he fancied he loved in her maidenhood. Others might press her hand, lead her the dance, he simply wanted his release. She had set him on fire, he conceived a method for trampling the remaining sparks and erasing stain and scars, that was all. Henrietta rejected her wealthy suitor, she might some day hence be seen crawling abjectly to wealth, glad of a drink from the cup it holds, intoxicated with the draught. An injured pride could animate his wealth to crave solace of such a spectacle. Devilish, if you like. He had expiated the wickedness in Cistercian seclusion. His wife now drove him to sin again. She had given him a son that fluted of home and honourable life. She had her charm, known to him alone. But how, supposing she did not rub him to bristle with fresh irritations, how go to his wife while Henrietta held her throne? Consideration was due to her until she stumbled. Enough if she wavered. Almost enough if she stood firm as a statue in the winds, and proved that the first page of her was a false introduction. The surprising apparition of a beautiful woman with character, a lightly thrilled, pleasure-loving woman devoted to her husband or protected by her rightful self-esteem, would loosen him creditably. It had to be witnessed, for faith in it. He reverenced our legend, our one why good women, and he bowed to noble deeds, and he ascribed the former to poetical creativeness, the latter operated as a scourging to his flesh to yield its demoniacal inmates. Nothing of kind was doing at present. Or stay, a studious repencil of Gower Woodseer's letter enriched a little incident. Fleetwood gave his wife her name of Corinthia when he had read deliberately and caught the scene. Mrs. Withen down in Wales related it to Gower. Corinthia and Madge, nudging over the treeless hills, came on a birchen clump round a deep hollow or gull-lippet, precipitous. The Earl knew, he had peeped over the edge in his infant days. There at the bottom, in a foot or so of water, they espied a lamb, and they rescued the poor beastie by going down to it, one or both. It must have been the mountain-footed one. A man would hesitate, spying below. Fleetwood wondered how she had managed to climb up, and carrying the lamb. Down pitches Madge winched to help, they did it between them. We who stand aloof admire stupidly. To defend himself from admiring, he condemned the two women for the risk they ran to save a probably broken-legged little beast, and he escaped the melting mood by forcing a sneer at the sort of stuff out of which popular ballads are woven. Corinthia was accused of letting her adventurous impulses and sentimental female compassion swamp thought of a mother's duties. If both those women had broken their legs, the child might have cried itself into fits for the mother. There she would have remained. Gower wrote in a language transparent of the act, addressed to a reader whose memoir was to be impregnated. His reader would have flown away from the simple occurrence on arabesques and modulated tones, and then envisaging them critically, would have tossed his poor little story to the winds, as a small thing magnified, with an object, being the next thought about it. He knew his Fleetwood so far. His letter concluded, "Elm in a small Surrey village over a baker's shop, rent 8 shillings per week, a dame's infant school opposite my window, miles of fir wood, heath, and bracken openings, for the winged or the nested fancies. Love nature, she makes you a lord of her boundless, off any 10 square feet of common earth. I go through my illusions and come always back on that good truth. It says, beware of the world's passion for flavours and spices. Much tasted, they turn and bite the biter. My exemplars are the lately breeched youngsters with 2 pence in their pockets for the gingerbread nut booth on a fair day. I learn more from one oft hem than you can from the whole cavalcade of your attendant Ixionides." Mounting the box of his coach for the drive to London, Fleetwood had the new name for the parasitic and sham vital troop at his ears. "My Ixionides," he repeated, and did not scorn them so much as he rejoiced to be enlightened by the title. He craved the presence of the magician who dropped illumination with a single word, wholesomer to think of than the whole body of those Ixionides, not bad fellows, here and there, he reflected, tolerantly, half laughing at some of their clownish fun. Gower Woodseer and he had not quarrelled? No, they had merely parted at one of the crossways. The plebeian could teach that son of the genuflections, Lord Felter, a lesson in manners. Woodseer was the better comrade and director of routes. Into the forest, up on the heights, and free, not locked, and not panoting day and night, but quick for all that the world has learnt and can tell, though 2/3 of it be composed of Ixionides, that way lies wisdom, and his index was cut that way. Arrived in town, he ran over the headings of his letters, in no degree anxious for a communication from Wales. There was none. Why none? She might as well have scrawled her announcement of an event pleasing to her, and, by the calculation, important to him, if not particularly interesting. The mother's wifeish lines would, perhaps, have been tested in a furnace. He smarted at the blank of any, of even 2 or 3 formal words. She sulked. "I am not a fallen lamb," he said. Evidently one had to be a shivering beast in trouble, to excite her to move a hand. Through so slight a fissure as this piece of discontent cracked in him, the crowd of his grievances with the woman rushed pell-mell, deluging young shoots of sweeter feelings. She sulked. If that woman could not get the command, he was to know her incapable of submission. After besmirching the name she had filched from him, she let him understand that there was no intention to repent. Possibly she meant war. In which case a man must fly, or stand assailed by the most intolerable of vulgar be compared to a pelting of one on the stage. The time came for him to knock at doors and face his public. Chapter 28. By concessions to Mistress Gossip a further intrusion is averted. Livia welcomed him, with commiserating inquiry behind her languid eyelids. "You have all the latest," it said. He struck on the burning matter. "You wish to know the part you have to play, Tell me, Rosette. You will contradict nothing? Her eyebrows asked. It means you have authority from me to admit the facts. They are facts, she remarked. Women love teasing round certain facts, apparently, like the law courts over their pet cases. But, Rosette, will you listen? Has the luck been civil of late? I think of something else at present. No, it has not. A brain. Pray, attend to me. No, not a brain. I believe you've all been cleared out in my absence. Saint Ombre. Her complexion varied. Mr. Ambrose Mallard has once or twice. But let me beg you, the town is raging with it. My dear Rosette, a bold front now, there's the chance of your release in view. A rascal in view. Name the sum. Ill must reckon. My head is, can you intend to submit? So it's Brosy Mallard now. You choose your deputy queerly. He's as bad as a brain, with steam to it. Chummy Potts would have done better. He wins one night, loses every pound note he has the next, and comes vaunting, the dry stillsillery of the establishment, a perpetual chondles to his losses. His consolation to you for yours. That is the gentleman. Chummy doesn't change. Say, why not Saint Ombre? He's cool. There are reasons. Let them rest. And I have my reasons. Do the same for them. Yours concern the honor of the family. Deeply, respect them. Your relatives have to be thought of, though they are few and not too pleasant. If I had thought much of them, what would our relations be? They object to dicing, and I to leading strings. She turned to a brighter subject, of no visible connection with the preceding. Henrietta comes in May. The month of her colours. Her money troubles are terrible. Both of you appear unlucky in your winning was the object. She shall have all the distractions we can offer. Your visit to the Chartriers alarmed her. She has rejoiced her husband. A girl. She feared the Jesuit in your friend. Felter and she are about equally affected by music. They shall meet. Rosette, this once, I do entreat you to take counsel with your good sense, and remember that you stand where you are by going against my advice. It is a perfect storm over London. The world has not to be informed of your generosity, but a chivalry that invites the most horrible of sneers at a man. And what can I say? I have said it was impossible. Add the postscript, you find it was perfectly possible. I have to learn more than I care to hear. Your knowledge is not in request, you will speak in my name. Will you consult your lawyers, Rosette, before you commit yourself? I am on my way to Lady Uppington. You cannot be thinking how serious it is. I rather value the opinion of a hard-headed woman of the world. Why not listen to me? You have your points, Maram. She's a torch. She serves my purpose. Livia shrugged sadly. I suppose it serves your purpose to be unintelligible to me. He rendered himself intelligible immediately by saying, before I go, 1,000. Oh, my dear Rosette, she sighed. State the amount. She seemed to be casting unwieldy figures and he helped her with, Mr. Isaacs. Not less than 3, I fear. Has he been pressing? You are always good to us, Rosette. You are always considerate for the honor of the family. Order for the money with you here tomorrow. And I thank you for your advice. Do me the favor to follow mine. Commands should be the word. Phrase it as you please. You know I hate responsibility. The chorus in classical dramas had generally that sentiment, but the singing was the sweeter for it. Whom do you not win when you condescend to the mood, you dear boy? He restrained a bitter reply, touching the kind of persons he had won, a girl from the mountains, a philosophical tramp of the roads, troops of the Book.2-3 spelt at the problem he was. She put away the task of reading it. He departed to see Lady Uppington, and thereby rivet his chains. As Livia had said, she was a torch. Lady Ender, Lady Eldritch, Lady Cowrie, kindled at her. Again there were flights of the burning brands over London. The very odd marriage, the no marriage, the two ends of the town marriage, and the maiden marriage of Fnlitful marriage, the monstrous marriage of the Countess productive in banishment, and the unreadable Earl accepting paternity, this amazing marriage was again the riddle in the cracker for tattlers and gapers. It rattled upon the world's native wantonness, the world's acquired decorum, society's irrepressible original and its powerfully resisting second nature. All the rogues of the fine sphere ran about with it, male and female, and there was the narrative that suggestively skipped, and that which trod the minuet measure, dropping a curtsy to ravenous curiosity, the apology surrendering its defensible cause in supplications to benevolence, and the benevolence damnatory in a too eloquent urgency, followed by the devout objection to a breath of the subject, so blackening it as to call forth the profanely circumstantial exposition. Smirks, blushes, dead silences, and in the lower regions roars, hung round it. But the lady, though absent, did not figure poorly at all. Granting Whitechapel and the Shillelagh affair, certain whispers of her good looks, contested only to be the more violently asserted, and therewith Rose Mackerel's tale of her being a young woman of birth having a romantic story to tell of herself and her parentage made her latest performance the champagne event of it hitherto. Men sparkled when they had it on their lips. How, then, London asked, would the Earl of Fleetwood move his pieces in reply to his Countess's particularly clever indication of the check threatening mate? His move had no relation to the game, it was thought at first. The world could not suppose that he moved a simple pawn on his marriage board. He purchased a shop in Piccadilly for the sale of fruit and flowers. Lady Uppington was entreated to deal at the shop, Countess Livia had her orders, his friends, his parasites and satellites, were to deal there. Intensely earnest as usual, he besought great ladies to let him have the overflow of their hot houses, and they, classing it as another of the mystifications of a purse crazy for repleteness, inquired, "But is it you we are to deal with?" And he quite seriously said, "With me, yes, at present." Something was behind the curtain, of course. His gravity had the effect of the ultra-comical in concealing it. The shop was opened. We have the assurance of Rose Mackerel, that he entered and examined the piles and pans of fruit, and the bouquets cunningly arranged by a hand smelling French. The shop was roomy, splendid windows lighted the yellow, the golden, the green and party-coloured stores. 4 doors off, a chemist's motley in-bellied glasses crashed on the sight. Passengers along the pavement had presented to them such a contrast as might be shown if we could imagine the Lethean ferry boatload brought sharp against Pomona's lapful. In addition to the plucked flowers and fillets of the shop, Rose Mackerel more attentively examined the samples doing service at the counters. They were 3, under supervision of a watchful-eyed Fourteenth. Dame Gossip is for quoting his wit. But the conclusion he reached, after quitting the shop and pacing his dozen steps, is important, for it sent a wind over the town to set the springs of tattle going as wildly as when the herald's trumpet blew the announcement for the world to hear out of Wales. He had observed that the young woman's supervising was deficient in the ease of an established superior, her brows were troubled, she was, therefore, a lieutenant elevated from a lower grade, and, to his thinking, conducted the business during the temporary retirement of the mistress of the shop. And the mistress of the shop? The question hardly needs be put. Rose Mackerel or his humour answered it in unfaltering terms. London heard, with the variety of feelings which are indistinguishable under a flooding amazement, that the beautiful Newfoundland and flower shop had been purchased and stocked by the fabulously wealthy young Earl of Fleetwood, to give his Whitechapel Countess a taste for business, an occupation, and an honourable means of livelihood. There was, Dame Gossip thumps to say, a general belief in this report. Crowds were on the pavement, peering through the shop windows. Carriages driving by stopped to look. My lord himself had been visible, displaying his array of provisions to friends. Nor was credulity damped appreciably when over the shop, in gold letters, appeared the name of Sarah Winch. It might be the Countess's maiden name, if she really was a married countess. But, in truth, the better informed of the town, having begun to think its Croesus capable of any eccentricity, chose to believe. They were at the pitch of excitement which demands and will swallow a succession of wilder extravagances. To accelerate the delirium of the fun, nothing was too much, because any absurdity was anticipated. And the Earl's readiness to be complimented on the shop's particular merits, his gratified air at an allusion to it, whirled the fun faster. He seemed entirely unconscious that each step he now took wakened peals. For such is the fate of a man who has come to be dogged by the humorist for the provision he furnishes, and, as it happens, he is the more laughable if not in himself a laughable object. The Earl's handsome figure, fine style, and contrasting sobriety heightened the burlesque of his call to admiration of a shop where Whitechapel would sit in state according to the fiction so closely under the lee of fact that they were not strictly divisible. Moreover, Sarah Winch, whom Chumley Potts drew into conversation, said, he vowed, she came up west from Whitechapel. She said it a little nervously, but without blushing. Always on the side of the joke, he could ask, who can doubt? Indeed, skepticism poisoned the sport. The old buccaneer has written, friends may laugh, I am not roused. My enemy's laugh is a bugle blown in the night. Our enemy's laugh at us rouses to wariness, he would say. He can barely mean that a condition of drowsy head is other than providently warned by laughter of friends. An old warrior's tough fibre would, perhaps, be insensible to that small crackle. In civil life, however, the friend's laugh at us is the loudest of the danger signals to stop our course, and the very wealthy nobleman, who is known for not a fool, is kept from hearing it. Unless he does hear it, he can have no suspicion of its being about him, he cannot imagine such less majesty in the subservient courtiers too prudent to betray a sign. So Fleetwood was unwound, and his childlike unconsciousness of the boiling sentiments around, seasoned, pricked, and maddened his parasites under compression to invent, for a faint relief. He had his title for them, they their tales of him. Dame Gossip would recount the tales. She is of the order of persons inclining to suspect the tittle of truth in prodigies of scandal. She is rustling and bustling to us of Corinthia Jane's run up to London to see Sarah Winch's grand new shop, an eclipse of all existing grand London Western shops, and of Rose Mackerel's account of her dance of proud delight in the shop, ending with a lovely cheese just as my lord enters, and then a scene, wild beyond any conceivable for pathos and humour, her pet pair of the dissimilar twins, both banging at us for teardrops by different roads, through a common the Earl has though. Whitechapel baby boy plumped into his hands, and the Countess fetches him a splendid bob dip and rises out of a second cheese to twirl and fandango it, and, all serious on a sudden, request, whimperingly beseech, his thanks to her for the crowing successor she has presented him with, my lord ultimately, but carefully, depositing the infant on a basket of the last oranges of the season, fresh from the Azores, by delivery off my lord's own schooner yacht in Southampton water, and escaping, leaving his gold-headed stick behind him, a trophy for the Countess. A weapon, it may be. Quick she tucks up her skirts, she is after him. Dame Gossip speaks amusingly enough of the chase, and many eyewitnesses to the Earl's flight at top speed down the right side of the way along by the Green Park, and of a prince of the blood, a portly royal duke on foot, bumped by one or the other of them, she cannot precisely say which, but thinks it to have been Corinthia Jane because the exalted personage, his shock of surprise abating, turned and watched the chase, in much merriment. And it was called, we are informed, the Piccadilly Hare and Hound from that day. Some tradition of an extenuated nobleman pursued by a light-footed lady amid great excitement, there is. The dame attaches imponence also to verses of one of the ballads beginning to gain currency at the time, issuing ostensibly from London's poetic centre, the 7 Dials, which had, we are to conjecture, got the story by discolouring filtration through footmen retailing in public houses the stock of anecdotes they gathered when stationed behind Rose Mackerel's chair, or Captain O'Brien's, or Chumley Potts', and would have the whole of it quoted. Though fair i.e. a peruke, and once was a gaping silly, your Whitechapel Countess will prove, Lord Duke, she is a regular tiger, Lily. She'll even fight you with cold, or she'll run you off your legs CZWN the length of Piccadilly. That will satisfy, and perhaps indicate the hand. Popular sympathy, of course, was all on the side of the fair, as ever in those days when women had not forfeited it by stepping from their sanctuary seclusion. The dame shall expose her confusions. She really would seem to fancy that the ballad verifies the main lines of the story, which is an impossible one. Corinthia had not the means to travel, she was moneyless. Every bill of her establishment was paid without stint by Mr. Howell Edwards, the Earl's manager of mines, but she had not even the means for a journey to the Gowerland rocks she longed to see. She had none, since she forced her brother to take the half of her share of their inheritance, 1 to 1,400, and sent him the remainder. Accepted by Chillen John as a loan, says Dame Gossip, and no sooner received than consumed by the pressing necessities of a husband, with the rose beauty of England to support in the comforts and luxuries he deemed befitting. Still the dame leans to her opinion that Corinthia Jane may have been seen about London, for where we have much smoke there must be fire. And the Countess never denying an imputation not brought against her in her hearing, the ballad was unchallenged and London's wags had it their own way. Among the reasons why they so persistently hunted the Earl, his air of a smart correctness shadowed by this new absurdity invited them, as when a spot of mud on the trimmest of countenances arrests observation, humour plucked at him the more for the good faith of his handsome look under the prolific little disfigurement. Besides, a wealthy despot, with no conception of any harm around him, will have the wags in his track as surely as the flexibles in front. They avenge his exactions. Fleetwood was honestly unaware of ridicule in the condition of inventive mania at his heels. Scheming, and hesitating to do, one half of his mind was absorbed with the problem of how now to treat the mother of his boy. Her behaviour in becoming a mother was acknowledged to be good, the production of a boy was good, considerate, he almost thought. He grew so far reconciled to her as to have intimations of a softness coming on, a wish to hear her speak of the trifling kindness done to the sister of Madge in reward of kindness done to her, wishes for looks he remembered, secret to him, more his own than any possessions. Dozens of men had wealth, some had beautiful wives, none could claim as his own that face of the look of sharp steel melting into the bridal flower. When she sprang from her bed to defend herself and recognized the intruder at her window, stood smitten, "It is my husband." Moonlight gave the variation of her features. And that did not appease the resentment tearing him from her, so justifiable then, as he forced himself to think, now hideous. Glimpses of the pictures his deeds painted of him since his first meeting with this woman had to be shunned. He threw them off, they were set down to the mystery men are. The degrading, utterly different, back view of them teaches that life is an irony. If the teaching is not accepted, and we are to take the blame, can we bear to live? Therefore, either way the irony of life is proved. Young men straining at thought, in the grip of their sensations, reach this logical conclusion. They will not begin by examining the ground they stand on, and questioning whether they have consciences at peace with the steps to rearward. Having established life as the coldly malignant element, which induces to what it chastises, a loathing of womanhood, the deputed mother of life, ensues, by natural sequence. And if there be one among women who disturbs the serenity we choose to think our due, she wears for us the sinister aspect of a confidential messenger between Nemesis and the passé. Fleetwood was thus compelled to regard Corinthia as both originally and successively the cause of his internal as well as his exterior discomfort, otherwise those glimpses would have bumped into perpetual stigmas. He had also to get his mind away from her. They pleaded against him volubly with the rising of her image into it. His manager at the mines had sent word of ominous discontent down there. His presence might be required. Obviously, then, the threatened place was unfitting for the Countess of Fleetwood. He dispatched a kind of order through Mr. Howell Edwards, that she should remove to Esselmont to escape annoyances. Esselmont was the preferable residence. She could there entertain her friends, could spend a pleasanter time there. He waited for the reply. Edwards deferred it. Were they to be in a struggle with her obstinate will once more? Henrietta was preparing to leave London for her dismal, narrow, and, after an absence, desired love nest. The Earl called to say farewell, cool as a loyal wife could wish him to be, admiring perforce. Marriage and maternity withdrew nothing, added to the fair young woman's bloom. She had gone to her room to pack and dress. Livia received him. In the midst of the casual commonplaces her memory was enlightened. "Oh," said she, and idly drew a letter out of a blotting-pad, "we have heard from Wales." She handed it to him. Before he knew the thing he did, he was reading, "There is no rest for me, brother, and I cannot help, I am kept so poor I have not the smallest of sums. I do not wish to leave Wales, the people begin to love me, and can one be mistaken? I know if I am loved or hated. But if my lord will give me an allowance of money of some hundreds, I will do his bidding, I will leave England or I will go to Esselmont, I could say, to Mr. Woodseer, in that part of London. He would not pen it. He thinks me blacked by it, like a sweep boy coming from a chimney, and that I have done injury to his title. No, Riot, to be a TME sister, I must bargain with my lord before I submit. He has not cared to come and see his little son. His boy has not offended him. There may be some of me in this dear. I know whose features will soon show to defend the mother's good name. He is early my champion. He is not christened yet, and I hear it accuse me, and I am not to blame, else still wait my lord's answer." "Don't be bothered to read the whole," Livia had said, with her hand out, when his eyes were halfway down the page. Fleetwood turned it, to read the signature, Janie. She seemed servile enough to some of her friends. Corinthia would have had a pleasanter sound. He folded the letter. "Why give me this?" "Take it," said he. She laid it on the open pad. Henrietta entered and had it restored to her, Livia remarking, "I found it in the blotter after all." She left them together, having to dress for the drive to the coach office with Henrietta. "Poor amusement for you this time." Fleetwood bowed, gently smiling. "Oh," cried Henrietta, "balls, routs, dinners, music, as much music as I could desire, even I. What more could be asked? I am eternally grateful. The world says, you are more beautiful than ever. Happiness does it, owing to you, Lord Fleetwood. Columelli pleases you. His voice is heavenly. He carries me away from earth. He is a gentleman, too rare with those fellows. A pretty manner. He will speak his compliments in his English. You are seasoned to endure them in all languages. Pity another of your wounded, Brailston has been hard hit at the tables. I cannot pity gamblers. May I venture half a word? Tomes. But just a little compassion for the devoted. He wouldn't play so madly, if, well, say a 10th dilution of the rapt hearing Columelli gets. Signor Columelli sings divinely. You don't dislike Brailston. He is one of the agreeable. He must put his feelings into Italian song. To put them aside will do. We are not to have our feelings. Yes, on the proviso that ours are respected. But, one instant, Lord Fleetwood, pray. She is, I have to speak of her as my sister. I am sure she regrets. She writes very nicely. You have a letter from her. Henrietta sighed that it would not bear exposure to him. Yes. Nicely worded. Well, yes, it is. He paused, not expecting that the letter would be shown, but silence fired shots, and he had stopped the petition. We are to have you for a week's yachting. You prescribe your company. Only be merciful. Exclusion will mean death to some. Columeli will be touring in Switzerland. You shall have him in the house when my new bit of ground northwest of London is open, very handy, 10 miles out. We'll have the opera troupe there, and you shall command the opera. Her beauty sweetened to thank him. If, as Livia said, his passion for her was unchanged, the generosity manifested in the considerate screen it wore over any physical betrayal of it, deserved the lustre of her eyes. It dwelt a moment, vivid with the heart close behind and remorseful for misreading of old his fine character. Here was a young man who could be the very kindest of friends to the woman rejecting him to wed another. Her smile wavered. How shall a loving wife express warmth of sentiment elsewhere, without the one beam too much, that plunges her on a tideway? His claim of nothing called for everything short of the prescribed. She gave him her beauty in fullest flower. It had the appearance of a temptation, and he was not tempted, though he admired, his thought being, husband of the thing. But he admired. That condition awakened his unsatisfied past days to desire positive proof of her worthlessness. The past days writhed in him. The present were loveless, entirely cold. He had not even the wish to press her hand. The market held beautiful women of a like description. He wished simply to see her proved the thing he read her to be, and not proved as such by himself. He was unable to summon or imagine emotion enough for him to simulate the forms by which fair women are wooed to their perdition. For all he cared, any man on earth might try, succeed or fail, as long as he had visual assurance that she coveted, a slave to the pleasures commanded by the wealth once disdained by her. Till that time, he could not feel himself perfectly free. Dame Gossip prefers to ejaculate. Young men are mysteries. And bowl us onward. No one ever did comprehend the Earl of Fleetwood, she says. He was bad, he was good, he was whimsical and steadfast, a splendid figure, a mark for ridicule, romantic and a close arithmetician, often a devil, sometimes the humanest of creatures. In fine, he was a millionaire nobleman, owing to a considerable infusion of Welsh blood in the composition of him. Now, to the Cymry and to the pure Celt, the past is at their elbows continually. The past of their lives has lost neither face nor voice behind the shroud, nor are the passions of the flesh, nor is the animate soul, wanting to it. Other races forfeit infancy, forfeit youth and manhood with their progression to the wisdom age may bestow. These have each stage always alive, quick at a word, a scent, a sound, to conjure up scenes, in spirit and in flame. Historically, they still march with Cadwallader, with Llewellyn, with Glendower, sing with Aneurin, Taliesin, Oldley Walk. Individually, they are in the heart of the injury done them 30 years back or thrilling to the glorious deed which strikes an empty buckler for most of the sons of time. An old sea rises in them, rolling no phantom billows to break to spray against existing rocks of the shore. That is why, and even if they have a dose of the Teuton in them, they have often to feel themselves exiles when still in amicable community among the preponderating Saxon English. Add to the single differentiation enormous wealth. We convulse the excellent dame by terming it a chained hurricane, to launch in foul blasts or beneficent showers, according to the moods during youth, and the composite Lord Fleetwood comes nearer into our focus. Dame Gossip, with her jigging to be at the button of a man's trot, when she is not violently interrupting, would suffer just punishment were we to digress upon the morality of a young man's legal possession of enormous wealth as well. Wholly Cambrian Fleetwood was not. But he had to the full the Cambrian's reverential esteem for high qualities. His goodbye with Henrietta, and estimate of her, left a dusky mental void requiring an orb of some sort for contemplation, and an idea of the totally contra Corinthia, the woman he had avowedly wedded, usurped her place. Qualities were admitted. She was thrust away because she had offended, still more because he had offended. She bore the blame for forcing him to an examination of his conduct at this point, and that, where an ancestral savage in his lineaments cocked a strange eye. Yet at the moment of the act of the deed he had known himself the veritable Fleetwood. He had now to vindicate himself by extinguishing her under the load of her unwomanliness. She was like sun-dried linen matched beside oriental silk. She was rough, crisp, unyielding. That was now the capital charge. Henrietta could never be guilty of the unfeminine. Which did he prefer? It is of all questions the one causing young men to screw wry faces when they are asked. They do so love the feminine, the ultra-feminine, whom they hate for her inclination to the frail. His depths were sounded, and he answered independently of his will, that he must be up to the heroical pitch to decide. Corinthia stood near him then. The confession was a step, and fraught with consequences. Her unacknowledged influence expedited him to Sarah Winch's shop, for sight of one of earth's honest souls, from whom he had the latest of the two others down in Wales, and of an infant there. He dined the host of his Ixionides, leaving them early for a drive at night eastward, and a chat with old Mr. Woodseer over his punching and sewing of his boot leather. Another honest soul. Mr. Woodseer thankfully consented to mount his coach box next day, and astonish Gower with a drop on his head from the skies about the time of the midday meal. There we have our peep into Dame Gossip's young man mysterious. Chapter 29. Corinthia in Wales. An August of gales and rains drove Atlantic air over the Welsh Highlands. Corinthia's old father had impressed on her the rapture of smelling salt when by chance he stood and threw up his nostrils to sniff largely over a bed of bracken, that reminded him of his element, and her fancy would be at strain to catch his once proud riding of the seas. She felt herself an elder daughter of the beloved old father, as she breathed it in full volume from the billowy west one morning early after sunrise and walked sisterly with the far-seen inexperienced little maid, whom she saw trotting beside him through the mountain forest, listening, storing his words, picturing the magnetic, vain great gloom of an untasted world. This elder daughter had undergone a shipwreck, but clear proof that she had not been worsted was in the unclouded liveliness of the younger one gazing forward. Imaginative creatures who are courageous will never be lopped of the hopeful portion of their days by personal misfortune. Corinthia could animate both. It would have been a hurt done to a living human soul had she suffered the younger self to run overcast. Only, the gazing Fonvar had become interdicted to her experienced self. Nor could she vision a future having any horizon for her child. She saw it in bleak squares, and snuggled him between dangers weathered and dangers apprehended. The conviction that her husband hated her had sunk into her nature. Hating the mother, he would not love her boy. He was her boy, and strangely bestowed, not beautifully to be remembered rapturously or gratefully, and with deep love of the father. She felt the wound recollection dealt her. But the boy was her one treasure, and no treasure to her husband. They were burdens, and the heir of his house, child of a hated mother, was under perpetual menace from an unscrupulous tyrannical man. The dread and antagonism were first aroused by the birth of her child. She had not known while bearing him her present acute sensation of the hunted flying and at bay. Previously, she could say, I did wrong here, I did wrong there. Distrust had brought the state of war, which allows not of the wasting of our powers in confessions. Her husband fed her and he clothed her, the limitation of his bounty was sharply outlined. Sure of her rectitude, a stranger to the world, she was not very sensible of dishonour done to her name. It happened at times that her father inquired of her how things were going with his little Karen, and then revolt sprang up and answered on his behalf rather fiercely. She was, however, prepared for any treaty including forgiveness, if she could be at peace in regard to her boy, and have an income of some help to her brother. Chillon was harassed on all sides. She stood incapable of aiding, so foolishly feeble in the shadow of her immense longing to strive for him, that she could think her husband had pumosely lamed her with an infant. Her love of her brother, now the one man she loved, laid her insufficiency on the rack and tortured imbecile cries from it. On the contrary, her strange husband had blessed her with an infant. Everything was pardonable to him if he left her boy untouched in the mother's charge. Much alone as she was, she raised the dead to pet and cherish her boy. Chillen had seen him and praised him. Mrs. Owen Withan, her neighbour over hill, praised him above all babes on earth, poor childless woman. She was about to cross the hill and breakfast with Mrs. Withan. The time for the weaning of the babe approached, and had as prospect beyond it her dull fear that her husband would say the mother's work was done, and seize the pretext to separate them, and she could not claim a longer term to be giving milk, because her father had said, not a quarter of a month more than 9 for the milk of the mother, or else the child would draw an unsustaining nourishment from the strongest breast. She could have argued her exceptional robustness against another than he. But the dead father wanting to build a great race of men and women ruled. Corinthia knelt at the cradle of a princeling gone from the rich repast to his alternative kingdom. You will bring him over when he wakes, she said to Madge. Mrs. Withan would like to see him every day. Martha can walk now. She can walk and hold a child in her 2 arms, my lady, said Madge. She expects miners popping up out of the bare ground when she sees no goblins. They know him, they would not hurt him, they know my son, her mistress answered. The population of the mines in revolt had no alarms for her. The works were empty down below. Men sat by the wayside brooding or strolled in groups, now and then loudly exercising their tongues, or they stood in circle to sing hymns, melancholy chants of a melancholy time for all. How would her father have acted by these men? He would have been among them. Dissensions in his mind were vapours of a day. Lords behaved differently. Corinthia fancied the people must regard their master as a foreign wizard, whose power they felt, without the chance of making their cry to him heard. She, too, dealt with a lord. It was now his wish for her to leave the place where she had found some shreds of a home in the thought of being useful. She was gathering the people's language, many of their songs she could sing, and please them by singing to them. They were not suspicious of her, at least, their women had open doors for her, the men, if shy, were civil. She had only to go below, she was greeted in the quick tones of their speech all along the street of the slate roofs. But none loved the castle, and she as little, saving the one room in it where her boy lay. The grey of Welsh Histone knew a real castle beside the roaring brook, frequently a torrent. This was an 18th-century castellated habitation on the verge of a small wood midway up the height, and it required a survey of numberless happy recollections to illumine its walls or drape its chambers. The permanently lighted hearth of a dear home, as in that forsaken unfavoured old white house of the wooded Austrian crags, it had not. Rather it seemed a place waiting for an ill deed to be done in it and stop all lighting of healths thereafter. Out on the turf of the shaven hills, her springy step dispersed any misty fancies. Her short-winged hive set to work in her head as usual, building scaffoldings of great things to be done by Chillen, present evils escaped. The rolling big bad hills with the riding clouds excited her as she mounted, and she was a figure of gladness on the ridge bending over to hospitable Place Lewin, where the Withans lived, entertaining rich and poor alike. They had led the neighbourhood to call on the discarded Countess of Fleetwood. A warm strain of arms about her neck was Corinthia's welcome from Mrs. Withan lying along the couch in her boudoir, an established invalid, who yearned sanely to life, and caught a spark of it from the guest-eyed tenderly by her as they conversed. Our boy, our Chillen Kirby till he has his baptism names, he is well? I am to see him. He follows me. He sleeps almost through the night now. All, my dear Mrs. Withan sighed, imagining, it would disappoint me if he did not wake me. I'll wake at his old time and watch him. Corinthia put on the baby's face in the soft mould of slumber. I see him. Mrs. Withan cried. He is part mine. He has taught Owen to love babies. A tray of breakfast was placed before the Countess. Mr. Withan is down among his men, she said. Every morning, as long as this agitation lasts. I need not say good appetite to you after your walk. You have no fear of the men, I know. Owain's men are undisturbed, he has them in hand. Absentee masters can't expect continued harmony. Dear, he tells me Mr. Edwards awaits the Earl. Drinking her tea, Corinthia's eyelids shut, she set down her cup. If he must come, she said. He wishes me to leave. I am to go again where I have no friends, and no language to learn, and can be of no use. It is not for me that I dread his coming. He speaks to command. The men ask to be heard. He will have submission first. They do not trust him. His coming is a danger. For me, I should wish him to come. May I say? Your Rebecca bids you say, my darling. It is, I am with the men because I am so like them. I beg to be heard. He commands obedience. He is a great nobleman, but I am the daughter of a greater man, and I have to say, that if those poor miners do harm, I will not stand by and see an anger against injustice punished. I wish his coming, for him to agree upon the Christian names of the boy. I feel his coming will do me injury in making me offend him worse. I would avoid that. Oh, dear soul! I may say it cannot hurt me any more. I am spared loving him when I forgive him, and I do. The loving is the pain. That is gone by. Mrs. Withen fondled and kissed Corinthia's hand. Let me say in my tongue, I may help you, dear. You know I have my husband's love, as he mine. Have I ever been a wife to him? Here I lie, a dead weight, to be carried up and down, all of a wife that Owain hath had for years. I lie and pray to be taken, that my good man, my proved good man, may be free to choose a healthy young woman and be rewarded before his end by learning what a TNLE marriage is. The big simpleton will otherwise be going to his grave, thinking he was married. I see him stepping about softly in my room, so contented if he does not disturb me, and he crushes me with a desire to laugh at him while I worship. I tricked him into marrying the prostrate invalid I am, and he can't discover the trick. He will think it's a wife he has, instead of a doctor's doll. Oh! You have a strange husband, it has been a strange marriage for you, but you have your invincible health, you have not to lie and feel the horror of being a deception to a guileless man, whose love blindfolds him. The bitter ache to me is, that I can give nothing. You abound in power to give. Corinthia lifted her open hands for sign of their emptiness. My brother would not want, if I could give. He may have to sell out of the army, he thinks, fears, and I must look on. Our mother used to say she had done something for her country in giving a son like Chillen to the British Army. Poor mother! Our bright opening days all seem to end in rain. We should turn to Mr. Withen for a guide. He calls you Morgan le Fay Christianized. What I am? Corinthia raised and let fall her head. An example makes dwarfs of us. When Mr. Withen does penance for temper by descending into his mine and working among his men for a day with the pick, seated, as he showed me down below, that is an example. If I did like that, I should have no fire damp in the breast, and not such a task to forgive, that when I succeed I kill my feelings. The entry of Madge and Martha, the nurse girl, with the overflowing armful of baby, changed their converse into melodious exclamations. Kit Innes has arrived, my Lady Madge said. I saw him on the road and stopped a minute. Mrs. Withen studied Corinthia. Her sharp invalid's ears had caught the name. She beckoned. The man who, the fighting man. It will be my child this time, said Corinthia, I have no fear for myself. She was trembling, though her features were hard for the war her lord had declared, as it seemed. Did he tell you his business here? She asked of Madge. He says, to protect you, my lady, since you won't leave. He stays at the castle. He is to stay there, he says, as long as the Welsh are out. The Welsh are misunderstood by Lord Fleetwood, Mrs. Withen said to Corinthia. He should live among them. They will not hurt their lady. Protecting may be his intention, but we will have our baby safe here. Not, she appealed. And baby's mother. How otherwise? You read my wishes, Corinthia rejoined. The man I do not think a bad man. He has a master. While I am bound to my child I must be restful, and with the man at the castle Martha's goblins would jump about me day and night. My boy makes a coward of his mother. We merely take a precaution, and I have the pleasure of it, said her hostess. Give orders to your maid not less than a fortnight. It will rejoice my husband so much. As with the warmly hospitable, few were the words. Madge was promised by her mistress plenty of opportunities daily for seeing Kit-ins, and her mouth screwed to one of women's dimples at a corner. She went off in a car to fetch boxes, thinking, we are a hunted lot. So she was not mildly disposed for the company of Mr. Kit on her return to the castle. England's champion lightweight thought it hard that his coming down to protect the castle against the gibbering heathen Welsh should cause a clearing out, and solitariness for his portion. What's the good of innocence if you're always going to suspect a man, he put it, like a true son of the pirates turned traders. I've got a patron, and a man in my profession must have a patron, or where is he? Where's his money for a trial of skill? Say he saves and borrows and finds the lump to clap it down, and he's knocked out 0 time. There he is, bankrupt and a devil of a licking into the bargain. That's the cream of our profession, if a man has got no patron. No prize ring can live without one. The odds are too hard on us. My lady ought to take into account I behaved respectful when I was obliged to do my lord's orders and remove her from our haunts, which wasn't to his taste. Here I'm like a cannon for defending the house, needs be, and all inside flies off scarified. It strikes me, Kit-ins, a man with a patron is no better than a tool of a man, said Madge. And don't you go to be sneering at honest tools-ins, retorted. When will women learn a bit of the world before they are made hags of by old father wear and tear? A young woman in her prime, you Madge. Be such a fool as not see I serve tool to stock our shop. Your patron bid you steal off with my lady's child, Kit-ins, you do it to stock your shop. Ins puffed. If you ain't a girl to wallop the wind. Fancy me at that game. Is that why, my lady? But I can't be suspected that far. You make me break out at my paws. My patron's a gentleman, he wouldn't ask and I couldn't act such a part. Dear Lord. It'd have to be stealing off, for my lady can use a stick, and put it to the choice between my lady and her child and any patron living. Patron be damned, I'd say, rather than go against my notions of honour. Have you forgot all our old talk about the prize ring, the nursel why of honour in old England? That was before you sold yourself to a patron, Kit-ins. All women wants must heading off and on, for 'em to have a bit of a lookout over life as it is. They go stewing over books of adventure and drop into frights about awful man. Take me, now, you had no small admiration for my manly valour once, and you trusted yourself to me, and did you ever repent it, owning you're not the young woman to tempt a tea other way? You wouldn't have found me talking to you here if I had. And here I'm left to defend an empty castle, am I? Don't drink or you have your patron on you. He's good use there. I'll ask it, can I see my lady? Drunk nor sober you won't. Serve a patron, be a leper, you'll find, with all honest folk. Inns shook out an execrating leg at the foul word. Leper, you say? You say that? You say leper to me? Strut your tallest, Kit-ins. It's the money rattles in your pocket says it. It's my reputation for decent treatment of a woman lets you say it, Madge Winch. Stick to that as long as your patron consents. It's the one thing you've got left. Benefit, you hussy, and mind you don't pull too stiff. Be the woman and have the last word. His tongue was checked. He swallowed the exceeding sourness of a retort undelivered, together with the feeling that she beat him in the wrangle by dint of her being an unreasonable wench. Madge huffed away to fill her boxes. He stood by the cart, hands deep down his pockets, when she descended. She could have laughed at the spectacle of a champion prize fighter out of employ, hulking idle, because he was dog to a patron, but her contempt of him declined passing in small change. "So you're off. What am I to tell my lord when he comes?" Kit growled. "His yacht's fetching for a Welsh seaport." She counted it a piece of information gained, and jumped to her seat, bidding the driver start. To have pretty well lost her character for a hero changed into a patron's dog, was a thought that outweighed the show of incivility. Some little distance away, she reproached herself for not having been so civil as to inquire what day my lord was expected, by his appointment. The girl reflected on the strangeness of a body of discontented miners bringing my lord and my lady close, perhaps to meet. Chapter 30. Rebecca with Anne. The Earl thus looked for at the chief office of the mines, and each day an expectation of him closed in disappointment, leaving it to be surmised that there were more serious reasons for his continued absence during a crisis than any discussed, whether indeed, as when a timepiece neglects to strike the hour which is, by the reckoning of natural impatience, past, the capital charge of crazy works must not be brought against a nobleman hitherto precise upon business, of a just disposition. Fairly humane. For though he was an absentee sucking the earth through a tube, in Ottoman ease, he had never omitted the duty of personally attending on the spot to grave cases under dispute. The son of the hot-headed father came out at a crisis, and not too high-handedly, he could hear an opposite argument to the end. Therefore, since he refused to comply without hearing, he was wanted on the spot imperatively, now. Irony perusing history offers the beaten and indolent a sugary acid in the indication of the spites and the pranks, the whims and the tastes, at the springs of main events. It is, taken by itself, destinative nourishment. But those who labour in the field to shovel the clods of earth to history, would be wiser of their fellows for a minor dose of it. Mr. Howell Edwards consulting with Mr. Owen Withen on the necessity, that the Earl should instantly keep his promise to appear among the men and stop the fermentation, as in our younger days a lordly owner still might do by small concessions and the physical influence, the nerve charm, could suppose him to be holding aloof for his pleasure or his pride, perhaps because of illness or inability to conceive the actual situation at a distance. He mentioned the presence of the Countess, and Mr. Withen mentioned it, neither of them thinking a rational man would so play the lunatic as to let men starve, and wreck precious mines, for the sake of avoiding her. Sullen days went by. On these days of the slate cloud or the leaden-winged, Corinthia walked over the hills to her staring or down-eyed silent people, admitted without a welcome at some doors, rejected at some. Her baskets from the castle were for the most part received as graciously. She continued to direct them for delivery where they were needed, and understood why a charity that supplied the place of justice was not thanked. She and her people here were one regarding the master, as she had said. They could not hurt her sensitiveness, she felt too warmly with them. And here it was not the squalid, flat, bricked east corner of London at the close of her daily pilgrimage. Up from the solitary street of the slate roofs, she mounted a big hill and had the life of high breathing. A perpetual escape out of the smoky, grimy city mazes was trumpeted to her in the winds up there, a recollected contrast lightened the skyless broad spaces overhead almost to sunniness. Having air of the hills and activity for her limbs, she made sunshine for herself. Regrets were at no time her nestlings. Look backward only to correct an error of conduct for the next attempt, says one of her father's maxims, as sharply bracing for women as for men. She did not look back to moan. Now that her hunger for the safety of her infant was momentarily quieted, she could see kittens hanging about the lower ground, near the alehouse, and smile at Madge's comparison of him to a chummed-out soldier, who would like to be taken for a holiday pensioner. He saluted, under the suspicion of his patron's lady his legs were hampered, he dared not approach her, though his innocence of a deed not proposed to him yet, and all to stock that girl Madge's shop, if done. Knocked at his ribs with folly to vindicate himself before the lady and her maid. A gentleman met them and conducted them across the hills. And 2 taffy gentlemen would hardly be sufficient for the purpose, supposing an ill-used Englishman inclined to block their way, what, and play footpad, kit-ins. No, it's just a game in the head. But a TNLE man hates to feel himself suspected. His refuge is the beer of the country. Next day there were the 2 gentlemen to conduct the lady and her maid, and Taffer the first walks beside the Countess, and that girl Madge nudges along with no other than my lord's Mr. Woodseer, chattering like a watering can on a garden bed, deuce a glance at kit-ins. How can she keep it up and the gentleman no more than nodding? How does he enjoy playing second fiddle with the maid while Mr. Tall Brown-faced Taffy violins it to her ladyship a stone's throw in front? Inns had less curiosity to know the object of Mr. Woodseer's appearance on the scene. Idle, unhandsomely treated, and a cave of the yawns, he merely commented on his observations. Yes, there he is, don't look at him, Madge said to Gower, and whatever he's here for, he has a bad time of it, and rather more than it's pleasant for him to think over, if a slave to a patron thinks at all. I won't judge him, my mistress is bitten with the fear for the child, worse than ever. And the Earl, my lord, not coming, and he wanting her to move again, seems to her he durstn't he do it here and intends to snap at the child on the road. She is forced to believe anything of such a husband and father. And why does he behave so? I can't spell it. He's kind to my Sally, you've seen the Piccadilly shop, because she did her best in love and duty for my lady. And behaves like a husband hating his wife's life on earth. Then he went down with good Mr. Woodseer, and called on Sally, pretending to inquire, after she was kidnapped by that kit-ins acting to please his patron, he must be shown up to the room where she slept, and stands at the door and peeps in, Sally's letter says, and asks if he may enter the room. He went to the window looking on the chimneys she used to see, and touched an ornament over the fireplace, called grandfather's pigtail case. He was a sailor, only a ridiculous piece of china, that made my lady laugh about the story of its holding a pigtail. But he turns it over because she did, Sally told him. He couldn't be pretending when he bought the beautiful shop and stocked it for Sally. He gets her lots of customers, and no rent to pay till next Michaelmas a year. She's a maid woman through him. He said to her, he had heard from Mr. Woodseer the Countess of Fleetwood called her sister, he shook her hand. The Countess of Fleetwood called both of you her sisters, I think, said Gower. I'm her servant. I'd rather serve her than have a fortune. You were born with a fortune, one would like to have a nibble at it, Madge. Elle can't lay hand on it, then. It's the capacity for giving, my dear. Please, Mr. Gower, don't say that, you'll make me cry. He keeps his wife so poor she hasn't a shilling of her own, she wearies about her brother, she can't help. He can spend hundreds on my Sally for having been good to her, in our small way, it's a fairy tale, and he won't hear of money for his wife, except that she's never to want for anything it can buy. You give what it can't buy me. I'm a pugilist's wench, LVE heard myself called. She was the first who gave me a lift, never mind me. Have you come to take her away? She'd TN one street herself and the child to you. Take with her as to the best we can do. He holds off from a meeting just now. I fancy he's wearing round to it. His keeping his wife without money passes comprehension. After serving him for a few months, I had a store invested to support me for years, as much as I need before I join the ranks of the pen. I was at my reading and writing and drowsing, and down he rushes, I'm in harness again. I can't say it's dead waste of time, besides I pick up an independence for the days ahead. But I don't respect myself for doing the work. Here's the difference between us 2 servants, Madge, I think of myself, and you don't. The difference is more like between the master and mistress we serve, Mr. Gower. Well, I'd rather be the woman in this case. You know the reputation I've got. And can only just read, and can't spell. My mistress teaches me bits of German and French on her walks. Gower took a new observation of this girl, whom he had not regarded as like himself, a pushing blade among the grasses. He proposed to continue her lessons, if she cared to learn, saying it could be done in letters. I won't be ashamed of writing, if you mean it, said she. My mistress will have a useful servant. She had a strange honeymoon of a marriage, if ever was, and told me other day she was glad because it brought us together, she a born lady. A fling above born ladies. She's quick as light to hit on a jewel where there is one, whether it shines or not. She stands among the verities of the world. Yes, Madge said, panting for more. Do speak of her. When you praise her, I feel she's not wasted. Mistress, and friend and wife, if he'd let her be, and mother, never mother like her. The boy 11 be a sturdy. She'll see he has Eve one why chance. He's a lucky little one to have that mother. You think her handsome, Madge? Gower asked it, wishing to hear a devotee's confusion of qualities and looks. The question was a drop on lower spheres, and it required definitions, to touch the exact nature of the form of beauty, and excuse a cooler tone on the commoner plane. These demanded language. She rounded the difficulty, saying, you see engravings of archery, that is her figure, her real figure. I think her face. I can't describe, it flashes. That's it, said Gower, delighted with his perception of a bare mind at work and hitting the mark perforce of warmth. When it flashes, it's unequalled. There's the supremacy of irregular lines. People talk of perfect beauty, suitable for paintings and statues. Living faces, if they are to show the soul, which is the star on the peak of beauty, must lend themselves to commotion. Nature does it in a breezy tree or over ruffled waters. Repose has never such splendid reach as animation, I mean, in the living face. Artists prefer repose. Only nature can express the uttermost beauty with her gathering and tuning of discords. Well, your mistress has that beauty. I remember my impression when I saw her first on her mountains abroad. Other beautiful faces of women go pale, grow stale. The diversified in the harmony of the flash are nature's own, her radiant, made of her many notes, beyond our dreams to reproduce. We can't hope to have a true portrait of your mistress. Does Madge understand? The literary dose was a strong one for her, but she saw the index, and got a lift from the sound. Her bosom heaved. Oh, I do try, Mr. Gower. I think I do a little. I do more while you're talking. You are good to talk so to me. You should have seen her the night she went to meet my lord at those beastly gardens Kit Innes told me he was going to. She was defending him. I've no words. You teach me what's meant by poetry. I couldn't understand that once. Their eyes were on the Countess and her escort in advance. Gower's praises of her mistress's peculiar beauty set the girl compassionately musing. His eloquence upon the beauty was her clue. Corinthia and Mr. Withan started at a sharp trot in the direction of the pair of ponies driven by a groom along the curved decline of the narrow roadway. His whip was up for signal. It concerned the house and the master of it. His groom drove rapidly down, while he hight 11 tied on the homeward way, as a man will do, with the dread upon him that his wife's last breath may have been yielded before he can enfold her. Corinthia walked to be overtaken, not daring to fever her blood at a swifter pace, lamed with an infant, the thought recurred. She is very ill, she has fainted, she lies insensible. Madge heard from her of Mrs. Withan. For V.E. was speaking of her when the groom appeared. It has happened twice. They fear the third. He fears it, though he laughs at a superstition. Now step, I know you like walking, Mr. Woodseer. Once I left you behind. I'll have the whole scene of the angel and the cripple, Gower replied. Oh, that day! They were soon speculating on the unimpressionable house in its clump of wood midway below, which had no response for anxieties. A maid-servant at the garden gate, by Mr. Withan's orders, informed Corinthia that her mistress had opened her eyes. There was a hope of weathering the ominous third time. But the hope was a bird of short flight from bush to bush until the doctor should speak to confirm it. Even the child was under the shadow of the house. Corinthia had him in her arms, trusting to life as she hugged him, and seeing innumerable darts out of all regions assailing her treasure. She wishes to have you, Mr. Withan came and said to her. Almost her first word. The heart is quickening. She will live for me if she can. He whispered it. His features shot the sparkle. Rebecca Withan had strength to press Corinthia's hand faintly. She made herself heard, no pain. Her husband sat upright, quite still, attentive for any sign. His look of quiet pleasure ready to show, sprightliness dwelt on her. She resumed the look, unable to give it greeting. Past the sense of humour, she wanted to say, see the poor simple fellow who will think it a wife that he has. She did but look. Corinthia spoke his name, Mr. Withan, by chance, and Rebecca breathed heavily until she formed the words, Owain to me. To me, Owain added. The three formed a chain of clasped hands. It was in the mind of the sick lady to disburden herself of more than her weakness could utter, so far was she above earthly links. The desire in her was to be quit of the flesh, bearing a picture of her husband as having the dues of his merits. Her recovered strength next day brought her nearer to our laws. You will call him Wayne, Corinthia, she said. He is not one to presume on familiarity. I must be going soon. I cannot leave him the wife I would choose. I can leave him the sister. He is a sure friend. He is the knightly man women dream of. I harp on it because I long for testimony that I leave him to have some reward. And this may be, between two so pure at heart as you two. Dear soul friend, yes, and Owain, yes, I can say it, Corinthia rejoined. Brother? I have only my children. My life is now for him. I am punished for separating myself from the son of my father. I have no help for a second brother. What I can give to my friend I will. I shall love you in him, if I am to lose you. Not Owain, it was I was the wretch refused to call on the lonely lady at the castle until I heard she had done a romantic little bit of thing, hushed a lambkin's bleating. My loss. My loss. And I could afford it so poorly. Since then Corinthia has filled my days. I shudder to leave you and think of your going back to the English. Their sneer withers. They sent you down among us as a young woman to be shunned. Elle did wildly, I was ungoverned, I had one idea, said Corinthia. One idea is a bullet, good for the day of battle to beat the foe, father tells us. It was a madness in me. Now it has gone, I see all round. I see straight, too. With one idea, we see nothing, nothing but itself. Whiz. We go. I did. I shall no longer offend in that way. Mr. Gower Woodseer is here from my lord. With him the child will be safe. I am not alarmed. It is to request, they would have me gone, to prepare the way for my lord. You have done it, he has the castle to himself. I cannot spare you. A tyrant ordering you to go should be defied. My Lord Fleetwood puts lightning into my slow veins. We have talked, we shall be reproved by the husband and the doctor, said Corinthia. Sullen days continued and rolled over to night at the mines. Gower's mission was rendered absurd by the Countess's withdrawal from the castle. He spoke of it to Mr. Withan once, and the latter took a big breath and blew such a laud to the winds. Persuade our guest to leave us, that the air may not be tainted for her husband when he comes. He needn't call, he is not obliged to see her. She's offered a settlement to live in. I believe her instinct's right, he has designs on the child. A little more and we shall have a mad dog in the fellow. He doubles my work by keeping his men out. If she were away we should hear of black doings. 20 dozen of his pugilists wouldn't stop the burning. They agreed that persuasions need not be addressed to the Countess. She was and would remain Mr. Withan's guest. As for the Earl, Gower inclined to plead hesitatingly, still to plead, on behalf of a nobleman owning his influence and very susceptible to his wisdom, whose echo of a pointed saying nearly equalled the satisfaction bestowed by print. The titled man affected the philosopher in that manner, or rather, the CNLDE philosopher's relish of brilliant appreciation stripped him of his robe. For he was with Owain Withan at heart to scorn titles which did not distinguish practical officers. A nation bowing to them has gone to pith. For him, he had to shake himself, that he might not similarly stick, he had to do it often. Objects elevated even by a decayed world have their magnetism for us unless we nerve the mind to wakeful repulsion. He protested he had reason to think the Earl was humanizing, though he might be killing a woman in the process. Could she wish for better, he asked, with at least the gravity of the undermining humorist, and he started Owain to course an idea when he remarked of Lord Fleetwood, imagine a devil on his back on a river, flying a cherub. Owain sparkled from the vision of the thing to wrath with it. But while he's floating, his people are edging on starvation. And I've a personal grievance. I keep, you know, open hall, bread and cheese and beer, for poor mates. His men are favouring us with a call. We have to cart treble from the town. If I straighten the sticks he dies to bend, it'll be a grievance against me, and a fig for it. But I like to be at peace with my neighbours, and waft them Penelian instead of dealing the Cledifel of Llewellyn. At last the tension ceased. They had intelligence of the Earl's arrival. His Countess was little moved by it, and the reason for that lay in her imagination being absorbed. Henrietta had posted her a journal telling of a deed of Chillen's, no great feat, but precious for its likeness to him as they phrased it, that is, for the light it cast on their conception of the man. Heading a squadron in a riotous Midland town, he stopped a charge, after fire of a shot from the mob, and galloped up the street to catch a staggering urchin to his saddlebow, and place the mite in safety. Then it was a simple trot of the hussars ahead, way was made for him. Now, to see what banquet there is for the big of heart in the world's hot stress, take the view of Corinthia, to whom her brother's thoughtful little act of gentleness at the moment of the red of the powder smoke was divinest bread and wine, when calamity hung around, with the future an unfooted wilderness, her powers untried, her husband her enemy. Chapter 31. We have again to deal with the examples of our younger. The most urgent of dames is working herself up to a grey squall in her detestation of imaginarial epigrams. Otherwise Gower would see as dash at the quintessential young man of wealth would prompt to the carrying of it further, and telling how the tethered flutterer above a devil on his back on a river was beginning to pull if not drag his withholder and teaser. Fleetwood had almost a desire to see the small dot of humanity which drew the breath from was indistinguishably the bubbly grin and gurgle of the nurses, he could swear. He kicked at the bondage to our common fleshly nature imposed on him by the mother of the little animal. But there had been a mother to his father. Odd movements of a warmish curiosity brushed him when the cynic was not mounting guard. They were, it seemed, external, no pan of him, like blasts of a wayside fumus across wintry air. They were, as it chanced, nature's woman in him plucking at her separated partner, customs man, something of an oriental voluptuary on his isolated regal seat, and he would suck the pleasures without a descent into the stale old ruts where life's convict couple walk linked to one another, to their issue more. There was also a cold curiosity to see the male infant such a mother would have. The grandson of old Lawless might turn out a would-be no mean one, no coward. That mother, too, who must have been a touch astonished to find herself a laughter curt bark, and heard rebukes, and pleaded the marriage trap to the man of his word, devil and cherub were at the tug, or say, dog and gentleman, a survival of the schoolboy, that mother, a girl of the mountains, perhaps wanted no more than smoothing by the world. "It is my husband" sounded foolish, sounded new note. Would she repeat it? The bit of simplicity would bear repeating once. Gower Woodseer says the creature grows and studies to perfect herself. She's a good way off that, and may spoil herself in the process, but she has a certain power. Her donkey obstinacy in refusing compliance, and her pursuit of my husband and ability to drench him with ridicule, do not exhibit the ordinary young female. She stamps her impression on the people she meets. Her husband is shaken to confess it likewise, despite a disagreement between them. He has owned he is her husband, he has not disavowed the consequence. That fellow, Gower Woodseer, might accuse the husband of viltually lying, if he by his conduct implied her distastefulness or worse. By heaven! As felon a deed as could be done. Argue the case anyhow, it should be undone. Let her but cease to madden. For whatever the rawness of the woman, she has qualities, and experience of the facile loves of London very sharply defines her qualities. Think of her as raw, she has the gift of rareness, forget the donkey obstinacy, her character grasps. In the grasp of her character, one inclines, and her husband inclines, to become her advocate. She has only to discontinue maddening. The wealthy young noble prized any form of rareness wherever it was visible, having no thought of the purchase of it, except with worship. He could listen pleased to the talk of a Methodist minister sewing boot leather. He picked up a roadside tramp and made a friend of him, and valued the fellow's honesty, submitted to his lectures, pardoned his insolence. The sight of Corinthia's narrow bedroom and strip of bed over Sarah Winch's Whitechapel shop had gone a step to drown the bobbing Whitechapel countess. At least, he had not been hunted by that gaunt chalk quarry ghost since his peep into the room. Own it! She likewise has things to forgive. Women nurse their larvae of ideas about fair dealing. But observe the distinction, if women understood justice they would be the first to proclaim, that when two are tied together, the one who does the other serious injury is more naturally excused than the one who tenfold abhorrent if up the grotesque to extinguish both. With this apology for himself, Lord Fleetwood grew tolerant of the person honourably avowed as his wife. So, therefore, the barrier between him and his thoughts of her was broken. The thoughts carrying red doses were selected. Finally, the taste to meet her sprouted. If agreeable, she could be wooed; if barely agreeable, tormented; if disagreeable, left as before. Although it was the hazard of a die, he decided to follow his taste. Her stay at the castle had kept him long from the duties of his business, and he could imagine it a grievance if he pleased, but he put it aside. Alighting at this chief manager's office, he passed through the heated atmosphere of black-browed, wiry little rebels, who withheld the salute as they lounged, a posture often preceding the spring in compulsorily idle workers. He was aware of instinct abroad, an antagonism to the proprietor's rights. They roused him to stand by them, and were his own form of instinct, handsomely clothed. It behoved that he should examine them and the claims against them, to be sure of his ground. He and Mr. Howell Edwards debated the dispute for an hour, agreeing, partially differing. There was a weakness on the principle in Edwards. These fellows fixed to the spot are for compromise too much. An owner of mines has no steady reckoning of income if the rate of wage is perpetually to shift according to current, mostly ignorant, versions of the prosperity of the times. Are we so prosperous? It is far from certain. And if the rate ascends, the question of easing it down to suit the discontinuance of prosperity agitating our exchequer, whose demand is for fixity, paclexes us finther. However, that was preliminary. He and Howell Edwards would dine and wrangle it out. The Earl knew himself a hot disputant after dinner. Incidentally he heard of Iaddy Fleetwood as a guest of Mrs. Withan, and the circumstance was injurious to him because he stood against Mr. Withan's pampering system with his men. Inns up at the castle smelt of beer, and his eyelids were sottish. Nothing to do tries the virtue of the best. He sought his excuse in a heavy lamentation over my lady's unjust suspicion of him, a known man of honour, though he did serve his patron. The cause of Lady Fleetwood's absence was exposed to her outraged lord, who had sent the man purely to protect her at this castle, where she insisted on staying. The suspicion cast on the dreary lusher was the wife's wild shot at her husband. One could understand a silly woman's passing terror. Her acting under the dictate of it struck the husband's ribbed breast as a positive clap of hostilities between them across a chasm. His previous placeable mood was immediately conceived by him to have been one of his fits of generosity, a step to a frightful dutiful embrace of an almost repulsive object. He flung the thought of her back on her Whitechapel. She returned from that place with smiles, dressed in a laundry white with a sprinkle of smuts, appearing to him as an adversary armed and able to strike. There was a blow, for he chewed resentments, and these were goaded by a remembered shyness of meeting her eyes when he rounded up the slope of the hill, in view of his castle, where he supposed she would be awaiting my husband. The silence of her absence was lively mock one why of that anticipation. Gower came on him sauntering about the grounds. "You're not very successful down here," Fleetwood said, without greeting. "The Countess likes the air of this country," said Gower, evasively, impertinently, and pointlessly, offensively to the despot employing him to be either subservient or smart. "I wish her to leave it. She wishes to see you first. She takes queer measures. I start tomorrow for my yacht at Cardiff." There the matter ended, for Fleetwood fell to talking of the mines. At dinner and after dinner it was the topic, and after Howell Edwards had departed. When the man who has a heart will talk of nothing but what concerns his interests, and the heart is hurt, it may be perceived by a cognizant friend, that this is his proud mute way of petitioning to have the tender subject broached. Gower was sure of the heart, armoured or bandaged though it was, a haunt of evil spirits as well, and he began, "Now to speak of me half a minute. You cajoled me out of my Surrey room, where I was writing, in the vein." "I've had the scene before me," the Earl interposed. "Juniper dells and that tree of the flashing leaf, and that dear old boy, your father, young as you and me, and saying love of nature gives us eternal youth. On with you. I doubted whether I should be of use to you. I told you the amount of alloy in my motives. A year with you, I have subsistence for 10 years assured to me. Don't be a prosy dog, Gower would seer. Will you come over to the Withens before you go?" "I will not. You would lengthen your stride across a wounded beast." "I see no wound to the beast. You can permit yourself to kick under cover of a metaphor. Tell me what you drive at, Gower." "The request is, for you to spare pain by taking one step, an extra strain on the muscles of the leg. It is only the leg wants moving. The lady has legs to run away, let them bring her back. Why have me with you, then? I'm useless. But you read us all, see everything, and wait only for the mood to do the right. You read me, and I'm not open to everybody. You read the crux of a man like me in my novel position. You read my admiration of a beautiful woman and effort to keep honest. You read my downright preference of what most people would call poverty, and my enjoyment of good cookery and good company. You enlist among the crew below as one of our tempters. You find I come round to the thing I like best. Therefore, you have your liking for me, and that's why you turn to me again, after your natural infidelities. So much for me. You read this priceless lady quite as clearly. You choose to cloud her with your moods. She was at a disadvantage, a fiving in a strange country, next to friendless, and each new incident bred of a luckless beginning. I could say more." Fleetwood nodded. "You read without the words, you read in history, too, I suppose, that there are two sides to most cases. The loudest is not often the strongest. However, now the lady shows herself crazed. That's reading her charitably. else she has to be taken for a spiteful shrew, who pretends to suspect anything that's villainous, because she can hit on no other way of striking. Crazed, is a wide shot and hits half the world, muttered Gower. Lady Fleetwood had a troubled period after her marriage. She suffered a sort of kidnapping when she was bearing her child. There's a book by an Edinburgh doctor might be serviceable to you. It enlightens me. She will have a distrust of you, as regards the child, until she understands you by living with you under one roof. Such animals these women are. Good Lord! Fleetwood ejaculated. I'll marry one, and I'm to take to reading medical books. He yawned. You speak that of women and pretend to love nature, said Gower. You hate nature unless you have it served on a dish by your own cook. That's the way to the madhouse or the monastery. There we expiate the sin of sins. A man finds the woman of all women fitted to stick him in the soil, and trim and point him to grow, and she's an animal for her pains. The secret of you, m'lady, is, you've not yet, though you're on a healthy leap for the practices of nature, hopped to the primary conception of what nature means. Women are in and of nature. I've studied them here, had nothing to do but study them. That most noble of ladies' whole mind was knotted to preserve her child during her time of endurance up to her moment of trial. Think it over. It's your one chance of keeping sane. And expect to hear flat stuff from me while you go on playing tie-ant. You certainly take liberties, Fleetwood's mildest voice remarked. I told you I should try you, when you plucked me out of my Surrey nest. Fleetwood passed from a meditative look to a malicious half-laugh. You seem to have studied the most noble of ladies latterly, rather like a barrister with a brief for the defendant, plaintiff, if you like. As to that, I'll help you to an insight of a particular weakness of mine, said Gower. I'll require to have persons of even the highest value presented to me on a stage, or else I don't grasp them at all, they re simply pictures. I saw the lady, admired, esteemed, sufficiently, I supposed, until her image appeared to me in the feelings of another. Then I saw fathoms. No doubt, it was from feeling warmer. I went through the blood of the other for my impression. Name the other, said the Earl, and his features were sharp. You can have the name, Gower answered. It was the girl, Madge Winch. Fleetwood's hard stare melted to surprise and contemptuous amusement. You see the lady to be the most noble of ladies through the warming you get by passing into the feelings of Madge Winch. Sarcasm was in the tone, and beneath it a thrill of compassionateness traversed him and shot a remorseful sting with the vision of those two young women on the coach at the scene of the fight. He had sentience of their voices, nigh to hearing them. The forlorn bride's hand given to the anxious girl behind her gushed an image of the sister Hokusai binding women under the pangs they suffer from men. He craved a scourging that he might not be cursing himself, and he provoked it, for Gower was then sensitive to a cold breath on the weakness he had laid bare, and when Fleetwood said, "You recommend a bath in the feelings of Madge Winch," the retort came, "It might stop you on the road to a cowl." Fleetwood put on the mask of cogitation to cover a shudder. How? A question of the man or the monk with you, as I fancy I've told you more than once. You may fancy committing any impertinence and be not much out. The saving of you is that you digest it when you stewed it down. You try me. I don't impose the connection. No, I take the blame for that. They sat in dumbness, fidgeted, sprang to their feet, and lighted bedroom candles. Mounting the stairs, Gower was moved to let fall a benevolent look on the worried son of fortune. "I'll warned you I should try you. It ought to be done politely. If I have to speak a truth, I'm boorish. The divinely damnable naked truth won't wear ornaments. It's about the same as pitching a handful of earth. You dirt your hands, hit or miss. Out of this corridor. Into my room, and spout your worst," cried the Earl. Gower entered his dressing room and was bidden to smoke there. "You're a milder bore when you smoke. That day down in Surrey with the grand old bootmaker was one of our days," Gower would seer. There's no smell of the boar in him. Perhaps his religion helps him, more than nature worship, not the best for manners. You won't smoke your pipe, a cigar? Lay on, then, as hard as you like. You're asking for the debauchee's last luxury, not a correction, said Gower, grimly thinking of how his whip might prove effective and punish the man who kept him fruitlessly out of his bed. I want stuff for a place in the memory, said Fleetwood, and the late hour, with the profitless talk, made it a stinging taunt. You want me to flick your indecision? That's half a hit. I am to talk italics, for you to store a smart word or so true, I swear. And, please, begin. You hang for the fates to settle which is to be smothered in you, the man or the lord, and it ends in the monk, if you hang much longer. A bit of a scorpion in his intention, Fleetwood muttered on a stride. I'll tell you this, Gower Woodseer, when you lay on in earnest, your diction is not so choice. Do any of your remarks apply to Lady Fleetwood? All should. I don't presume to allude to Lady Fleetwood. She has not charged you to complain. Lady Fleetwood is not the person to complain or condescend to speak of injunes. She insults me with her insane suspicion. A swollen vein on the young nobleman's forehead went to confirm the idea at the Withens that he was capable of mischief. They were right, he was as capable of villainy as of nobility. But he happened to be thanking Gower Woodseer's whip for the comfortable numbness he felt at Corinthia's behaviour, while detesting her for causing him to desire it and endure it, and exonerate his prosy castigator. He was ignorant of the revenge he had on Gower, whose diction had not been particularly estimable. In the feebleness of a man vainly courting sleep, the disarmed philosopher tossed from one side to the other through the remaining hours of darkness, polishing sentences that were natural spouts of choicest diction, and still the Earl's vindolent small sneer rankled. He understood why, after a time. The fervour of advocacy, which inspires high diction, had been wanting. He had sought more to lash the Earl with his personal disgust and partly to parade his contempt of a lucrative dependency, than he had felt for the Countess. No wonder his diction was poor. It was a sample of limp thinness, a sort of tongue of a master, slender, flavourless, unsatisfactory, considering its object, measure to be condemned by its poor achievement. He had nevertheless a heart to feel for the dear lady, and heed the pleading for her, especially when it ran to its object, as along a shaft of the sun rays, from the passionate devotedness of that girl Madge. He brooded over it till it was like a fire beneath him to drive him from his bed and across the tafarola of the hill to the Withens, in the front of an autumnal sunrise, grand where the country is sham of surface decoration, as here and there we find some unadorned human creature, whose bosom bears the ball of warmth. Chapter 32, in which we see Corinthia put in practice one of her old father's lessons. Seated at his breakfast table, the Earl saw Gower stride in, and could have wagered he knew the destination of the fellow's momming walk. It concerned him little, he would be leaving the castle in less than an hour. She might choose to come or choose to keep away. The whims of animals do not affect men unless they are professionally tamers. Petty domestic dissensions are besides poor webs to the man pulling single-handed at ropes with his revolted miners. On the topic of wages, too, he was Gower's master, and could hold forth, by which he taught himself to feel that practical affairs are the proper business of men, women and infants being remotely secondary, the picturesque and poetry, consequently, sheer nonsense. I suppose your waiting here is useless, to quote you, he said. The Countess can decide now to remain, if she pleases. Drive with me to Cardiff, I'll miss you if you re-absent a week. Or is it legs? Drop me a line of your stages on the road, and don't loiter much. Gower spoke of starting his legs next day, if he had to do the journey alone, and he clouded the yacht for Fleetwood with talk of the Wye and the Usk, Hereford and the Malvern Hills elliptical over the plains. Yes, the Earl acquiesced jealously, we ought to have seen, tramped every foot of our own country. That yacht of mine, there she is, and I said I would board her and have a fly with half a dozen fellows round the Scottish Isles. We are never free to do as we like. Legs are the only things that have a taste of freedom, said Gower. They strolled down to Howell Edwards' office at 9, Kit-ins beside the luggage cart to the rear. Around the office and along to the street of the cottages crowds were chattering, gesticulating. Inns fancied the foreign jabbers inclined to threaten. Howell Edwards at the door of his office watched them calculatingly. The lord of their destinies passed in with him, leaving Gower to study the features of the men, and Inns to reckon the chance of a fray. Fleetwood came out presently, saying to Edwards, "That concession goes far enough." "Because I have a neighbour who yields at every step?" "No, stick to the principle. I've said my final word. And here's the carriage. If the mines are closed, more's the pity, but I'm not responsible. You can let them know if you like, before I drive off, it doesn't matter to me." The carriage was ready. Gower cast a glance up the hill. 3 female figures and a pannier donkey were visible on the descent. He nodded to Edwards, who took the words out of his mouth. "Her ladyship, my lord." She was distinctly seen, and looked formidable in definition against the cloud. Madge and the nursemaid Martha were the 2 other young women. On they came, and the angry man seated in the carriage could not give the order to start. Nor could he quite shape an idea of annoyance, though he hung to it and faced at Gower a battery of the promise to pay him for this. Tattling observers were estimated at their small importance there, as everywhere, by one so high above them. But the appearance of the woman of the burlesque name and burlesque actions, and odd ascension out of the ludicrous into a form to cast a spell, so that she commanded serious recollections of her, disturbed him. He stepped from his carriage. Again he had his incomprehensible fit of shyness, and a vision of the complacent, jowled, redundant, blue-coated monarch swing in imbecile merriment on the signboard of the Royal Sovereign Inn, constitutionally his total opposite, yet instigating the sensation. In that respect his countess and he had shifted characters. Corinthia came on at her bold mountain stride to within hail of him. Met by Gower, she talked, smiled, patted her donkey, clutched his ear, lifted a silken covering to show the child asleep, entirely at her ease and unhurried. These women get aid from their pride of maternity. And when they can boast a parson behind them, they are indecorous up to insolent in their ostentation of it. She resumed her advance, with a slight abatement of her challenging match, sedately, though collectedly erect, changed in the fullness of her figure and her poised calm bearing. He heard her voice addressing Gower. "Yes, they do, we noticed the looking down on them. They do look like a council of rooks in the hollow, a parliament, you said. They look exceedingly like, when a peep of sunshine falls." "Oh, no, not clergymen." She laughed at the suggestion. "She might be one of the actresses by nature. Is the man unsympathetic with women, a hater of nature deductively? Most women are actresses. As to worshipping nature, we go back to the state of heathen beast," Mr. Philosopher Gower could be answered. Fleetwood drew in his argument. She stood before him. There was on his part an insular representation of old French court salute to the lady, and she replied to it in the exactest measure, as if an instructed proficient. She stood unshadowed. "We have come to bid you adieu, my lord," she said, and no trouble of the bosom shook her mellow tones. Her face was not the chalk quarry or the rosed rock, it was oddly individual, and, in a way, alluring, with some gentle contraction of her eyelids. But evidently she stood in full repose, mistress of herself. Upon him, it appeared, the whole sensibility of the situation was to be thrown. He hardened. "We have had to settle business here," he said, speaking resonantly, to cover his gazing discomposedly, all but furtively. The child was shown, still asleep. A cunning infant, not a cry in him to excuse a father for preferring concord or silence or the bachelor's exemption. "He is a strong boy," the mother said. "Our doctor promises he will ride over all the illnesses." Fleetwood's answer set off with an alarm of the throat, and dwindled to 11 hope so. Seems to sleep well. She had her rocky brows. They were not barren crags, and her shape was nature's ripeness, it was acknowledged. She stood like a lance in air, rather like an Amazon schooled by Athene, one might imagine. Hues of some going or coming flush hinted the magical trick of her visage. She spoke in modest manner, or it might be indifferently, without a flaunting of either. I wish to consult you, my lord. He is not baptized. His Christian names? I'll have no choice. I should wish him to bear one of my brother's names. I have no knowledge of your brother's names. Chillen is one. Ah. Is it, should you think, suitable to our climate? Another name of my brother's is John. Bull. The loutish derision passed her and rebounded on him. That would be quite at home. You will allow one of your own names, my lord. Oh, certainly, if you desire it, choose. There are 4 names you will find in a book of the peerage or directory or so. Up at the castle, or you might have them these questions on the public road. I don't demur. Let it be as you like. I write empty letters to tell what I much want, Corinthia said. You have only to write your plain request. If, now I see you, I may speak another request, my lord. Pray, he said, with courteous patience, and stepped forward down to the street of the miners' cottages. She could there speak out, bawl the request, if it suited her to do so. On the point of speaking, she gazed round. Perfectly safe. No harm possible, said he, fretful under the burden of this her maniacal maternal anxiety. The men are all right, they would not hurt a child. What can rationally be suspected? I know the men, they love their children, she replied. I think my child would be precious to them. Mr. Woodseer and Mr. Edwards and Madge are there. Is the one more request I mean, a mother's anxiety does not run to the extent of suspecting everybody. Some of the children are very pretty, said Corinthia, and eyed the bands of them at their games in the roadway and at the cottage doors. Children of the poor have happy mothers. Her eyes were homely, mourning over her face. They were open now to what that fellow Woodseer, who could speak to the point when he was not aiming at it, called the parlour, or sitting-room, where we may have converse with the tame woman's mind, seeing the door to the clawing recesses temporarily shut. Forgive me if I say you talk like the bigger child, Fleetwood said lightly, not ungenially, for the features he looked on were museful, a picture in their one expression. Her answer chilled him. It is true, my lord. I will not detain you. I would beg to be supplied with money. He was like the leaves of a frosted plant, in his crisp curling had been so genial. You have come to say goodbye, that an opportunity to, as you put it, beg for money. I am not sure of your having learned yet the right disposal of money. I'll beg, my lord, to have £2,000 a year allowed me. 10, and it's a task to spend the sum on a single household, shall allot it to your expenditure at Esselment, stables, bills, etc. You can entertain. My steward Leddings will undertake the management. You will not be troubled with payings. Her head acknowledged the graciousness. I would have £2,000 and live where I please. Pardon me, the 2, for a lady living where she pleases, exceeds the required amount. I will accept a smaller sum, my lord. Money, it seems a singular demand when all supplies are furnished. I would have control of some money. You are thinking of charities. Not charities. Edwards here has a provision for the hospital needs of the people. Mr. Woodseer applies to me in cases he can certify. Leddings will do the same at Esselment. I am glad, I am thankful. The money I would have is for my own use. It is for me. All. Scarcely that, I fancy. The remark should have struck home. He had a thirst for the sign of her confessing to it. He looked. Something like a petrifaction of her wildest face was shown. Corinthia's eyes were hard out on a scattered knot of children down the street. She gathered up her skirts. Without a word to him, she ran, and running shouted to the little ones around and ahead, Indoors, children. Blant, I. Mothers, 110. Get them in. See the dog. See. In with them. Blant, tie. Tie. A big black mongrel appeared worrying at one of two petticoated urchins on the ground. She scurried her swiftest, with such warning Welsh as she had on the top of her mountain cry, and doors flew wide. There was a bang of doors when she deigned by, first gust of terrible heavens that she seemed to the cottagers. Other shouts behind her rent the air, gathering to a roar, from the breasts of men and women. Mad dog about had been for days the Nulma, crossing the hills over the line of village, hamlet, farm, from Cardiff port. Dead hush succeeded the burst. Men and women stood off. The brute was at the lady. Her arms were straight above her head, her figure overhanging, on a bend of the knees. Right and left, the FTUY of the slavering fangs shook her loose droop of gown, and a dull, prolonged growl, like the clamour of a far body of insurrectionary marching men, told of the rage. Fleetwood hovered helpless as a leaf on a bough. Back, I pray, she said to him, and motioned it, her arms at high stretch. He held no weapon. The sweat of his forehead half blinded him. And she waved him behind her, beckoned to the crowd to keep wide way, used her lifted hands as flappers. She had all her wits. There was not a wrinkle of a grimace. Nothing but her locked lips betrayed her vision of imminent doom. The shaking of her gown and the snarl in the undergrowl sounded insatiate. The brute dropped hold. With a weariful jog of the head, it pursued its course at an even swinging pace, death's own, death's doer, his reaper, he, the very death of the terrors. Corinthia's cry rang for clear way to be kept on either side, and that accursed went the path through a sharp-edged mob, as it poured pell-mell and shrank back, closing for the chase to rear of it. Father taught me, she said to the Earl, not more discomposed than if she had taken a jump. It's over, he groaned, savagely white, and bellowed for guns, any weapons. Your father? Pray. She was entreated to speak. Yes, it must be shot, it will be merciful to kill it, she said. They have carried the child indoors. The others are safe. Mr. Woodseer, NM to my nurse girl, Martha. He goes, she, and resumed to the Earl, Father told me women have a better chance than men with a biting dog. He put me before him and drilled me. He thought of everything. Usually the poor beast snaps, one angry bite, not more. My dress teased it. Fleetwood grinned civilly in his excitement, intending to yield patient hearing, to be interested by any mortal thing she might choose to say. She was advised by recollection to let her father rest. No, dear girl, not hurt, no, my gown torn, she said to Madge, and Madge heaved and whimpered, and stooped to pin the frayed strips. Quite safe, you see it is easy for women to escape, Mr. Edwards. Corinthia's voice hummed over the girl's head. Father made me practice it, in case. He forethought. Madge, you heard of this dog. I told you how to act. I was not feverish. Our babe will not feel it. She bade Madge open her hands. A scratch would kill. Never mind the tearings, I will hold my dress. Oh. There is that one child bitten. Mr. Edwards, mount a man for the doctor. I will go into the child. He was bitten. Lose not 1 minute, Mr. Edwards. I see you go. He bowed and hastened. The child's mother was red eyes at her door for ease of her heart to the lady. Corinthia stepped into the room, where the little creature was fetching sobs after the spout of screams. God in heaven! She can't be going to suck the bite. Fleetwood cried to Madge, whose answer was disquieting. If it's to save life, my mistress won't stop at anything. His heart sprang with a lighted comprehension of Gower Woodseer's meaning. This girl's fervour opened portals to new views of her mistress, or opened eyes. Chapter 33. A frightful debate. Pushing through a swarm into the cot, Fleetwood saw Corinthia on a knee beside a girl's lap, where the stripped child lay. Its mother held a basin for the dabbing at raw red spots. A sting of pain touched the memory of its fright, and brought further screams, then the sobs. Corinthia hummed a Stygian cradle song as the wailing lulled. She glanced up, she said to the Earl, the bite was deep, it was in the blood. We may have time. Get me an interpreter. I must ask the mother. I know not many words. What now? Said he, at the looming of new vexations. We have no choice. Has a man gone? Dr. Griffiths would hurry fast. An hour may be too late. The poison travels, father advised years for one brave minute. This child should be helped to live. We 11 do our best. Why an interpreter? A poker in the fire. The interpreter, whether the mother will bear to have it done? Burn, do you mean? It should be burnt. Not by you. Quick. Quick. But will you, could you? No, I say. If there is no one else. You forget your own child. He is near the end of his mother. The doctor will soon arrive. The poison travels. It cannot be overtaken unless we start nearly equal, father said. Work like that wants an experienced hand. A steady one. I would not quake, not tremble. I cannot permit it. Mr. Withen would know, he would know. Do you hear, Lady Fleetwood, the dog may not be mad. Signs. He ran heavy, he foamed. Foam is no sign. Go, order to me a speaker of English and Welsh. The Earl spun round, sensible of the novelty of his being commanded, and submitting, but no sooner had he turned than he fell into her view of the urgency, and he went, much like the boy we see at school, with a strong hand on his collar running him in. Madge entered, and said, Mr. Woodseer has seen baby and Martha and the donkey all safe. He is kind, said Corinthia. Do we right to bathe the wound? It seems right to wash it. Little things that seem right may be exactly wrong after all, when we are ignorant. I know burning the wound is right. Madge asked, but, my lady, who is to do it? You would do it, dear, if I shrank, her mistress replied. Oh, my lady, I don't know, I can't say. Burning a child. And there's our baby. He has had nearly his time. Oh, my dear lady. Would the mother consent? My Madge. I have so few of their words yet. You would hold the child to save it from a dreadful end? God help me, my lady, I would, as long as I live I will. Oh. Poor infant, we do need our courage now. Seeing that her mistress had not a tear or a tremor, the girl blinked and schooled her quailing heart, still under the wicked hope that the mother would not consent, in a wonderment at this lady, who was womanly, and who could hold the red iron at living flesh, to save the poor infant from a dreadful end. Her flow of love to this dear lady felt the slicing of a cut, was half revulsion, half worship, uttermost worship in estrangement, with the further throbbing of her pulses. The cottage door was pushed open for Lord Fleetwood and Howell Edwards, whom his master had prepared to stand against immediate operations. A mounted messenger had been dispatched. But it was TNLE, the doctor might not be at home. Assuming it to be a bite of rabies, minutes lost meant the terrible. Edwards bowed his head to that. On the other hand, he foresaw the closest of personal reasons for hesitating to be in agreement with the Lady Holly. The Countess was not so much a persuasive lady as she was, in her breath and gaze, a sweeping and a wafting power. After a short argument, He had the sense of hanging like a bank detached to fatality of motion by the crack of a landslip, and that he would speedily be on his manhood to volunteer for the terrible work. He addressed the mother. Her eyes whitened from their red at his first word of laying hot iron on the child. She ran out with the wild woman's howl to her neighbors. Poor mother! Corinthia sighed. It may last a year in the child's body, and one day he shudders at water. Father saw a bitten man die. I could fear death with the thought of that poison in me. I pray Dr. Griffiths may come. Fleetwood shuffled a step. He will come, he will come. The mother and some women now packed the room. A gabble arose between them and Edwards. They fired sharp snatches of speech, and they darted looks at the lady and her lord. They do not know, said Corinthia. Gower brought her news that the dog had been killed. Martha and her precious burden were outside, a mob of men, too. He was not alarmed, but she went to the door and took her babe in her arms, and when the women observed the lady holding her own little one, their looks were softened. At a hint of explanation from Edwards, the guttural gabble rattled up to the shrill vowels. F.L. Edwards' endurance broke short. The packed small room, the caged monkey lingo, the wailful child, and the past and apprehended debate upon the burning of flesh, composed an intolerable torture. He said to Edwards, "Go to the men, settle it with them. We have to follow that man within, no peace otherwise. Tell the men the body of the dog must be secured for analysis. Mad or not, it's the same. These Welsh mothers and grandmothers won't allow cautery at any price. Hark at them." He turned to Corinthia. "Your ladyship will let Mr. Edwards or Mr. Woodseer conduct you to the house where you are residing? You don't know these excitable people. I wish you to leave." She replied softly, "I'll stay for the doctor's coming. Impossible for me to wait, and I can permit you to be here. It is life and death, and I must not be commanded. You may be proposing gratuitous agony. I would do it to my own child." The Earl attacked Gower. "Add your voice to persuade Lady Fleetwood." Gower said, "What if I think with Lady Fleetwood? You would see her do it." "Do it myself, if there was no one else. This dog, all of you have gone mad," the Earl cried. "Griffiths may keep his head, it's the only chance. Take my word, these Welsh women, just listen to them, won't have it. You'll even find yourself in a nest of furies. It may be right to do, it's folly to propose it, madness to attempt it. And I shall be bitten if I stop here a minute longer. I am gone, I can neither command nor influence." I should have thought Gower Woodseer would have kept his wits. Fleetwood's look fell on Madge amid the group. Gower's perception of her mistress through the girl's devotion to her moved him. He took Madge by the hand, and the sensation came that it was the next thing to pressing his wife's. "You're a loyal girl. You have a mistress, it's an honor to serve. You bind me. By the way, Inns shall run down for a minute before I go." "Let him stay where he is," Madge said, having bobbed her curtsy. "Oh, if he's not to get a welcome," said the Earl, and he could now fix a steadier look on his Countess, who would have animated him with either a hostile face or a tender. She had no expression of a feeling. He bent to her formally. Corinthia's words were, "Adieu, my lord." "I have only to say, that Esselmont is ready to receive you," he remarked, bowed more curtly, and walked out. Gower followed him. They might as well have been silent, for any effect from what was uttered between them. They spoke opinions held by each of them, adverse mainly, speaking for no other purpose than to hold their positions. "Oh, she has courage, no doubt," no one doubted it, Fleetwood said, out of all relation to the foregoing. Courage to grapple with his pride and open his heart was wanting in him. Had that been done, even to the hint of it, instead of the lordly indifference shown, Gower might have ventured on a suggestion, that the priceless woman he could call wife was fast slipping away from him and withering in her allegiance. He did allude to his personal sentiment. One takes aim at philosophy, Lady Fleetwood pulls us up to pay tribute to our debts. But this was vague, and his hero needed a present thunder and lightning to shake and pierce him. "I'll pledged myself to that yacht," said Fleetwood, by way of reply, "or you and I would tramp it, as we did once jolly old days. I shall have you in mind. Now turn back. Do the best you can." They parted midway up the street, Gower bearing away a sharp contrast of Earl and his Countess, for, until their senses are dulled, impressionable young men, however precociously philosophical, are mastered by appearances, and they have to reflect under new lights before vision of the linked eye and mind is given them. Fleetwood jumped into his carriage and ordered the coachman to drive smartly. He could not have admitted the feeling small. He felt the having been and his requiring a rapid transportation from these parts for him to regain his proper stature. Had he misconducted himself at the moment of danger? It is a ghastly thought, that the craven impulse may overcome us. But no, he could reassure his repute for manliness. He had done as much as a man could do in such a situation. At the same time, he had done less than the woman. Needed she to have gone so far? Why precipitate herself into the jaws of the beast? Now she proposes to bum the child's wound. And she will do it if they let her. One sees her at the work, pale, flinty, no faces, trebly the terrific woman in her mild way of doing the work. All because her old father recommended it. Because she thinks it a duty, we will say, that is juster. This young woman is a very sword in the hand of her idea of duty. She can be feminine, too, there is one who knows. She can be particularly distant, too. If in timidity, she has a modest view of herself, or an enormous conception of the magi that married her. Will she take the world's polish a little? Fleetwood asked with the simplicity of the superior being who will consequently perhaps bestow the debt he owes. But his was not the surface nature which can put a question of the sort and pass it. As soon as it had been formed, a vision of the elemental creature calling him husband smote to shivers the shell we walk on, and caught him down among the lower forces, up amid the higher, an infernal and a celestial contest for the extinction of the one or the other of them, if it was not for their union. She wrestled with him where the darknesses roll their snake-eyed ton-ends over between jagged horns of the netherworld. She stood him in the white ray of the primal vital heat, to bear unwithering beside her the test of light. They flew, they chased, battled, embraced, disjoined, adventured apart, brought back the count of their deeds, compared them, and named the one CNRSHED. It was the one weighted to shame, thrust into the cellar corner of his own disgust, by his having asked whether that starry warrior spirit in the woman's frame would take polish a little. Why should it be a contention between them? For this reason, he was reduced to admire her act, and if he admired, he could not admire without respecting; if he respected, perforce he reverenced; if he reverenced, he worshipped. Therefore she had him at her feet. At the feet of any woman, except for the trifling object. But at the feet of it is my husband. That would be a reversal of things. Are not things reversed when the name Corinthia sounds in the thought of him who laughed at the name not less angelically martial than Felter's adored silver trumpets of his papal procession, sweeter of the new momming for the husband of the woman, if he will but consent to the worshipper's posture? Yes, and when Gower Woodseer's malady of the wealthy, as he terms the pivoting of the whole marching and wheeling world upon the favoured of fortune's habits and tastes, promises to quit its fell clutch on him, another voice in the young nobleman cried, "Pooh, dolt and dupe!" and surrounded her for half a league with reek of burnt flesh and shrieks of a tortured child, giving her the aspect of a sister of the park. But it was not the ascendant voice. It growled underneath, much like the deadly beast at Corinthia's gown, while she image of her to dominate the princeliest of men. The princeliest must have won his title to the place before he can yield other than complimentary station to a woman without violation of his dignity, and vast wealth is not the title, worldly honours are not, deeds only are the title. Fleetwood consented to tell himself that he had not yet performed the deeds. Therefore, for him to be dominated was to be obscured, eclipsed. A man may outrun us, it is the fortune of war. Eclipsed behind the skins of a woman waving her upraised hands, with, back, pray. No, that ignominy is too horribly abominable. Be sure, the situation will certainly recur in some form, will constantly recur. She will usurp the lead, she will play the let matters go on as they are. We know our personal worth. Arrived at this point in the perpetual round of the conflict Corinthia had implanted, Fleetwood entered anew the ranks of the ordinary men of wealth and a coronet, and he hugged himself. He enjoyed repose, knowing it might be but a TNLCE. Matters might go on as they were. Still, he wished her away from those withans, residing at Esselmont. There she might come eventually to a better knowledge of his personal gold mine we cane in our bosoms till it is threshed out of us in sweat that fellow Gower Wood CE says, adding, that we are the richer for not exploring it. Philosophical cynicism is inconclusive. Fleetwood knew his large capacities, he had proved them and could again. In case a certain half-foreseen calamity should happen, imagine it a fact, imagine him seized, besides admiring her character, with a taste for her person. Why, then, he would have to impress his own mysteriously deep character on her portion of understanding. The battle for domination would then begin. Anticipation of the possibility of acute division between the young man's pride of being and his warmer feelings. Had he been free of the dread of subjection, he would have sunk to kiss the feet of the statuesque young woman, arms in air, firm-fronted over the hideous death that tore at her skirts. Chapter 34. A survey of the ride of the Welsh cavaliers escorting the Countess of Fleetwood to Kentish Esselmont. A formal notification from the Earl, addressed to the Countess of Fleetwood in the third person, that Esselmont stood ready to receive her, autocratically concealed her lord's impatience to have her there, and by the careful precision with which the stages of her journey were marked, as places where the servants dispatched to convey their lady would find preparations for her comfort, again alarmed the disordered mother's mind on behalf of the child she deemed an object of the father's hatred. Second to his hatred of the mother. But the mother could defend herself. The child was prey, the child of her detested wife was heir to his title and estates. His look at the child, his hasty one look down at her innocent, was conjured before her as resembling a kick at a stone in his path. His indifference to the child's Christian names pointed darkly over its future. The distempered wilfulness of a bruised young woman directed her thoughts. She spoke them in the tone of reason to her invalid friend Rebecca Withan, who saw with her, felt with her, yearned to retain her till breath was gone. Owain Withan had his doubts of the tyrant guilty of maltreating this woman of women. But when you do leave Wales, he said, you shall be guarded up to your haven. Corinthia was not awake to his meaning then. She sent a short letter of reply, imitating the style of her lord, very baldly stating, that she was unable to leave Wales because of her friend's illness and her part as nurse. Regrets were unmentioned. Meanwhile Rebecca Withan was passing to death. Not cheerlessly, more and more faintly, her thread of life ran to pause, resembling a reel of the drought, and the thinner it grew, the shrewder were her murmurs for Corinthia's ears in commending the most real of husbands of an unreal wife to her friendly care of him when he would no longer see the shadow.